Good morning, esteemed guests and literary enthusiasts. I am Kalpana Sharma, your host, and it is my great honor to welcome you all to the opening of the 7th edition of the Times Literature Festival, Delhi. Our theme for the festival is One World, Many Words, and by this, we refer to a vast and inclusive space where many different ideas, thoughts, and opinions come together to create an enriching conversation that engages an audience with diverse tastes over the 2 days of the festival. The world both indicates the greater universe of ideas as well as the fact that Times Litfest is a literary world in itself. Hence today, let's celebrate the power of words and the magic they possess to inspire, educate, and entertain us. We have with us on stage Shri Vikas Singh, Executive Director, The Times of India, Shri Mohit Jain, Executive Director, The Times of India, Shri Sameer Jain, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, The Times Group, Shri Atul Jain, Director of DS Group, and our esteemed Chief Guest, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister for Railways, Communications and Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Without further ado, I would like to invite our esteemed guests, Shri Sameer Jain, Shri Atul Jain, and Shri Ashwini Vaishnav to come forward and unveil the logo of the festival. It is my honor to now invite Shri Sameer Jain at the podium for the welcome and keynote address.
ये माइक ठीक कर दिया, थोड़ा ट्रबल था पहले. Is the voice clear till the end? Wonderful. It's okay. अश्विनी जी, आपका दिल से स्वागत है. दिल के सौदे में चाहिए दिल, दिल के सौदे में चाहिए दिल, तो हम अपने दिल से आपके दिल को छूकर आपका स्वागत करते हैं. आपको सबसे आज बड़ा उल्लास, सबसे बड़ा उत्सव, उमंग इससे हो रहा है कि देखकर कि यहाँ कितने किशोर अवस्था के योगी यहाँ बैठे हैं. मैंने खास रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि जो मोदी जी ने परंपरा शुरू की है, हम सब आगे ले जाएं, कि कोई भी ऑडियंस में आपकी उम्र के टीनेजर्स ज़रूर होवें. तो आप हमारे आज खास वीआईपी हैं. तो हम लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन से शुरू करें, या ऐसा कहें कि संतों भाई सहज समाधि भली. संतों भाई सहज समाधि भली. तो ये सारे 2 दिन का जो कार्यक्रम है, इसमें हम आपका संत कह के आह्वान करते हैं. कबीर दास जी कहते हैं संतो भाई सहज, सिंपल, वेरी सिंपल समाधि हो सकती है। आँख न मूंदूं, कान न रोंदूं, काया कल्प न धारूं, खुले नैन मैं हंस हंस देखूं, सुंदर रूप निहारूं। सुंदर रूप ये सत्य है, ये शिव है और वही सुंदर होता है। जब से मैंने टाइम्स में ज्वाइन किया तो जर्नलिस्ट कहते थे कि मीडिया वॉच डॉग होता है। मैंने कहा ये तो अच्छा शब्द है यदि डॉग का मीनिंग हम माने मैन्स बेस्ट फ्रेंड, लेकिन यदि आपका अर्थ है भौंकने वाला कुत्ता तो वो हमारा रोल नहीं होगा। हम हर समय हर मुद्दे का कटाक्ष करने के लिए मीडिया नहीं चाहते हैं, क्योंकि मेरी जो कनेक्ट है आपके दिल से, पाठकों के दिल से, वो ये है कि हिंदुस्तान में रोज़ अखबार पढ़कर आप उल्लास और सेलिब्रेशन से अपने आप को भरना चाहते हैं तो आप खास पाएंगे। और मीडिया के कंपैरिजन में हर जो त्यौहार होता है वो मास्टहेड पर हम पेश करते हैं कुछ ही छोटे छोटे पिक्चर्स से। ये आपने देखा होगा तो नया शब्द निर्माण किया, वॉच गॉड, नॉट जस्ट वॉच डॉग। तो ये दोनों शब्द आप एडिटोरियल पेज पे ऊपर पाएंगे कुछ हफ्तों से, वॉच गॉड, वॉच डॉग। और डॉग का अर्थ है मैन्स बेस्ट फ्रेंड। तो ये जो हमारा मीडिया है वो मैन्स बेस्ट फ्रेंड वाला डॉग है जो हर जगह भगवान को देखता है और हर जगह सब चीज़ ऊंचे से ऊंचे दृष्टि को देखकर उसमें प्रकट करता है। आप लोग में से हिंदी फर्स्ट लैंग्वेज वाले कितने हैं और इंग्लिश हिंदी के फर्स्ट? हाथ ऊपर खड़े। अच्छा, तो और इंग्लिश के फर्स्ट लैंग्वेज? अच्छा, तो लगता है कि हिंदी के फर्स्ट लैंग्वेज वाले कुछ ज़्यादा दिख रहे हैं, तो कोशिश ये होगी कि हिंदी का प्रयोग ज़्यादा होवे। हमारे परिवार की जो सारा जीवन रहा है 3 पीढ़ियों से, वो ये रहा है कि ज्ञानपीठ का निर्माण जब मैं करीब 5 साल का था तो मेरे दादा और दादी ने शुरू किया कि जो ऊंचे से ऊंचा लिटरेचर है देश का, हर भाषा का, वो साधारण रूप में किताबें छापकर जो प्रॉफिट नहीं करेंगी, क्योंकि ये ऊंची जितनी चीज़ होती है वो कम लोग पढ़ते हैं। किशोर अवस्था में ये जान लो कि उसको पॉप लिटरेचर कहते हैं। जैसे पॉप म्यूज़िक होता है वो लिटरेचर भी पॉप होता है। और ये भी आप किशोर अवस्था में जानो, तालिब कहते हैं कि वो किताबें पढ़नी चाहिए जो 100 साल से कम नहीं हो, 100 साल से जो प्रतिष्ठित हों, वो खास किताब पे आप अपना ध्यान रखें। पॉपुलर लिटरेचर लिखने वाले भी वो किताब पढ़ के आपके लिए लिटरेचर आज का बनाते हैं। ये मुझे समझ नहीं थी। जब मैं ज्वाइन किया तो उस समय संपादक गिरिलाल जैन मेरे से 40 साल बड़े थे, तो उन्होंने मेरी दृष्टि बदली। बोले मेरे ऊपर बहुत बड़ा भार है, बहुत बड़ा, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान में रिसर्च बॉडीज़, थिंक टैंक्स नहीं हैं जो विदेश में होते हैं। यहाँ पे अखबार वाले ही थिंक टैंक हैं, रिसर्च बॉडी है, तो ये सारा भार मेरे कंधों पर है। तो मैंने विचार किया क्या कह रहे हैं। कहा कि द न्यूज़पेपर इज एज मच एज अ मैन कैन रीड टुडे। इससे ज़्यादा उसकी कैपेसिटी नहीं है पढ़ने की, तो न्यूज़पेपर पे ही सारा भार है। हम भी किशोर अवस्था में न्यूज़पेपर से ज़्यादा क्या पढ़ते होंगे, थोड़ा टाइम मैगज़ीन, न्यूज़ वीक। वो बोले ये तो बहुत बेस लेवल की मैगज़ीन्स हैं। आप भी ये सुन लो कि आप हर जगह खोजो कि आपके क्षेत्र में सबसे ऊंचा क्या अवेलेबल है। वो हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि अखबार के माध्यम से लिटरेचर को, 2 दिन का जो लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल है, वो अखबार के थ्रू फिर करोड़ों तक पहुंचाएं। क्योंकि ये किताबें करोड़ों लोग नहीं पढ़ते हैं, बट उसका जो सारांश है वो अखबार के माध्यम से आप सब तक, आपकी किशोर अवस्था की उम्र तक पहुंचाया जा सकता है। वो हमारा प्रयास है। अगले जो प्रोग्राम है उसमें मेरी नज़र खास 2 प्रोग्राम पर पड़ी। एक है कि क्या रिलीजन और देश में कोई विरोधाभास है क्या। तो ये इसके बाद सेशन होगा। तो मैंने समझा, ये मोदी जी भी एक स्पीच में बताए हैं कि रिलीजन और स्पिरिचुअलिटी अलग चीज़ है, तो इसको जोड़ा जा सकता है। ये सिंक्रेटिक यानी कि सबको जोड़ने वाली ये चीज़ है कि स्पिरिचुअलिटी और रिलीजन और देश, ये सबको जोड़ा जा सकता है। हम ये शब्द ना बोलें कि रिलीजियस नेशन, हमारा स्पिरिचुअल नेशन है, ठीक है, हमारा स्पिरिचुअल नेशन होवे, कोई इसमें विरोध नहीं है। उसके तो हम जो लिख के नोट्स लाए हैं उससे चेंज करके आप लोग को समझाएं कि स्पिरिचुअल शिक्षा का अर्थ क्या है। बहुत सिंपल है। जो आप स्कूल और कॉलेज में पढ़ेंगे वो फिज़िकल साइंसेस होते हैं, फिज़िक्स, केमिस्ट्री, मैथमेटिक्स, शरीर के बारे में बायोलॉजी, हिस्ट्री, मनुष्यों की हिस्ट्री, कुछ जानवरों की हिस्ट्री, प्लैनेट्स की हिस्ट्री, ये आपको बहुत थोड़ी मिलेगी। आपको मनुष्यों के आक्रमण, कौन सा राजा किस राजा को मारकर वो अपना देश में जोड़ लिया, केवल ये हिस्ट्री मिलेगी। ये तो बहुत छोटी बात है, ये बहुत छोटी बात है। आप पढ़ते हुए भी टीचरों से पूछिए कि ये आप हमें क्या पढ़ा रहे हैं हिस्ट्री। तो फिज़िकल साइंसेस ही केवल पढ़ाए जाते हैं। ये नाम यूनिवर्सिटी जो शब्द है, बहुत ध्यान दीजिएगा। यूनिवर्सिटी में यूनिवर्स का नॉलेज नहीं दिया जाता है। बहुत बड़ा शब्द, बहुत बड़ा शब्द यूनिवर्स को यूनिवर्सिटी वालों ने धर लिया। लेकिन जो मैं आपको स्पिरिचुअल नेशन का आह्वान कर रहा हूँ, उसका अर्थ है कि इनविजिबल चीज़ों को समझना, धारण करना, ग्रहण करना। क्या है इनविजिबल चीज़ें जो आप आज की उम्र से पढ़ना शुरू कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो स्कूल और कॉलेज में पढ़ाई नहीं कराई जाएगी। आपको बहुत छोटी चीज़ की पढ़ाई कराई जाएगी, सिर्फ आपको जॉब मार्केट के लिए जो चक्का है उसका एक अंश बनाने के लिए, कि सिर्फ आप एक अंश बन जाइए, सिर्फ आप अकाउंटेंट बन जाइए, सिर्फ आप एक सेल्समैन बन जाइए, सिर्फ आप कुछ लिखने वाले बन जाइए एक भाषा में। तो जो टोटलिटी है, 5 चीज़ें पेश करता हूँ। इनविजिबल साइंसेस को जानना है स्पिरिचुअल नेशन की निशानी। तो जो आगे रिलीजन और देश का विरोधाभास है वो इससे बिल्कुल सॉल्व हो जाता है। वो इनविजिबल चीज़ें हैं। प्रेम, प्रेम कोई देखने की चीज़ नहीं है। ये प्रेम की जो स्टडी है ये है इनविजिबल साइंस। फिर आकाश की स्टडी। आकाश की स्टडी क्यों इम्पोर्टेंट है? क्योंकि वो कॉन्शसनेस और एनर्जी, शिव और शक्ति से भरपूर है। वो टस से मस भी नहीं हो सकती है, क्योंकि वो सच्चिदानंद घन है, घन, डेंस, इतना डेंस है, फिल्ड विथ कॉन्शसनेस और एनर्जी कि आप उसको टैप करें तो वो शिव शक्ति आपके अंदर आ जाती है। तू ही शिव का दुलारा, ढूंढता है तू किसका सहारा। एक और सेशन आगे है, हिस्ट्री और माइथोलॉजी, क्या इसमें भेद है? ये एक सेशन आगे आप लोग ज़रूर अटेंड करें। तो एक हिस्टोरियन ने कहा, इफ़ यू रीड द रामायण एंड महाभारत एज हिस्ट्री, you will find it's full of mythology. And if you read it as mythology, you will find it's full of history. तो ये पढ़ते हुए दोनों चीज़ वहाँ पे बिल्कुल संगम हैं दोनों में, रामायण और महाभारत में। तो ये आपको केंद्र बिंदु मिल जाता है जब आप इन शास्त्रों को पढ़ेंगे। तो आप बताओ कि हम जब क्लास 9 या 10 में थे, तो जो सेंट जेवियर्स स्कूल कलकत्ते का जो हिंदी टीचर हैं, वो हमें बहुत ऊंचे अध्यात्म और लिटरेचर का संगम के चीज़ें पढ़ाते थे। उसमें खास उन्हें अलंकार, अनुप्रास का शौक था। अनुप्रास इंग्लिश में एलिट्रेशन, जब एक ही शब्द या अक्षर बार बार यूज़ होता है तो उसका जो उच्च कोटि का सबसे ऊंचा उन्होंने मुझे सिखाया और बिना कोशिश के छोटी उम्र में याद हो जाता है। वो कहते हैं, रसखान 13वीं शताब्दी के कवि रहे हैं। क्या आप लोग ने पढ़ा होगा ना, जैसे हमने पढ़ा। रसखान तो पेश करता हूँ, पहले अर्थ समझा दूँ कि प्रेम से गोपियाँ कृष्ण, बाल कृष्ण को वश करती थी। प्रेम से कैसे बोलती थी, आओ मेरे आंगन में, तुम मेरे लिए नाच करो और मैं तुमको एक मटकी लस्सी की पिलाऊंगी। केवल इससे वो प्रेम से वश करते थे। और कौन हार गए इसमें? सब और हार गए। शेष महेश नरेश गणेश, सुरेशहु जाहि ध्यान लगावें। शेष, महेश, नरेश, गणेश, सुरेश, सब उस कृष्ण भगवान का ध्यान लगाते हैं और वो फेल हो गए। जाहि अनादि अनंत अखंड अछेद अभेद सुवेद बतावें। नारद से सुख व्यास रटी हारी गए तोय पार न पावें। और ताही अहीर की छोहरियाँ छछिया बर छाछ पे नाच नचावें। तो आप बताओ कि ये लिटरेचर है, कि ये स्पिरिचुअलिटी है, ये आप मुझे बताओ या दोनों का ये संगम है। तो ये पोएम आप ज़रूर जाके ध्यान करना, टीचर्स से पूछना कि ये सबसे ऊंचा उन्होंने पकड़ाया शिक्षक ने कि ये एलिट्रेशन अनुप्रास का ये अलंकार है, डेकोरेशन, सुंदरता भाषा की। तो आप बहुत ऊंची चीज़ से पूरा आप अलंकार पकड़ सकते हैं। आप में हम नानक जी का एक लाइन बताता कि आप ही सगुण हो, आप ही निर्गुण हो। ऐसा नहीं है कि ये किसी और के लिए है, वो चीज़ आपके लिए है जो आप में आह्वान किया जाता है। निर्गुण आप, सगुण भी वो ही, कलाधार जिन सगली मोही। निर्गुण आप ही निर्गुण हो, आप ही सगुण हो। आप में जो कला है, जो 16 कला संपूर्ण है, वो आपने सारे विश्व को मोह के रखा है, प्रेम में जोड़ा है। इसका ये अर्थ है। अब आप बताओ कि ये लिटरेचर है, कि ये प्रेम है, कि ये स्पिरिचुअलिटी है। क्योंकि आप ही हो, आप प्रेम की आप गली हो। प्रेम गली अति सांकरी, बहुत छोटी गली होती है वृंदावन में। तो वहाँ इतनी छोटी गली जो कृष्ण भगवान और गोपी दोनों एक साथ क्रॉस नहीं कर पाते हैं। प्रेम गली अति सांकरी, जामे दो न समाए। तो ये अद्वैत का सिद्धांत है कि प्रेम की गली में एक हो जाता है, प्रेम एक कर देता है। तो जो हिंदुस्तान आगे देखेंगे आप कि वे विश्व गुरु होने वाला है अध्यात्म को धारण करके, और आप उसके बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट हिस्से हैं और होंगे। तो इसका जो अधिष्ठान है वो आपको आज पकड़ाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। सबको समझ आ रहा है ना? सबको ठीक है? आप कर्तव्य पथ के बारे में सबने सुना होगा। जो राजपथ था उसका नाम कर्तव्य पथ किया है। मोदी जी ने, गवर्नमेंट ने, सबने तो सुना होगा ना। तो आपको पकड़ाता हूँ कि कर्तव्य के ऊपर शास्त्र ले जाते हैं आपको। और वीर रस में जो दिनकर जी से हमने फेस टू फेस सीखा था किशोर अवस्था में, 13-15 साल की उम्र में, क्योंकि ज्ञानपीठ जो शुरू किया उससे हमारे घर में रोज़ कोई ना कोई लिटरेचर ज्ञानपीठ का विनर ज़रूर होते थे, डिनर टाइम पे या ब्रेकफास्ट पर। उसमें ताराशंकर बंदोपाध्याय, महाश्वेता देवी, कन्नड़ के राइटर्स। लेकिन नेचुरली हम सब हिंदी भाषी होने के कारण हिंदी वाले दिनकर जी, बच्चन जी और अमृता प्रीतम जो पंजाबी की ऑथरेस हैं, ये सब से रोज़ मुलाकात होती थी। तो दिनकर जी को पूछा कि तुमने आज स्कूल में क्या पढ़ा? तो हमने कहा हमने आज दिनकर की कविता पढ़ी। तो हम आपको आपकी पावर आज पकड़ा रहे हैं। आपकी क्या पावर है? तो बोला क्या पढ़ा? तो बोले मास्टर जी ने दिनकर का ये अर्थ बताया इस कविता का। तो मैंने अर्थ पेश किया। तो वो हंस के बोले इतना तो मैंने कभी सोचा ही नहीं था। तो आपकी क्या पावर है? आपकी पावर है कि जो दिनकर जो हरिवंश राय बच्चन, जो महाश्वेता देवी, जो सोचा ही नहीं था उन्होंने, वो अर्थ आप दे सकते हैं उनकी कविताओं को। आपने अपनी पावर समझी, ये आप अर्थ देंगे, जो आप अर्थ देंगे वो सही अर्थ होगा। तो कर्तव्य, आप जानो कर्तव्य पथ के ऊपर और क्या है शास्त्रों में तो वीर रस में अष्टावक्र गीता 18 अध्याय अंत में जब सब कुछ आप साध लेते हैं तो कहता है, कर्तव्य जलती आग है, सबको जलाती है यही, वो वृक्ष कैसे हो हरा है आग जिसमें लग गई। लेकिन ये ऊंची अवस्था आप छिछलेपन से ग्रहण नहीं कर सकते हैं कि कर्तव्य के ऊपर चले जाएं। आपको वो 18 अध्याय में मिलेगा। आप 18 अध्याय पूरा करके तब ये पा सकते हैं कि कर्तव्य के ऊपर भी एक जगह है, जो गीता में भी कहा है कि जो आत्मा से संतुष्ट है उसके लिए कोई कर्तव्य कर्म नहीं है। जो आत्मा से संतुष्ट है उसके लिए कर्तव्य कर्म नहीं है। तो ये जब आपकी अवस्था होगी कि आप आत्मा से संतुष्ट हैं, तो कर्तव्य कर्म के भी ऊपर एक अवस्था होती है जो एक स्पिरिचुअल मास्टर की होती है। हम उसको ऐसे रख रहे हैं आपके सामने कि ये जीवन का सबसे बड़ा उद्देश्य है, वो हम वहाँ तक ज़रूर पहुँचेंगे। आपको इंग्लिश में ट्रांसलेशन हर एक हिंदुस्तान के शास्त्र मिल जाएंगे। एक लाइन आप ग्रहण करें योग वशिष्ठ का, तो आपको जब जन्म और मृत्यु आपके सामने दिखेगा, अपने ही देश में कोई अर्थक्वेक, विदेश में कोई वॉर में, तो आपका दिल सूना होगा। लेकिन योग वशिष्ठ कहता है, बर्थ एंड डेथ आर वर्बल कन्वेंशंस लाइक द राइजिंग एंड सेटिंग ऑफ द सन। यदि आपने नोट कर लिया अपने दिल और दिमाग में, तो ये आपके बहुत काम आएगा। ये एक लाइन, क्या ये लिटरेचर है, क्या ये अध्यात्म है, वो आप डिसाइड करो। हम तो कहते हैं उसका ये संगम है। जब आप स्पिरिचुअल टेक्स्ट को थोड़ा ध्यान देंगे, जो आगे हम सुन रहे हैं कि जितना हमने पढ़ा था स्कूल में, ये पढ़ाई और बढ़ाई जाएगी। तो ये जो लेखक सबसे बड़े हैं जैसे शेक्सपियर, वो आपको लगेगा कि ये तो बहुत ही बाय कंपैरिजन लिटरेचर के रूप में वो आपको कम लगेगा। और उसमें एक त्रुटि है। हमने मैकबेथ को 3 साल स्कूल में और 3 साल कॉलेज में बाय चांस सेम शास्त्र था, सेम शेक्सपियर का। मैकबेथ या शेक्सपियर आप लोग पढ़ते हैं? हाँ, कुछ लोग हाथ उठा रहे हैं, शायद पढ़ाई, हाँ कई, शायद रोमियो और जूलियट अमेरिका में तो 16 साल की अवस्था में सबको ज़रूर पढ़ाते हैं। तो मैकबेथ में जो रानी, जो लेडी मैकबेथ है, वो हस्बैंड को कहती है कि राजा की हत्या करके तुम राजा बन जाओ। और वो स्पीच बहुत लंबी लंबी स्पीचेस हैं, और यंग एज में जब वो पढ़ना पड़ता है, वो अनायास याद हो जाता है और फिर वो दिमाग से निकालना बहुत कठिन होता है। ये डार्क साइड ऑफ लिटरेचर है, डार्क साइड ऑफ लिटरेचर कि लेडी मैकबेथ की स्पीचेस को याद करना और कंठस्थ करके स्टेज पे बोलना या मैकबेथ की स्पीच को, तो ये डार्क साइड आपको स्पिरिचुअलिटी में नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन केवल दिल और दिमाग को ऊंचा आकाश में ले जाने की प्रतिक्रिया आपको मिलती जाएगी। एक और आपको गूढ़ रहस्य बताता हूँ कि जो लिटरेचर होता है, जो गाने होते हैं, उसमें विरह के गीत ही प्राइज़ जीतते हैं। जहाँ प्रेम बिछुड़ गया, उन्हीं को प्राइज़ मिलती हैं। आप अपने जाके निकालो, वो ही गीत, वो ही लिटरेचर, थोड़ा दुख भरा, वो ही प्राइज़ जीतता है। अजीब बात है। और स्पिरिचुअलिटी का अर्थ है कि हम मिले पड़े हैं, हम शिव से, शक्ति से हम मिले पड़े हैं। आप में हम शिव भगवान का आह्वान करते हैं। जब आप शिव भगवान बन के पशु, कोई कुत्ते, कोई बिल्ली की आप रखवाली करते हैं, तो उस समय शिव भगवान का पशुपतिनाथ आप धारण करके उसको संभालते हैं। और शिव भगवान की बारात को आप जानो, वो क्या है बारात? जो लोग सोसाइटी में मार्जिनलाइज्ड हैं, बीच में नहीं हैं, जिनमें कोई समाज मानता है कि त्रुटि है, कोई कमी है, उनके वो रखवाले हैं और वो शिव जी के बारात में आते हैं। तो स्पिरिचुअल टेक्स्ट में केवल रिक्विटेड लव मिलेगा आपको, अनरिक्विटेड लव, बिछुड़ने वाला विरह का नहीं मिलेगा, या बहुत कम अंश में मिलेगा, क्योंकि वो विरह का गीत भी एक अंश है कि मोहे छोड़ गए सांवरिया, मिलेगा। लेकिन मेन बात है कि जन्म जन्म से शिव भगवान यहाँ पे मैंने धारण किया हुआ है, तो ये रिक्विटेड लव है ऑफ मी विद द यूनिवर्स। आप मनुष्य का जो प्रेम है वो वासना के आधार पे होता है कि आप किसी एक मनुष्य को प्रेम करें और उसको वैलेंटाइन डे पर आप उससे जाके मिलें। ये तो मनुष्य मनुष्य का प्रेम बहुत कम समय तक चलता है और बाद में आप देखोगे अपने ही घरों में, दोस्तों में जो बड़े हैं, वो बिछुड़ने लगता है। वो जो प्रेम है वो वासना के आधार पे ही होता है, और जब वो वासना क्षय हो जाती है उम्र के वजह से, तो समझ नहीं आता है कि इस प्रेम का मैं क्या करूं। लेकिन जो यूनिवर्स यानी भगवान, उसका जो प्रेम होता है वो सदियों से, जन्म जन्म से, वो फिल्म वालों ने भी इसको धारण किया, जो कहा 100 साल पहले मुझसे तुमको प्यार था, 100 साल पहले मुझे तुमसे प्यार था। ख्याल कीजिए, 100 साल पहले क्या आप इस शरीर में थे? नहीं, यानी इस शरीर धारण करने के पहले जो प्यार था, वो मेरा प्यार तुम्हारे से है। तो फिल्म डायरेक्टर भी कोशिश करते हैं कि बहुत ऊंची चीज़ को आज के पॉप म्यूज़िक से जोड़कर वो सबको पेश करें। 100 साल पहले मुझको तुमसे प्यार था, आज भी है और कल भी रहेगा। वो यानी वो जब ये शरीर छूट जाएगा तो भी वो प्यार रहेगा। तो ये शरीर शरीर का प्यार नहीं, ये आध्यात्मिक प्यार की एक झलक है कि जहाँ पे दो नहीं रहते, प्रेम में एक हो जाते हैं। तो इस दृष्टि से, इस समाधि की अवस्था से, इस हास्य रस से, इस प्रेम रस से आप ये 2 दिन बिताएं और सब चीज़ को भूल जाइए। यहाँ पे आप पूरा लिटरेचर को धारण करें, आपको आनंद हो जाएगा, आनंद से आप भर जाएंगे, बहुत आपको मज़ा आएगा। सब लोग हम टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया वाले बहुत खुश हो जाएंगे। अश्विनी जी, बहुत धन्यवाद, आप आए और सुने। बहुत धन्यवाद सबको। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir, for your enriching and inspiring words. I now invite Shri C.K. Sharma, Business Head, DS Group, on stage for the opening address.
Difficult to come after an emotional anchor. The Times Group is very good at it, to create an emotional anchor with the public. I'll also make an effort to bring about this connection of literature with us. Honorable Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Minister of Railways, Communications and Electronics and Information Technology, Shri Sameer Jain, Vice Chairman, Managing Director, Times Group, and Shri Atul Jain, Director, DS Group. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of DS Group, I welcome you to the inaugural of the 7th edition of this great literature festival. DS Group, ladies and gentlemen, is a 94-year-old company with its roots in Delhi. We promote brands in the mouth freshener category that cater to the Indian palate and taste buds. Our hard-boiled candy Pearls has captured the imagination of millions of consumers to become the largest candy in the country. In addition to promoting brands, we also have very strong ethics and values and a sense of social responsibility. We are committed to promote literature and art. Today, we have come together for the 7th time in history, and we have been associated with the Times Literature Festival from its inception. Our 7-year-long association is indeed a reflection of our commitment. I will briefly touch upon our connect with literature. We believe literature provides a narrative that enables us to decode social and economic reality. It develops aspirations, aspiration for love, for success, family, intellectualism, and welfare. We promote this very expression of human creativity. There is tremendous power in the books we read as children. Stories are how we learn about people, places, and events. This year's central theme, One Word, Many Words, signals about a space where many different ideas, thoughts, and opinions come together to create conversations. As famous British writer C.S. Lewis says, and I quote, "Literature adds to reality. It does not simply describe it. It enriches the necessary competencies that daily life requires and provides. And in this respect, it irrigates the deserts that our lives have become," unquote. Our aim is to leverage literature as a tool for promoting culture and social interest. While our government is engaged in the promotion of literature in so many ways, its initiative of National Digital Library is unique, where young writers can find the right resources instantly. It will be our endeavor to join hands with the government to tap into creative possibilities opened up by this shift to digital literary forms such as e-books, digital archives, and electronic literature. In a manner of speaking, our sponsorship of literature is a payback. Being a marketing company, we have always borrowed from literature to write our advertising campaigns. Literature provides meaning to our advertising messages. The sponsoring brand Rajnigandha is all about aspirational success. Its advertising line says, "Kuch kar aisa, duniya banna chahe tere jaisa." It is just befitting that we have with us one of the most aspirational leaders of modern times, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, someone whom young literary minds can look up to as their role model, someone whose journey to the top reflects aspirational success in so many words. Shri Vaishnav brings with him diversified knowledge of management, public administration, and political governance. Having served as a collector in Cuttack and Balasore in the early stages of his career, he went on to make a difference in multiple areas of transportation, locomotives, infrastructure, strategy, automotive components, and communication, and now digital payments by G20 participants. In fact, he has made a difference wherever he has gone. Be it mechanized cleaning of railway stations, plastic and waste disposal management, development of IT applications, real-time monitoring and digitalization of business processes, or indeed successful testing of the 4G, 5G. Your intervention has always been transformational and not a mere change. Your involvement and contribution towards public-private policy is all well known. Those of you who have watched his career will bear with me that he is both a manager and a public administrator. We are fortunate to have you as our aspirational protagonist for the young budding talents participating in this literature festival. I am sure your presence will stimulate interest for constructive dialogues. Thank you for coming, and thank you for celebrating this special day with us. Thank you.
सैटरडे की सुबह मन करता है कि 11 बजे तक सोएं और आप बैठे हो यहाँ पे। कुछ तो स्पेशल है आप सब में। क्या सोच के आए थे, क्या इंटरेस्ट से आए थे, एक आध बताओ। हाँ, देखे 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 देखे
एक्सपेक्टेशन था कि मैं सोएंगे और उसके बाद पढ़ने के लिए बैठ जाएंगे रेगुलर जैसे बैठते हैं।
क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन से आए थे आज?
सर कुछ सीखने के लिए मिलेगा, मतलब एक्सपीरियंस मिलेगा नया और एक्सप्लोर करेंगे।
आप क्या सोच के आए थे?
यही कि कुछ नया जानने के लिए मिलेगा यहाँ पे और कुछ स्पेशल है। अग्रवाल कॉलेज।
आप में से कितने लोग 20 साल से कम उम्र के हैं? देखें, बाप रे बाप, करीब करीब सारे। करीब करीब सारे ही कम से कम 80-90% तो 20 ईयर्स से कम है। आप लोग आज हिंदुस्तान की एस्पिरेशनल जनरेशन हो। आप लोग को दुनिया की एक से एक अच्छी चीज़ के बारे में पता है। आपको जितना एक्सपोजर है, ऊपर बैठे बच्चे हैं, बच्चे तो नहीं हो, नौजवान हो, आप लोगों को दुनिया में जो कुछ भी हो रहा है, आपको जितना एक्सपोजर है, ऊपर बैठे बच्चे हैं, बच्चे तो नहीं हो, नौजवान हो, आप लोगों को दुनिया में जो कुछ भी हो रहा है, दुनिया में जो कुछ भी हो रहा है, आपको जितना एक्सपोजर है, ऊपर बैठे बच्चे हैं, बच्चे तो नहीं हो, नौजवान हो, करीब करीब सब कुछ पता है। फेवरेट क्या है, यूट्यूब है या इंस्टा है? इंस्टा। चलो मैं पोल करता हूं, यूट्यूब, काफी है, इंस्टा, सारे ही सारे ही। इंस्टा पे रील्स ज्यादा अच्छा लगता है या देखें, वो तो चुपचाप है वो गैलरी। आवाज, आहा, आवाज में क्या, माइक थोड़ा ना चाहिए होता है इस उम्र में। चलो आप बताओ, एस्पिरेशन जनरेशन को क्या चाहिए? वर्ल्ड की बेस्ट चीजें, जैसा दुनिया, जैसा यूरोप में होता है, जैसा जापान में होता है, जैसा अमेरिका में होता है, वैसा ही सब कुछ चाहिए। कितने लोगों ने यूट्यूब पे या इंस्टा पे एक ट्रेन का वीडियो देखा होगा जिसमें ट्रेन 180 kmph की स्पीड पे चल रही है और पानी की ग्लास, दिखाता हूं मैं आपको, जिसने नहीं देखा उसको मैं दिखाता हूं। ये वाला वीडियो कितने लोगों ने देखा है? देखा है? कितने लोगों ने नहीं देखा है? कितने लोगों ने देखा है? चलो हाथ ऊपर करो जितने लोगों ने देखा है। दो, कोई दो हाथ भी ऊपर कर लेना जो इंस्टा और यूट्यूब दोनों पे देखा हो। देखा है ना? तो चलो मैं आपको सब, मुझे तो लिटरेचर का एल भी नहीं आता है, मैं तो साइंस और फाइनेंस का स्टूडेंट रहा हमेशा, तो टेक्नोलॉजी और फाइनेंस में इंटरेस्ट आता है। जो बुक्स तो बहुत खरीदता हूँ, खूब खरीदता हूँ। मेरी बेटी हमेशा कहती है पापा, जब भी मैं उसको साथ लेके जाता हूँ, जब भी बुक शॉप पे जाता हूँ, तो वो हमेशा कहती है पापा एक बुक बताओ इसमें से जो आपके पास नहीं है, फिर भी आप खरीदोगे। अच्छा, बुक्स भी खरीदेंगे, फिर उसको किंडल पे भी लेके आएंगे। क्या पापा आप भी आप भी अपने पापा को ऐसे ही, पापा लोग थोड़े से ऐसे ही होते हैं ना, बच्चे तो यही सोचते हैं कि पापा लोग हमेशा ऐसे ही होते हैं। चलो मैं आपको वंदे भारत की स्टोरी सुनाता हूं, सुनना चाहोगे? वर्ल्ड की सबसे जो कॉम्प्लेक्स मशीन्स होती हैं, उन मशीन्स में से एक मशीन है ट्रेन। क्यों मशीन इतनी कॉम्प्लेक्स है वो? कोई साइंस वाला स्टूडेंट है यहाँ पे, या इंजीनियरिंग का साइंस वाला? हाँ, क्यों कॉम्प्लेक्स है? क्योंकि आप सोचो, एक पावर प्लांट को, पावर जनरेशन के जो प्लांट होता है, बैठो, बहुत बड़ा जो पावर जनरेशन प्लांट होता है, उसको आपको 180 किलोमीटर्स की स्पीड पे दौड़ाना है। अरे भाई, पावर जनरेट करने वाला प्लांट ही अपने आप में इतना कॉम्प्लेक्स होता है। अच्छा, जनरेटर तो देखा होगा ना, आपने अपनी कॉलोनी में देखा होगा। जो नॉन साइंस वाले उनको मैं पूछना चाहूँ तो, कितना वो आवाज करता है बड़ी सी, और बड़ा सा होता है उसमें खूब, राइट? सोसाइटी के पास देखा होगा ना जनरेटर। तो अब सोचो, उस जनरेटर से 4, 5, 6, 7 गुना कॉम्प्लेक्स कोई चीज है, उसको चलाना है 180 kmph की स्पीड पे। 180 kmph। वही कितने लोगों ने कितने लोग बाइक चला के आए यहाँ पे? हाँ, मेट्रो अच्छी है। मेट्रो कितनी स्पीड पे दौड़ती है? 80, 70। कार को अगर आप 100 की स्पीड पे चलाओ, कितना उसमें कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी आ जाती है। कभी कभी कार चलाते हैं 100 से ज़्यादा चलाते हैं हाईवे पे जाने के टाइम में। या फिर फार्मूला 1 रेसिंग तो देखी होगी वीडियो पे, क्या स्पीड आती है मजा आता है ना। अब इसको 180 kmph की स्पीड पे चलाना, इट्स रियली कॉम्प्लेक्स, आई मस्ट टेल यू। हाउ डू वी मैनेज द इंटरेक्शन बिटवीन द व्हील एंड द रेल? कैसे उसको कैबिन को मेंटेन करना है, कैसे एरोडायनामिक्स को मेंटेन करना है, किस तरह से एक एक चीज़ की ध्यान रखना पड़ता है। ब्रेक लगाना हो अचानक, अगर 180 की स्पीड पे अचानक ब्रेक लगाना हो तो वो कैसे लगेगा, उसको स्पीड को पहले से स्लो करना हो कैसे होगा। इट्स रियली कॉम्प्लेक्स। तो जब मोदी जी ने 2017 में रेलवे की पूरी टीम को टारगेट दिया कि वर्ल्ड क्लास ट्रेन बनानी है, सबसे पहले हमारे लोगों ने क्या किया, सोचो, एयरलाइन का टिकट खरीदा, एरोप्लेन का टिकट खरीदा। चलो भैया जर्मनी चलो, चलो जापान जाओ, चलो फ्रांस जाओ, उठा के लेके आ जाते हैं ना। वर्ल्ड क्लास ट्रेन लानी है, मोदी जी ने कहा वर्ल्ड क्लास ट्रेन लानी है, ये थोड़ा ना कहा कि कुछ और करना है। वर्ल्ड क्लास ट्रेन तो कहाँ मिलती है, वर्ल्ड क्लास ट्रेन माने यूरोप चलो, जापान जाओ, जाओ फ्रांस। गए ऑफिसर्स हमारे, हम लोग सब जाते हैं, कोई बड़े बड़े ब्रोशर्स उठा के लाए, उस कंपनी से मिले, इस कंपनी से मिले, सबसे मिले, मिल मिला के इतना इकट्ठा बड़ा प्रेजेंटेशन लेके आ गए। मोदी जी के सामने लेके आए प्रेजेंटेशन सारा, सब इस ट्रेन में ये फीचर्स है, इस ट्रेन में ये फीचर्स है, ये ऐसी अच्छी है, ये 20 साल से चल रही है, ये वो हो रहा है, ये हो रहा है, वो हो रहा है। जम के अच्छे अच्छे प्रेजेंटेशंस किए। मैं ये स्टोरी इसलिए सुना रहा हूं आपको, ये रियल है, रील्स नहीं है, रियल है, कि आपकी जनरेशन के लिए कैसी फाउंडेशन तैयार हो रही है, आपकी जनरेशन के लिए कैसा एक देश तैयार हो रहा है, वो आपको जानना जरूरी है। जब वो सारे प्रेजेंटेशंस हुए वर्ल्ड क्लास ट्रेन्स के मोदी जी के सामने, सोचो मोदी जी ने क्या कहा होगा। बहुत अच्छा है ऐसा कहा होगा, चलो लेके आओ ऐसा कहा होगा। पहले तो कहा था कि वर्ल्ड क्लास ट्रेन लेके आओ, तो लेके आ गए भी हम ये वर्ल्ड क्लास ट्रेन। क्या कहा होगा, सोचो, गेस करो। मोदी जी ने कहा अच्छे अच्छे प्रेजेंटेशन लेके आए हो भैया, लेकिन ये नहीं चलेगा। एकदम थम्स डाउन हो गया, कुछ नहीं चलेगा ये। तो फिर क्या करें भाई, ये नहीं चलेगा तो क्या चलेगा, कैसे करें। मोदी जी ने कहा मेरे हिंदुस्तान के इंजीनियर्स, मेरे हिंदुस्तान के टेक्नीशियंस, मेरे हिंदुस्तान के वेल्डर्स, मेरे हिंदुस्तान के इलेक्ट्रीशियंस वो डिजाइन करेंगे, और जो ट्रेन डिजाइन होगी वो वर्ल्ड क्लास ट्रेन होगी, दुनिया को जीतेगी। एक जज्बा ही अलग है। साथियों, आप सब मेरे नौजवान साथियों, मेरे इस देश के भविष्य हो। देश को जो बिल्ड करने का जज्बा होता है, सोसाइटी को आगे ले जाने का जो जज्बा होता है, कंट्री को एक स्ट्रॉन्ग फाउंडेशन देने का जो माइंडसेट होता है, वो माइंडसेट अलग होता है। उस माइंडसेट में रिस्क लेने की क्षमता होती है, उस माइंडसेट में बड़ी से बड़ी चीज को, बड़े से बड़े चैलेंज को लेने का एक अंदर जज्बा होता है। उस माइंडसेट में ये होता है बड़ी से बड़ी डिफिकल्टी आएंगी, उसको हम फेस करेंगे, कितनी भी डिफिकल्टी आए हिम्मत नहीं हारेंगे, और जो अपना गोल है उस गोल को अचीव करके ही रहेंगे। ये माइंडसेट होता है देश को बिल्ड करने का। 2017 में स्टार्ट हुआ वंदे भारत पे काम। बहुत चैलेंजेस आए, आसान नहीं था। इतनी कॉम्प्लेक्स मशीन को डिजाइन करना, बिल्ड करना, टेस्ट करना आसान नहीं था। लेकिन 2019 की जनवरी में पहली वंदे भारत निकली, और उसके बाद में दुनिया भर के ट्रेन मैन्युफैक्चरर्स ने इतने हिल गए कि उनकी कोशिश रही कि उसके बाद में फिर से कभी ट्रेन ही ना बने। लेकिन आपकी जब फाउंडेशन तैयार करनी है, आप लोगों के लिए देश को अगर तैयार करना है, हिम्मत हारने वाले लोग नहीं है, जज्बे वाले लोग हैं। कितनी भी डिफिकल्टी लेके आए ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, मोदी जी ने कहा नहीं, अब चालू करो। पहले टेस्ट किया उसको 1.5 साल, ह्यूमन एंगल है, इतने लोग, लाखों लोग ट्रैवल करते हैं, तो उसकी टेस्टिंग बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से होनी पड़ती है। टेस्टिंग हुई, जो चेंजेस करने थे चेंज किए। आप सोचो, जो पहले 2 ट्रेन बनी, उन ट्रेन्स ने बिना रिप्लेसमेंट के, कोई मशीन होती है खराब होती है तो उसको रिप्लेस करना पड़ता है, मेंटेनेंस के लिए रिप्लेस करना पड़ता है, लेकिन बिना रिप्लेसमेंट के करीब करीब दुनिया के 18 चक्कर लगे, पूरी दुनिया के, पूरी जो अर्थ है, साइंस वाले 2 पाई आर पेरीमीटर कम है, कोई नहीं, साइंस अच्छी जगह, साइंस बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है, साइंस को कभी इग्नोर नहीं करना। लिटरेचर भी बहुत अच्छा है, साइंस से भी ज़्यादा अच्छी है। तो 2 पाई आर, राइट, अर्थ के चारों तरफ घूमो, उसके 18 चक्कर के आसपास लगाया, और उसके बाद में टेस्ट कंप्लीट हुए सारे, अच्छी चली, अब उसको सीरियल मैन्युफैक्चर करो। लेकिन बहुत अच्छी बन गई साहब ट्रेन, ऐसा करके सबके सब लोग गए, बहुत अच्छी बन गई, अब तो इसी को प्रोड्यूस करते हैं। आप में से, आपके अभी सीजीपीए होता है या क्या होता है, परसेंटेज होता है? सीजीपीए होता है ना, कितने में से होता है अभी? 10 में से ना। तो जब 7 आता है तो पेरेंट्स क्या बोलते हैं? बहुत अच्छा बोलते हैं। क्या बोलते हैं? और अच्छे लाओ। 7 कम है, 8 लाओ। 8 आता है तो क्या बोलते हैं? 9 लाओ। 9 आता तो भी 10 लाओ। 10 भी ले आओ तो भी। हमारे बॉस भी ऐसे ही हैं, हमारे बॉस भी ऐसे ही हैं। मोदी जी, कुछ भी काम करो, इतना किया साहब, अच्छा है, इतना करो, अच्छा है, इतना करो। कभी कभी हम रूफ की तरफ देखने लग जाते हैं। पीएम साहब ने कहा, अच्छी है ट्रेन, इसको और अच्छा करो, और अच्छा करो। लेकिन तब तक एक कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया था टीम में। पीएम साहब ने जो कमिटमेंट दिखाया, मोदी जी ने जो कमिटमेंट दिखाया कि हाँ, अपने इंजीनियर्स डिजाइन कर सकते हैं, तो टीम में भी एक कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया था। तो अब क्या चैलेंज लिया कि जो यूरोप में डिजाइन के पैरामीटर्स होते हैं, एक वर्ड होता है टॉलरेंस, राइट, मार्जिन ऑफ एरर। यूरोप में अगर 3 मिलीमीटर होता है तो इस ट्रेन में हमें मार्जिन लेना चाहिए 1 मिलीमीटर से भी कम। बहुत मुश्किल है, ये क्या बात हुई? उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या पड़ेगा? उसका इम्पैक्ट ये पड़ेगा जो आपने इस वीडियो में अभी देखा। ट्रेन में बिल्कुल भी वाइब्रेशंस नहीं, बिल्कुल हिलना डुलना नहीं, बिल्कुल झटके नहीं, एकदम आराम से बैठ सकते हो। पानी की ग्लास को अगर खड़ा रखो, वहां रखो, तो पानी की ग्लास हिलती तक नहीं है। और नॉइज लेवल, एरोप्लेन में बैठे हो, कितने लोग बैठे हैं? कम है। अब आगे वाली जनरेशन तो बहुत बैठने वाली है। तो एरोप्लेन में जो नॉइज लेवल होता है ना, उस नॉइज का भी 100th टाइम नॉइज लेवल ट्रेन के अंदर। मतलब क्लास, मैथ की क्लास में जैसी साइलेंस होती है ना, केवल टीचर बोलता है, बाकी सब दिमाग बंद करके स्विच ऑफ करके बैठ जाते हैं। मैथ की क्लास की साइलेंस होती है, वैसी साइलेंस इस ट्रेन के अंदर। इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन आ रहा है, इतना बड़ा चेंज आ रहा है। सोसाइटी को, देश को, आपकी जनरेशन के लिए एक ऐसी फाउंडेशन क्रिएट की जा रही है जिससे कि आप लोग जब अपने करियर्स में, अपनी लाइफ में आगे बढ़ो, आपको एक डेवलप्ड कंट्री का फाउंडेशन मिले, एक डेवलप्ड कंट्री में रहने का मौका मिले और इस कंट्री को और भी डेवलप्ड बनाने का जज्बा आप लोगों में आए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट।
May I now request Honorable Chief Minister Shri Atul Jain and Shri Sameer Jain to please go to the logo for a photo op. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and for your lovely speech. Thank you. Thank you. We now announce the festival open. As we come to the end of this wonderful inaugural ceremony, I would like to remind everyone about the exciting lineup of events and sessions that we have in store for you over the next 2 days. Times Litfest would like to thank our presenting sponsor, Rajnigandha, our associate sponsor, Catch, Flag Foundation of India, Delhi Airport, and Times OOH, our official bookstore, Full Circle, and our writing instrument partner, Parker. I urge you to come, to listen, to engage, and to be a part of this amazing literary journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kalpana, for doing us the honors. Can we increase the volume of the mic, please? Console area. Console, can you increase the volume and the bass of the mic, please? All right, everybody in the auditorium, increase the bass, please, the bass. We are now going to commence with our sessions in this hall. For those of you जो अभी आए हैं उन सभी को मैं बताना चाहूँगी कि this is auditorium number 1, named as Rajnigandha. We will be having 8 total sessions in this hall. Simultaneously, there will be other sessions going on in the other halls. There are in total 4 halls that we have for the Literature Fest. And may I request everybody to kindly remain seated as we are now going to commence with our sessions of the day. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shelly Rakheja, and I welcome you all to the Times Literature Festival 2023. The Times Literature Festival Delhi has been firmly established as one of the most awaited literature festivals in the literary world, and the proof of it is all the students sitting out here patiently since morning, eagerly waiting to listen to what's going to unfold in the during course of the day. We are all gathered here to celebrate the 7th edition of the festival with the theme, One World, Many Words. The stage is set for this year's stimulating exchange of ideas, views on literature books, and over the course of 2 days, we will all meet and hear some of the best authors, poets, theater artists, lyricists, scriptwriters, and filmmakers from across the country and the world. They will be speaking their mind freely and inspire us, all of us who are sitting here listening to the views and ideas. Before we move ahead with the day's proceedings, we would like to thank our sponsors without whose support this festival wouldn't have been such a huge success. We would like to thank our sponsors. The Times Litfest Delhi is presented by Rajnigandha. Our associate partners, Catch, Flag Foundation of India, Delhi Airport and Times U, writing instrument partner Parker Pence, our official bookstore partner Full Circle. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are commencing with our very first session on the topic, Why Fear a Dharmic Nation? Unlike many other great civilizations of the past, the Hindu civilization has not become a historical relic, an antiquary of the past, but our Hindu civilization has survived as an unbroken continuum to the present. We will now dive deep straight into the minds of our authors and understand their thoughts on today's topic, Why Fear a Dharmic Nation? Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor now to please welcome on stage Mr. R. Jagannathan, Mr. Ashwin Sanghi, Mr. Pavan K. Verma, Mr. Sudhindra Kulkarni, who will be in conversation with Rahul Shiv Shankar. Please give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. R. Jagannathan carries with himself more than 47 years of experience in business and journalism. He has been part of many launch teams, including Business Today, DNA, and Firstboard.com, and helped revamp many businesses' publications as an editor. We also have Mr. Ashwin Sanghi, who is counted among India's highest-selling English fiction authors. We have with us Mr. Pavan K. Verma, a writer, diplomat, and now in politics, where he was till recently an MP in the Rajya Sabha and earlier advisor to the Chief Minister of Bihar. We also have Mr. Sudhindra Kulkarni, an independent socio-political activist and a well-known author, columnist, and TV commentator in India. They all are in conversation with Rahul Shiv Shankar, who began his journalism career over 2 decades ago, from a beat reporter in the Times of India to taking the leadership mantle at Times Now. His career has spanned both print and electronic media. Ladies and gentlemen, we now are ready to start with our first session, Why Fear a Dharmic Nation? While we are waiting for our authors, Mr. Pavan K. Verma and Mr. Sudhindra Kulkarni, ladies and gentlemen, students, can we please give them a huge round of applause as we are now ready to start with our very first session, Why Fear a Dharmic Nation?
Hello, sir. How are you? Good to see you. A very good morning to everyone. Be nice if everyone took seats as we wait to begin this discussion. I think there's a little bit of movement in the hall, so let everyone, and those people who are sitting in the back can come up front if they want. That's right. A very good morning to everyone. We're obviously meeting after a break of 2 years, and it's lovely to be back amongst people once again. 2 years of COVID,
put us into Zoom space, and that wasn't fun, in little boxes. But now at least we can see each other and we can look into each other's eyes and through that into each other's souls. And today we're going to have an interesting discussion on a subject that many of you are beginning to contemplate, perhaps because it is so much in the ether, because it is so much the talking point. What are we talking about? We are talking about a book that encapsulates this particular conversation point. It's called The Dharmic Nation, Freeing Bharat, Remaking India. It's been written by Mr. R. Jagannathan, who's sitting to the right of me. It's published by Rupa, and you can purchase this at any leading bookstore. And I would highly recommend that you do, because it has come highly recommended from just about every critic who has set their eyes and read through this. We obviously are discussing ideas in a literature festival, and Mr. Jagannathan, who's been an opinion maker and a journalist, has already grappled with one other big issue, which was jobs. And now, of course, in this particular book, he attempts to grapple with another fundamental idea. What is our nationhood? How should we describe ourselves? Where does secularism fit in with our concept of a dharmic civilization? Is dharma to be confused with religion? Many people in the West and those who call themselves Indologists have often conflated the two terms. His book not only tells us that this is not quite the meaning that is intended as it is studied in the West, but also it breaks down certain preconceived notions of what is Hindutva and a Hindu Rashtra. But first things first, let's talk to Mr. Jagannathan and our esteemed panel that has already been introduced to all of you, and I don't see a better collection of minds to discuss this issue. Mr. Jagannathan, a dharmic nation, according to you, is not a theocratic state. It's not a religious state. Can you explain why? Because everyone conflates dharma with religion.
Absolutely. Can everybody hear me?
Can everyone hear Mr. Jagannathan?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Before I start, let me also say, part of the inspiration for the book came from Pavan Verma's book, The Great Hindu Civilization, which I read and interviewed him about. A lot of my thoughts also congealed after I read that, and many other authors. The point of dharma, broadly, which means that which upholds or which supports, is not really about religion. It's about sustaining a larger cosmic balance at the largest level, and at the smallest level, it means sustaining divergence and diversity without us having to slaughter one another. Now, this idea that if I am right, you have to be wrong, is entirely a non-dharmic concept. In dharma, the opposite of black is not white. It is often not black. I mean, so there are a variety of responses in dharma. And one of the conference themes, one word, many words. It's actually a different way of saying ekam sat vipra bahudha vadanti. A same thought might come in different ways. So dharma is about accepting diversity as the norm and making sure that everybody lives according to his or her own ideals, but in a live and let live fashion. So dharma is what defines our nation. Before that, I'll say two other points. The reason why I even thought that we need to define our nationhood is because we are not a republic created in 1947, nor are we a product of just the constitution thought up by the best minds we had in the late 40s. It is actually the reason why we are still a democracy and all the remaining places in South Asia are not really democracies, is because the thought that we must live with diversity preceded the birth of modern India in 1947. So that is what we need to celebrate. And for us, we need to define, are we defined by a constitution where we borrowed ideas, no doubt the best ideas from the world, from Irish constitution, American constitution, French constitution, German constitution. So then I asked myself, really, what is Indian about this constitution? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the constitution. It's a wonderful constitution. does it come from the soul that is India, which I don't know whether it does encapsulate. If it does, you don't need 145,000 words to write a constitution for India, because a simpler thing, dharma as a way of life, as a way of accommodating differences, is certain to keep us together, because everybody has to uphold dharma, no matter what religion you belong to, what caste or creed you belong to, because dharmo rakshati rakshita. So dharma protects those who protect dharma, and this involves all those people. You don't have to be in one religion to protect dharma, you have to protect the larger balance. So that's why I thought, just like 30 years ago, Samuel Huntington tried to define what was Western civilization, and he asked the question, who are we? We are a product of the Judeo-Hellenistic Christian civilization. Who are we when we ask ourselves? We are a product of this dharmic civilization. We are a civilizational state, not a nation state. And you can see nation states crumbling all over. You can see Westphalian nation states in Europe fighting one another. After 2 world wars, they have started a 3rd world war, and nearly a 3rd world war among 2 Christian nations. So nation state does not define what is modernity. So you have got the idea of the civilization, that's more important. That it happens, most of the civilization is in South Asia, is what makes us one. But unfortunately, in 1947, it became 2 different civilizations. One civilization trying to project itself more as the West Asian one. What is left is what is the dharmic civilization. But we need to include them at some point. I don't know how. But I think primarily, if all religions accept the idea that we have to live together, we have to accept differences, and we have to uphold dharma, which is not religion, but a larger balance between differing ideologies. That is what we need to define ourselves. Some other questions I can answer later. I just thought it will come to it. Thank you.
Mr. Verma, of course, you've written an epic just a few years ago, during the height of the lockdown, where you have spoken about how many people grate against the idea of conflating Hindu dharma, and they chafe at it, suggesting that it has a religious connotation, and therefore it shouldn't apply to our sense of nationhood. First of all, who are these people? Why did they do this? And why do you think it is compatible actually with our sense of nationhood?
Thank you, Rahul, and let me first congratulate Mr. Jagannath for his book, because it opens up the possibility of debate. We are a dialogic civilization. The Upanishads were a dialogue. The Gita is a dialogue. The Brahma Sutra also always admits the opponent's point of view. So we are a dialogic civilization, and it's time to discuss this. My book, The Great Hindu Civilization, deals with dharma. But it was written primarily because I believe there were some people who, in order to legitimately recognize the verifiable achievements of ancient India, automatically conflated it with glorification of Hinduism, and therefore something which is against secularism. And I don't agree with that point of view. I think history must be told truthfully. I believe some of the peaks of refinement of a great civilization, because we are a young nation, but an ancient civilization which goes back to the dawn of time, need to be recognized. And it is in my endeavor to give them the importance and the attention and study they deserve, without diluting my non-negotiable faith in the respect of all religions. So I am talking about Hindu civilization. Now, as far as the subject today, and you asked me, you see, if we conflate or equal dharma only with religion, then we are devaluing the remarkably sophisticated concept of dharma in Hinduism. Dharma is not religion. Dharma can be religion, but in the Hindu mind as it involved, dharma is, as Jagannathanji said, it comes from the root word dhr, which means to support, to uphold, to sustain. And its meaning variably is code of conduct, duty, virtue, goodness, right action, piety, law, custom, compassion. That's broadly the notion of it. Now, the word dharma is a very ancient one. It goes back to the Rig Veda. It's there in the Dharma Shastras, which were again written BCE. It is there in the Dharma Sutras and quite importantly in the Manusmriti. Now in the Manusmriti there is a definition. I think one of the most exact definitions of Dharma, where it says, and I can quote the Sanskrit if you want to me.
Please.
But it's very simple. Dhriti, Kshama, Damosteyam, Shocha, Indriya Anigraha, Dheer Vidya, Satyakam Krodho, Dashakam, Dharma Lakshman. These are the 10 Lakshanas of Dharma. Now, they translate into, and this is important, steadiness, forgiveness, self-control, abstention from unrighteous appropriation, purity, control of sense organs, discrimination, knowledge, truthfulness, absence of anger. The other three things, and this is, by the way, Rahul, because, we treat Dharma with a very sophisticated notion. In India, there are no 10 commandments. There are no 10 commandments. Dharma has a contextual concept and there is no absolute good and absolute wrong. But apart from this definition, which lays out the normative framework of what is good conduct, you also have the 3 Ds, which are now considered to be the pillars of Dharma. One is dana, charity. The other is daya, compassion or empathy. And the third is dhamma, restraining one's passion. So these are the broad definitions of dharma, and I will add, just because it's an introductory statement. In the Mahabharata, dharma is repeatedly emphasized as ahimsa paramo dharma. Non-violence is the supreme dharma. So you have the last point I want to make as an introductory thing is that in India, we need to be a dharmic nation. But as rightly said, dharmic nation is not a one religion nation. A dharmic nation is one that places due value on the possibility of what is right as against wrong, but what is right and wrong has to be defined by the individual in a given context. The contextualization of dharma is the remarkable contribution of India to the notion of ethics. And I'll illustrate it by one example. Suppose, for instance, a man is dying of hunger, and there is a branch from a rich man's orchard with an apple which is within his reach, but inside the rich man's compound, and he breaks it and eats it. Is he committing theft? Or is it a legitimate act of survival? Now, for instance, some of the Abrahamic faiths, there is an absolute judgment on what is called non-stealing. Hinduism will deal with it contextually. And that is important because the important thing to understand is that because we are an ancient civilization, we have hesitated to define dharma in absolute terms, but indicated an ethical framework in which to pursue it. In fact, I'll just end by this. In the Yaksha Prashna of the Mahabharata, the Yaksha asks Yudhishthira, what is dharma? And Yudhishthira, this is the most brilliant, one of the most brilliant parts of the Mahabharata, Ashwin has done much more work than me on it. But Yudhishthira says, you cannot neither reason nor sacred text nor an authoritative sage has absolutely defined dharma. The meaning of dharma is hidden in a cave. And when Draupadi confronts him, that how could you allow the adharma of one woman married to 5 men? Yudhishthir, who is the eldest, says, Draupadi, dharma is sukshma, subtle. This pleases me, so it must be right. In other words, this is a very sophisticated concept in Hinduism. We are a dharmic civilization, but we are not a unidimensional religious state.
Mr. Sanghi, let me continue this conversation forward, and I'll come to you also, Sudhindraji. Mr. Sanghi, the fundamental question that I want to pose now, after hearing the 2 introductory statements, is simple. If our civilization is supported or undergirded by dharma, if our Hindu civilization is undergirded by dharma, which is actually a large rubric, a framework of normative assumptions and practices which make us ethical, then obviously Hindu ethos is integral to preserving our sense of secularism.
Of course.
Can you explain why?
So I'm so glad that you asked me that question, Rahul, because
because fundamentally,
yes,
when you associate
absolutely.
the Hindu ethos with secularism, people say, but how can you do that?
How can you do that? But this is the point, that when you talk of the ethos, it is a no formula formula. And that's so wonderful about the moment you get into Sanatan Dharma. I mean, today, for example, as against, let's say, an Abrahamic view, which is there is one true God, and if you don't worship that true God, then in that case you are damned to hellfires. Here you can have 33 kotis of deities. You can have the Buddha being worshipped as the 9th avatar of Vishnu. You could have Christ being accommodated on the facade of a Hindu temple. Or for example, you could have a figure of Nanak, or a figure of Sai Baba, or a figure of Christ or Mahavir in your puja, and you will instinctively bow down your head because you know that all faiths are path to that same divine. You could see the path to enlightenment as yantra, tantra, or mantra, and all of them are equally acceptable. You could be astic, nastic, tantric, spiritualistic, ritualistic, or simply fantastic. And all of those are acceptable views. You can be Shaivite or Vaishnavite. You could worship Shakti or Bhakti. You could consider the path to be Artha, Kama, Dharma, Moksha. You can worship a stone, a statue, a cow, a monkey. You could worship a river, a mountain, the sun, the moon, and all of them are legitimate forms of worship. You may call a stone a shivling, and I will call that shivling a stone. Both of us are welcome. We are both accepted into the norm. We could be vegetarians, we could be omnivores. You could pray in your home or in your temple, or you could pray in a cremation ground, or you could pray on the banks of a river. All of those are legitimate. We have 300 versions of a Ramayana, but my version does not delegitimize your version of the Ramayana. So in that sense, the Upanishadic ideal of Vasudeva Kutumbakam is perfectly illustrated in what we have going in our country. And that is where I think to a certain extent, we do need to preserve this, and we need to understand where it came from. That I seem to agree with both Mr. Verma as well as Mr. Jaggi, that honestly speaking, did we come into existence in 1947? Did all of this happen in 1947 as a result of constitution? In fact, as far as I know, please correct me if I'm wrong, the original constitution did not have the word secular in it. So were in some ways Ambedkar and Nehru mistaken in terms of omitting that particular word? It was introduced in the 1970s during the emergency years. To my mind, it was actually an implicit and tacit acknowledgement of the fact that we are a dharmic nation and we have a dharmic ethos. And therefore, in that sense, the majority will be fair with the minority. That's the way at least I look at it.
That's a very important point, Sudhindra ji. And now, you have worked with former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. And in 1988, during Savarkar's birth anniversary, Vajpayee ji said, and I quote him, "At a fundamental level, India is a Hindu nation. For me, Hindu nation and Indian nation are synonyms." Vajpayee ji also said, and I quote, "Savarkar envisioned a state that does not distinguish between citizens based on religion and worship. He spoke of a state that treats all equally, but Savarkar said the nation will be a Hindu nation. There is a difference between nation, Rashtra, and state, Rajya, and this difference must be explicit," unquote. Now, so if there is a clear distinction between the Hindu nation and a Hindu state, Rashtra and Rajya, why resist a Hindu Rashtra? Why, when the RSS talks about it, when Mohan Bhagwat defines it in a civilizational term, does it still elicit a degree of derision?
Let me begin. You have to press the button, sir. Yes. You can use it. There's a button just under the box.
Let me begin by congratulating Jagannath ji for writing this book, which, as Pawan ji has said, contributes to a very important debate. Not having read the book, I can't comment on the book, but you made a very important point by saying that dharma does not mean that I am right and you are wrong. There are many sides to a truth. And our rishis also have acknowledged it. Ekam sat, vipraha bahudha vadanti. You are also right in saying that India did not come into existence in 1947. It's a civilizational nation, although 1947 is a very important stage in the evolution of the nation which should not be belittled. The evolution of our civilization has happened by accepting and integrating many influences, both within and also without. And therefore, to say that this civilization, or to, I don't know whether you said it because I have not read it, but to think or to say that this is India's civilization is a Hindu civilization is wrong. Because in course of time, our civilization has internalized influences that came from outside. And right from the days of our rishis, the Rig Veda says, "Let noble thoughts come to us from all sides." We have never closed our doors and windows. So Islam came, Christianity came, Zoroastrianism came, and they're all part of India. And therefore, Indian civilization should not be equated with Hindu civilization in the narrow sense of the term Hindu. Hindu Rashtra, you asked a question. Again, it comes to the same logic. If by Hindu Rashtra we mean Hindu, if you mean Hindu as a religion, as a panth, then Hindu Rashtra must be opposed. It is against our civilization and it's against our constitution. Hindu, the word Hindu itself, it connoted at a certain point in time a place on earth where a certain civilization arose and evolved, and which welcomed spiritual traditions, cultural traditions from all over the world. So if Hindu Rashtra, we don't, in Hinduism is different from Hindu culture, Hindu tradition. We are making a big mistake by conflating Hindu religion, that is Hindu Panth, which itself is a agglomeration of many panths, with religion, and then religion associating it with nation. Let's not make the mistake that Pakistan made. Pakistan called itself an Islamic nation, and see what has happened to Pakistan. Violence in the name of Islam that is perpetrated on Muslims themselves. Intercaste, intersect violence. You mean to say that if India declares itself Hindu Rashtra in the sense of Hinduism as a religion, we are going to see a similar civil war in India? The number of non-Hindus in the religious sense is not insignificant. Neither Muslims are insignificant in number, nor Christians are insignificant in number. Forget Muslims and Christians. Sikhs don't accept. In fact, they don't accept that we are part of Hinduism. And now if India calls itself a Hindu Rashtra, can you even imagine the kind of problems we are going to face? So why this insistence that India should be called a Hindu Rashtra or declared a Hindu Rashtra? What is there in the constitution which is coming in the way of realizing the ideals of our constitution? There is nothing that really obstructs any government, whether it's a BJP government or a Congress government or a socialist government, that obstructs that government from realizing the basic concepts, the basic ideals of justice, equality, fraternity, and national unity. And therefore, with all, the RSS is doing a lot of good work. But the one very wrong thing the RSS is doing is insisting that India is a Hindu Rashtra. Now, coming to the dharmic nation, dharmic Rajya, Dharma Rajya, if Dharma is understood not as a denominational religion, not as an identity-based term, but as a set of principles, ethical, normative guidelines, then Dharma has always nourished our civilization. Let me, Rahulji, there's a concept of Dharma Rajya in our civilization long before India became a democracy. It did not mean that there was only despotism, there was only tyranny for thousands of years. Even when India was ruled by kings, there was a certain dharmic concept of how the state should be. And in this, there was a practice, at least all the enlightened kings used to have a practice. At the time of Rajyabhishek, there's coronation. The king would declare, I am supreme, the king is supreme, the king is supreme, the king is supreme. But the Raj Purohit would hit his head with a staff and say, no, the king is not supreme. Dharma is supreme, Dharma is supreme, Dharma is supreme. Which means Dharma as a guide to righteous action, ethical action. And that, of course, was again split into Dharma for the king, Raj Dharma, what Vajpayee ji told Narendra Modi, Nyaya Dharma, which applies to judiciary, and they should really introspect whether they are really doing Nyaya Dharma. Udyog Dharma, our billionaire industrialists should introspect
They may be contributing huge amounts of money to the BJP, but are they really practicing Udyog Dharma? And the media, the Patrakar Dharma, your Dharma, is it to question these, both the kings and the billionaire industrialists? That is your Dharma. If all of them practice their Dharma, then we have a dharmic nation. So dharmic nation in this sense is not contradictory to secular nation. Our secularism is not anti-religion, it's not anti-dharma. So, Rahulji, the biggest, we are having this conversation, it's not an academic conversation. We are having this conversation at a time when minorities in India are feeling insecure in an unprecedented way. In this very city, the national capital, thousands of people are taking morchas and openly calling for violence against Muslims. Is the judiciary following its dharma? Are the police following their dharma? Is the Home Ministry following the dharma? Is the Prime Minister following the dharma? That is a question that we all should be discussing today.
Okay, well, that's a more political question.
No, but that's very relevant.
It may be. Maybe in another platform. I completely agree to you. But let's talk about it. Okay, fair enough. Let's not run away from it. So let me bring you back onto the subject, which we can easily sort of conflate his views with what you have said. Now, you have said that you're in favor of the word secular, for example, being removed from the preamble. You also sort of written that perhaps we, as a shibboleth, we have begun to internalize impractically the Vasudeva Kutumbukum philosophy. You've said that Savarkar, who defined Hindu as someone who considered India as both Pitrabhu and Punyabhu, is a Hindu. Many have said this excludes Muslims and Christians, as Sudhindra Kulkarni is saying. But not many know that his idea of a state meant equal rights to all and the right to freely practice one's faith. I think both of you have sort of talked about the latter, Savarkar and his evolution of his thought in your book. His state did not have a religious identity. You say Savarkar more or less got it right. That's one of the chapters of your book. What do you mean by this? Because someone like Sudhindra Kulkarni would say that when you use the word Punya Bhumi, holy land, then by definition you are excluding a large number of people.
No, actually it's not. So let me first come to the points of difference with Sudhindra ji and probably to some extent with Pawan ji also. We are not a secular nation. We have followed what we thought were secular principles for the last 70, 75 years. And we have shown that secularism is a dud. The point is, if everybody is unhappy, from the minorities to the majority or whatever you want to call, I mean so-called minority and a so-called majority, for the simple reason Hinduism is not one big mass that equals 79–80% of this country. They are a group of their own sampradayas, their own traditions, practices. Hinduism varies. Every 100 kilometers you have a different kind of Hinduism. So it depends on lots of factors and not on scripture, though we all accept some commitment to Shrutis like Vedas, but different, I mean, we have had all kinds of Hindu messengers all through the ages from various parts, from Shankara to Ramanujacharya to, Chaitanya Deva to Kabir to Tulsidas to the Bhakti movement guys to Narayana Guru. There has been no short of Hindu messengers who have all given the message in different ways, in their own context. Okay, so at a fundamental level, I have no issue because Hindu is not defined by religion. It is defined by the geography. And no less a person than somebody outside, like a Diana X says, India is a sacred geography. It is defined by the sense that this nation was not created by some king deciding that this is my territory, this is me. It was decided by the footprints of pilgrims running all over the place, right? They created the sense of India. So in that sense, we are a dharmic nation. If you, I would now don't have I don't think there's any difference between Hindu Rashtra and this thing. Even the constitution, when they use the word Hindu, it says it includes Jains, Buddhists, Sikhs. First remove that if you think it is not true. Secondly, I believe that the dharmic concept is stands on 4 basic pillars and 100 other smaller traditions. And these pillars include the religious part of Hinduism, Sikhism, Jainism, and Buddhism. All 4 are central pillars of dharma because all of them act on the basis of what they believe is dharma. So it is common to them. And the smaller traditions. I mean, you could have a Basava or anybody, a Ramakrishna mission or whatever it is. Each of them has created their own sense of dharma. So hundreds of traditions have defined dharma. And if you look at it, we are not a secular nation because secularism was a dud imported from the West. They meant something else, but it has not worked even for them. The minute the composition of their population changed from purely a narrow monoculture of, say, Nordic countries are having riots today. Okay? In Britain, you are having riots today. And what is Britain? It's not even a secular nation because the king is head of both the church and the thing. The Vatican, which is a member of the UN, is both a church and a state. If you look at the US, theoretically, their First Amendment said that they are different. They will not allow the establishment of religion or its free exercise thereof. Okay, so theoretically, they are a secular nation. But what do you see imprinted on every dollar? In God we trust. So they are not a secular nation in any sense. So, and what do they have? They have an organization called the USCIRF. What is it? It is to impose a Protestant view on the rest of the world. And what is USCIRF? It is not applicable to US, by the way. They are not allowed to operate on US soil. It's a State Department, has a membership there. They're supposed to judge freedom of religion in every other part of the world except their own, right? So look at the hypocrisy involved in this. Huh? So my point is, one thing, secularism is not the right thing. Right word, if at all, closest in religion, or not religion, in language, English languages, to call it pluralism or diversity. That is the way we describe ourselves. Second thing, the reason why I do also say that Hindu Rashtra is not a bad idea, provided, of course, others may not agree with it, they can accept the concept of a dharmic nation. If that is more inclusive, I am okay with that. The reason why I say is that every civilization must have some kind of a guarantor state. And this, the penny dropped for me 2 years ago when India, being an allegedly secular nation, was trying to do something for minorities in the larger South Asian region, and immediately it was conflated as anti-Indian minorities, right? So what you're saying is that India cannot even stand for protecting its own Hindus. What has happened? Pakistan, you know the state of Hindus. You know Pakistan, in Afghanistan, the state of Hindus and Sikhs, not a single fellow is left there. In Bangladesh, over the last 50 years, Hindu population has fallen from 22% after the first census, that is after post-partition, to 8 or 9% today. And obviously, we are not able to protect any of them. And if we do not stand as a guarantee to the world, today there are 100 Christian majority nations, 100 plus, 50 plus Muslim majority nations. If anything goes wrong with Hindus, or Christians or Muslims in India, the whole world is willing to stand up and say, you are doing wrong. But who is willing to stand up for saying that you're doing wrong when somebody bashes Hindus? You're just seeing temples being vandalized in Australia, in Canada. Those are the things that are happening. We are not able to stand up because we say we are secular, so we can't talk about Hindus. So what is the point in this Hinduism that ultimately means that you cannot you can protect everybody else, you can talk for Palestine, but you cannot talk for Hindus. This is our nationalism, which is bunkum. I'm sorry to use strong words. We need to be able to stand up for what is right, even among Hindus, but nobody is willing to do so. People were ethnically cleansed in our own state. Forget Afghanistan and Pakistan. What happened in Kashmir? We don't want to say, oh, we banned that film because he is talking about some truths that Hindus felt were real for them. So we don't want to talk about it. Our secular means suppressing Hindu feelings and being minoritarian. And dharma means not being binary. Don't think majority, minority, because Hindus are not a majority, because Hindus are none of the above people. Which means if you're not a Muslim, Christian, Sikh, Jain or Buddhist, then you are defined as Hindu. But look at who all fall in that category. Does the Dravida Kazhagam in Tamil Nadu rate as a Hindu thing? Because they are none of the above, right? Does the communists who claim to be atheists, why should they be counted as Hindus? So you're not anywhere near the 79-80% that is there. And even if you are so, you are completely, in religious terms, you are completely different. Shaivite and Vaishnavite are not going to call each other the same. They believe different things, right? So the dharmic nation means accepting the realities that all of us are basically, in a sense, minorities. And you need to protect all minorities, which means Hindu minorities in India who think differently about Hinduism. That's my point.
Well, Mr. Verma, this is very interesting because you talk about Hindutva, for example. Now we talk about the all-embracing nature of the Hindu way, the Hindu view, forget about the way, Hinduness. But we have a problem with something that has emerged from within, a Hindutva. It's another strand. You can accept atheists, you can accept Bhakti tradition, you can accept Shakti tradition, Vaishnava, but not Hindutva tradition. What does that tell you? Is there an intrinsic bias, or are we fearing the assertion of our Hinduness?
First of all, I think I'd like to respond to what Mr. Jagannathan has said. I am the first person to recognize that the implementation of the principles of secularism have been compromised with. There have been cases of minority appeasement for vote bank politics. And today we have enough evidence to show that majoritarian politics of Hinduism are being used again for vote bank politics. But because there is misuse, I'm not prepared to throw the baby out with the bathwater to say that a country like ours will be called a Hindu Rashtra not in its civilizational sense of being a dharmic nation, but in its narrow interpretation of one religion is supreme in India. Because I draw inspiration against this idea not only from the constitution, but among the principles of Hinduism itself. It was quoted here, Ekam Sat Vipraha Bahuda Vadanti. The truth is one, wise people call it by different names. It was said thousands of years ago and is a Mahavakya. Ano Bhadra Kritavo Yantu Vishvata. Let good thoughts flow to me from all directions. This was said at a time when societies were still establishing themselves for the first time, and in most other societies the approach was, no, what we believe in is right, let no thoughts come from outside. It requires courage and it requires a vision. When in the entrance of our parliament it is written, Udara Charitanam Vasudhaiva Kutumbukum, for the big-hearted, the entire world is a family. And by the way, this has been stated as a foundational principle of our civilization. I think we need to think, and I want to go back to my texts, apart from these. In the Mahabharata, if you will give me a moment, please.
Of course.
Bhishma defines dharma. He says, whatever has its beginning in justice, that alone is called dharma. Whatever is unjust and oppressive is adharma. And then he adds, and this is very significant, if one dharma is destructive of another dharma, then it is wickedness in the garb of dharma and not dharma. Only that is dharma truly, which is established without denigrating and opposing another dharma. This is Bhishma in the Mahabharata. Now what I am saying is, excesses are committed in the name of religion by the extremists in all religions. I believe we have been the victims of Islamic terrorism. I believe there are fanatics perhaps within Christianity. I believe that within Hinduism also we have an ultra-right which believes that any other religion is not worthy of respect. My view is that when you speak of a Hindu Rashtra, जगन्नाथन साहब आप तो उसको उस तरह से बोलते हैं कि इस देश में 80% हिंदू हैं, उनकी रक्षा करना जरूरी है और उनकी संस्कृति और उनकी सांस्कृतिक विरासत को हमें एक बार फिर से सुदृढ़ करना है और उसको याद भी करना है. That's why I wrote my book. History cannot be glossed over. But do you know that the interpretation of what you are saying at a philosophical level, at the local level, is an actual imposition of one religion only as against the other? In this context, I want to mention, and I don't want to make this political, Rahul, what is the fastest organization growing in the Sangh Parivar? It is not people like Mr. Jagannathan. As Sudhin said, there are many redeeming features to the RSS except its belief in the Hindu Rashtra. The fastest growing organization is the Bajrang Dal. And the Bajrang Dal is not, I believe, familiar with the lofty philosophical principles of Hinduism. It likes the swagger of power. It takes law into its own hands. If a member of them who has demolished something of another religion is put into a room and asked to write a one-page essay on Hinduism, I guarantee you they will fail. The point I am making is, let us not today reduce this republic, which is also a great civilization, and a great civilization which for millennia was Hindu, into a unidimensional, straight-jacketed, exclusionist force, because I believe for pragmatic reasons alone, it will divide India. We have the third largest number of Muslims in the world. Even the 2% Christians in our country are greater than the population of Hungary and Greece. And incidentally, people of different faiths are not living in geographically isolated areas. If 25% of Kerala is Muslim, 30% of West Bengal is Muslim. 20% of UP is, 18% of Bihar is, 14% of Karnataka is, 12% of Tamil Nadu is. We live cheek by jowl together. Therefore, it is even more important that we become a dharmic nation, whereby we learn the principles that I spoke about, the 10 Lakshans: tolerance, compassion, the ability for kshama. These are our strengths, and this is our unique calling card to the world.
Let me bring in Mr. Sanghi on this. Let's also accept that it can't just be the onus of Hindus to uphold our open, tolerant culture. Look, we have states, for example, the United Kingdom. It defines itself as an Anglican country. It is multicultural.
Absolutely.
There are problems. Mr. Jagannathan and some others have said that if you remove the word secular from the preamble, it doesn't make us communal.
Absolutely.
Because our ethos is assimilative, the Hindu larger ethos. And we ourselves are beyond being sort of given a larger group identity. We're so divided. There are castes, there's varna, there's jati, there's all sorts of things. So we don't actually react in a manner that makes us, in the Abrahamic sense,
a monolith.
A monolith. So given all of that, are we over-amplifying the fringe here and the concerns that arise from it, the Bajrang Dals, or call it what you want to, and leaving the onus totally on the Hindus to maintain the status quo?
See, Rahul, honestly, my view has always been that if you think in terms of Sanatan Dharma, it is the ultimate form of liberalism. Honestly speaking, if I look at myself today, I think I consider myself to be a liberal, even though that has become a politically charged word. I consider myself to be a liberal because I'm a Hindu. And in that sense, the way I see it is that, unfortunately, to a certain extent, over the centuries, Abrahamic ideology has attempted to impose a singular truth on a plural world. And we can't shy away from that. This absolutism coupled with expansionism and conversion, has wreaked havoc on many, many civilizations. And we should not forget that. Zoroastrian culture was completely wiped out from Iran. The Mithraic cults of Rome do not exist today. Egypt's Ra, Osiris, and Isis don't exist anymore in the common perception of Egyptians. Where are Zeus and Apollo of the Greeks? No one worships them anymore. The tribal belief systems of the Australian Aboriginals was completely wiped out. The Incas and the Aztecs don't have their gods anymore. So the point is that most pre-Abrahamic belief systems could not withstand the assault of Abrahamic thought. And Hinduism in that sense is amongst the very few pre-Bronze Age civilizations to have withstood it. I know that we like to talk about our history, that we were just waiting for one assault to happen after the other. We like to look at our history as a series of defeats, but actually we should be looking at the history of survival, the fact that we survived to this day. Now, think about this, that all of this cruelty that was happening around the world, in the Indian context, it is all the more shocking because the cruelty was perpetuated on a people that were known for giving sharan. When the Zoroastrians had to run from Iran because of persecution, it was a Hindu Raja, Jadi Rana, who gave them shelter. Or, for example, the St. Thomas Christians were provided a home in Kerala. Or the first Jewish refugees settled over 2 millennia ago on the Malabar coast. When Buddhist monks were being butchered by the People's Liberation Army of China, it was India that offered the Dalai Lama as well as thousands of people refuge. The Baghdadi Jews and the Bene Israel were offered a home here. One of the few places where Jews have not been treated the way they have been in other parts of the world. So the point is that we also now we need to not only preserve the dharmic ethos, which is essentially pluralism, but we also need to preserve the civilizational ethos. And I think to a certain extent, we have started becoming a little too nitpicky. So for example, does the King of England, also being the head of the Church of England, make England a less secular country? Or, for example, the US president holding the national prayer breakfast, does that make America a less secular country? Or, for example, if you have, let's say, the French government deciding to spearhead the restoration of the Notre Dame Cathedral after its burning down, does that the French wear secularism as a badge of honor, but does it make the French less secular? Or, for example, religious education is considered to be a primary pillar within the German education system. Does that make Germany less secular? So I think this sorry to say, this word secularism has been bandied about, and I think it has long outlived its expiry date, frankly. Those who believe that Indian secularism is all about that so-called Ganga Jamuna Tehzeeb, as it were, well, I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud about the fact that for every Bhimsen Joshi, we also have a Zakir Hussain. For every Vikram Sarabhai, we have an APJ Abdul Kalam. That's wonderful. That's what we love about India and Bharat. But ask yourself, why did that Ganga Jamuna Tehzeeb not take root in Bangladesh? Why did it not take root in Pakistan? After all, we were all the same country, no?
Or Kashmir.
Or Kashmir. So the point is, I think somewhere Hinduism is now saying that, listen, I am by nature liberal, but I'm no longer going to be liberal to illiberal ideas, period.
I think that's a good point, Mr. Kulkarni. Would you at least concede in the final analysis, we're running out of time, that at the very least our secularism has been lopsided. It has tended towards minorityism.
In the practice of secularism, certain parties, and let's name the parties because without that the meaning doesn't become clear. It's the Congress Party and other parties that call themselves secular. They practiced Muslim appeasement. And which is why secularism has become unacceptable to those who are really secular. But that doesn't mean that because there was some appeasement and because there was some compromise with secularism, the word secularism itself, the concept of secularism, the ideal of secularism itself should be jettisoned. If you say that we are now not going to be liberal to illiberal people and we are also going to be illiberal, and taking pride in the fact that we want to be illiberal, we want to imitate Pakistan, we want to imitate Saudi Arabia, then we are doing grave injustice to Hinduism. That's why I want to reiterate this point. Let's look at what Pakistan has done to itself. It's a big lesson to India, to Indian Muslims. Indian Muslims should introspect because many of them supported partition in 1947. Are we going to imitate they call themselves Muslim Rashtra, therefore we want to call ourselves Hindu Rashtra? Hinduism, in the true dharmic sense, is a great religion. And that's why we must always, the title of this debate, who fears a dharmic nation? Nobody should fear a dharmic nation. Dharma is supreme. And therefore, and again, Jagannathanji, you mentioned, Hinduism, Sikhism, Jainism, these are dharma. Is Islam not a dharma? Is Christianity not a dharma? Is Zoroastrianism not a dharma? They also have a dharmic concept. No. I want to say this, that let us therefore accept that all people who live in India are Indians. They are our brothers. They are our sisters, irrespective of their religion. And let us go back to the true dharmic understanding of dharma. In his autobiography, Mahatma Gandhi says, towards the end, he says, it is my devotion to truth that drew me towards politics. And I want to emphasize that those who say that religion has nothing to do with politics, that is, dharma has nothing to do with politics, they do not understand the meaning of dharma. So, it is dharma that should animate politics, that should animate governance, that should animate judiciary, that should animate journalism. But dharma as ethics, dharma as justice. If there is injustice, there is adharma. And therefore, the true, when people say Hindus are, Hindu khatre mein hai, wo ek zamana tha, Musalman khatre mein hai, unhone Pakistan le liya. Ab zamana aa gaya, Hindu khatre mein hai. खतरे में क्या है? खतरे में है न्याय, खतरे में है समानता. Today the real issue, the real challenge before Hindu society is inequality, is poverty, is unemployment. The majority of Hindus today are facing the problem of poverty and steep inequality, which is increasing, which is widening. So let's tackle those problems.
Okay.
Instead of bringing in this absolutely useless, meaningless, and even dangerous debate on removing secularism from our constitution, changing the constitution, making Hindu Rashtra, it's not necessary.
Well, it's one point of view. Very quickly, your response. We are ending this, and I'll make the case for Hinduism light.
What do you mean? Yeah, two things. One is, I'll leave 2-3 questions first. I think that Indian Islam needs to be different from global Islam for the simple reason, if they asked what Bhishma said, you talk about dharma and what is not dharma. This is a question that Indian Muslims need to ask themselves, what is their dharma relative to this message. Secondly, you say Hindu Rashtra is not a great idea to alienate. I would, by that yardstick, I would say Gandhi's Ram Rajya would have equally alienated thousands of people, though he interpreted it in his own way. But in the masses did not interpret it the way he interpreted it. So you can say, oh, you may say it in some way, but the Bajrang Dal may do it in different way. Last thing I mean by, Hinduism has always had missionaries, but our missionaries were not of the converting type. What we mean is that, like everybody thought his missionary, his duty was to give his latest new great idea, whether it is a Shankara or who had a marginal descent in Ramanujacharya or anybody else. They had great ideas and they wanted to convey ideas. But the Abrahamic religions believed in the idea of converting. That is, they believe in a binary, that if you are not in my religion, then you are against me. This is the George Bush statement when he went for his wars, right? If you are not with me, then you are against me, is the basic problem with Abrahamic religions. My solutions for both are two simple things. One, in matters of history, we all agree the background. We need a Truth, History and Reconciliation Commission that publishes the truth and then say, okay, let's move forward after establishing things. The second thing we must do is, I think we must encourage our Muslim brothers and Christians to think less about conversion and think more about integration, and their philosophy must be attuned with the dharmic idea, not Hinduism, but the Hindu way of life, which is about accepting differences. So the minute you concentrate on conversions and all, you're actually going to destroy society. Well, tell me which religion will accept that you're going to lose a lot of your customs and practices, because another fellow is just going to translate you. I mean, you are creating problems by conversion technologies which are dangerous. And I can tell you, Dharma should not encourage. Look at Gandhi. He liked something in Christianity. He liked the Sermon on the Mount. And he said, I can make it a part of my life without making Gandhi becoming George. Right? Why should Jagannathan become John or Jahangir because he likes something in Islam or something in this thing? So that has to be the way of the dharmic life. And of course, you can say this is high principle, but then Bajrang Dal might go and beat up some fellow. That's a different issue. But that we are talking about practical politics.
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
right.
A couplet, very quickly, sir.
You know what Jagannathan Sahib is saying? I think we are all in broad agreement. We are a dharmic nation, but we cannot become an illiberal nation because it's against our ethos and against our interests. But what we say must be prevented from misinterpretation by those who are taking us to disaster. And I have a small couplet to end this discussion. Dil se to har muamla, दिल से तो हर मुआमला करके चले थे साफ हम, जैसे जगन्नाथन साहब, कहने में उनके सामने बात बदल गई. So what changes in its implementation should be carefully examined at its inception.
Rahul, just one last point, that Hindu temples need to be freed.
Okay, well, I need to, sir, please.
We cannot have 4 lakh temples under government control.
Yes, well, our dharma... Equitable is part of dharmic. Well, sir, you made your point. Being dharmic also means that you're open to all ideas, and I think we have been all very open to all the ideas that have been presented here, and that is also our dharma. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was really an engrossing session, and everybody could be really seen, enjoying, and getting immersed in the conversation we had. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं. कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं. गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं. कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं. यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं.
काम कर, कल
मालती बेटा तुम कभी मत आना, ठीक है?
Well, I would
क्योंकि
like
खाना
to
सिर्फ खाना नहीं होता,
remind
कभी
our
नोक झोंक,
audience
तो कभी प्यार।
members that we have a signing area booth outside the auditorium. You can meet your authors there and get your favorite books signed from them as well. And yes, we also have a full circle bookstore near gate number 2. Kindly do visit that and you could purchase your favorite book also from there and get it signed from the author here. Thank you. You may please continue.
यूं ही नहीं मैं
Happy birthday! Thank you. There you go. Nice pen. Yeah. Nice pen.
पाकर दिखता है
Come home to wonder, to fall in love, to surprises, to surprising yourself. Come home to your roots and to making them your own. Come home to togetherness. Come home to celebration. Tanera. This festive season, come home to tradition. Come home to Tanera.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं
All right, ladies and gentlemen, after the much engrossing session 1, we now are proceeding towards session 2. A 5-judge bench dismissed section 377 of the Indian Penal Code on 6 September 2018, allowing consenting adults to live and love freely. But is this a good time to be queer in India? Let's hear it out from our esteemed authors, Sharif D. Rangnekar and Dr. Aksa Sheikh, who will be in conversation with Renuka Bisht. I would like to welcome now upon the stage Sharif D. Rangnekar, who's a writer, curator, workplace inclusion consultant, and singer-songwriter. Dr. Aksa Sheikh is an out-and-out proud trans woman and one of India's first transgender doctor. They will be in conversation with Renuka Bisht, who has journeyed to journalism via academics and a PhD in cultural studies from the University of Florida. And she now has the great pleasure of working as a senior editor with the Times of India edit page. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our guests up on the stage. And I now hand over the floor to them.
Hello. Oh, thanks. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Times Litfest. Ooh, is it good now? Cool. Welcome especially to this panel. Is it a good time to be queer in India? I'm Renuka Bisht, and just to repeat, I'm a senior editor with the Times of India edit page. On the page, ahead of the 2018 Supreme Court judgment decriminalizing same-sex relations between consenting adults, we wrote many editorials asking for the court to do exactly that. Likewise, we really welcomed the 2014 Supreme Court judgment, landmark again, which declared transgender people the third gender, with fundamental rights granted under the Constitution. अब ठीक है? Okay, अब मैं यहीं पर रखूँगी. Okay, so the thing is that I'm saying these things in order to establish that I'm really, really happy, privileged, honored to share the stage today with Dr. Aksha Sheikh and author Sharif Rangnekar. Because they've broken barriers. We know that visibility matters. In their lives, on the public stage, they've answered this question, is it a good time to be queer in India? With an emphatic yes. They will talk about the challenges, the continuing challenges. But their success is a big deal. The visibility that they bring to the stage in being strong voices of their communities, in being strong voices for the dialogue between their communities, that visibility then allows other people, inspires other people to be their authentic selves. So with that brief preface, I will now introduce the authors and let them take it forward. Dr. Aksha Sheikh is Associate Professor of Community Medicine at the Hamdard Institute. Challenges, the continuing challenges. But their success is a big deal. The visibility that she's an activist. As an example, she successfully petitioned Delhi Commission for Protection of Child Rights to pass orders on banning unnecessary sex normalizing surgeries on intersex children. She's the author of many academic publications. She's written a book of short stories based on her life as a young medico in Mumbai, particularly focused on what is the deprived population's engagement with the healthcare system. She's a poet, and I really want her to write her autobiography, so I can read it. So let's send best wishes her way, so she does that soon. She's an out and proud transgender woman. And as she points out, so that's important not just for people who identify like her, but it's important for the rest of us who sometimes have the stereotype of a transgender woman as just the beggar at the traffic light. So for the rest of us also, this is such an example of positive public visibility that makes a social difference. Because the thing is that the Supreme Court changes, reforms that we keep mentioning, they are critical. And then basis that, Parliament has also passed progressive legislations, but we know that, that by themselves, the laws still require huge numbers of social contestations on the ground for change to happen. And this is what our panelists represent. In their lives, they represent what that constant contestation is about. I will move on to Sharif now. And he wears many, many hats, or he's worn many, many hats. He's been a journalist, so he's worked in some of the same organizations that I
all kinds of sort of problems that I've been through at a certain point in time in life. As part of a certain generation that even when 377 was read down, I wasn't so excited because I'd got so used to living in a certain manner that the law didn't really matter anymore. I'd learned to be a criminal. I'd learned to be censoring myself every now and then, you know. And it took, and I'm really grateful to all the support and all the friends, etc., and family that have always been around. When 377 happened, it was only the next day that I howled and cried because I started relating to what all I'd been through. And I started, saying that half my life, I was 50 almost, 2 days after that was my birthday. I said, half of my life, if not more, has gone, living with 377. And while we talk about whether things have changed and is there a better time, no, there isn't. I mean, because we are having this discussion today, which I couldn't imagine would happen even 5 years ago or 6 years ago. At the heart of South Delhi, at City Fort Auditorium, we've not had that. There isn't enough of material that gets published of the queer community. Guys talking about privilege, yeah, it's only a handful who will get published. There's so many stories out there of the community that doesn't get published, hasn't been published, because there isn't a market. So social capital is still is all about privilege, where you come from, what language you speak, etc. And I've had those advantages, and I feel that if we don't have more stories, and if we don't have more conversations, and not use this law, whether it is Nalsa, whether it is 377, to our advantage, we would be doing a disservice, to not just queer children, but to parents, to society at large, to just basic humanity. And like, while so much has changed since 377 was read down, we're still struggling with issues of representation, not just of caste and class and all these intersections, disabilities within the community. It's also about what LGBTQIA+ is. So when we talk about same-sex marriage, we're really talking about one portion of the queer community. We're not talking about the rights of intersex folks. We're not talking about transgender rights sufficiently. We're not talking about the queer Dalit individual. And I feel that opportunity is now, because as the theme says of this session, there is no better time, but really the time is on our side if we use it.
Thank you, Sharif. Over to you, Aksa.
Thanks, Renuka and Sharif, for setting the stage and the context. Also to Times Litfest for creating this stage where we can have this conversation, and that itself is a proof that this is a good time to be at least having conversations about being a queer person in India. So as Renuka was mentioning that I have not yet written my autobiography. Unlike Sharif, who is very old now, I'm very young. So So I have a lot of life to live before I can write my autobiography, inshallah, someday. But it's important, to listen to these stories, to understand the lives that trans folks have lived in India. And I also want to tell one difference between being a gay man, or for example, or between being a trans person is you realize you are a gay or a lesbian or a bi person in the second decade of your life. But when you are a trans person, it starts right from the age of 3 years when you are, learning the first things in your life, and you have to also tackle this understanding of the self as to who I am. Am I Jack? Am I Jill? Or am I the black sheep? Who am I? And this is the time when you are learning the vocabulary and you realize there is no vocabulary for me. There are no words which define me. I was born in Mumbai in a chawl, and at that time the only thing which was available in the form of lingo for queer folks was TV and cinema, or our society. And I remember in my childhood, I was always told, beware of people from the Hijra community, they take away kids. They kidnap kids, The caricatures that we saw in the films of gay men as funny and comic characters were extremely, I would say frightening. And I was like, I don't identify with the Hijra community. I don't identify as someone who like Johnny Lever is portraying, or some other person is portraying. Then who I am? And then my parents put me in an all-boys school. So you can understand the torture and the trauma, and I think a lot of young students can relate to it, that if you are a woman and if you are put into an all-boys school where you can't even understand yourself and now you have to deal with the situation around you, that was a period of extreme loneliness, because I couldn't talk about my experience, also because I didn't understand it myself. I went into the medical college, and that was the next step. I was 17 at that point of time, and I thought, finally, I'm going to be between educated and woke people who will probably understand gender identity and sexuality better. But to my surprise and shock, the medical world is one of the most transphobic places that you can encounter. Because as a doctor, as a healthcare professional, everything is looked from the lens of normal and abnormal, disease, pathology, genes, hormones, chromosomes, everything. And for every disease, we are trying to find out what is the gene responsible for homosexuality. Can we do some gene therapy to cure homosexuality? As I, browsed through the books of my medical curriculum, I realized in the first year that there's a term called disorders of sexual differentiation. And that's how intersex people who have existed forever were defined. In the third year, when we went to forensic medicine, we were told that homosexuality, lesbianism, sodomy, these are all sexual perversions of your mind. We were told that gender identity disorder, that's how transness was labeled at that point of time, is a disorder. Conversion therapy was legal. Doctors were doing conversion therapy, which included giving electric shocks to people so that they can think differently, they can think straight. Psychiatrists were writing papers saying that I have been successful in doing conversion therapy and so many people who were gay are now acting straight. They are successfully married, they have kids. And this was all legal. And when, as a trans person, you read that, you start thinking, I am a criminal. I'm someone who has a disease. I'm someone who also needs the shock therapy. Probably I need to be in an asylum or something of that sort. How can you then tell someone that I identify a little differently from you? In fact, I shifted from Mumbai to Delhi around 12 years back because I was in Mumbai with all my families and relatives who was opposed to my idea of becoming Aksa. I couldn't do that there. And therefore, I shifted to Delhi. And I was having this conversation in the author's lounge, ki, oh, Mumbai people cannot survive in Delhi. Now, Mumbai is so much better than Delhi. And I'm like, Delhi is the place, like Bangkok has been for you, where I found myself. I had the space to discover myself, you know, where I had the liberty and the freedom to express myself. So Delhi, that way, is very close to my heart, though Bombay is my Janmabhoomi.
Akshay, can I clarify? Do you think that, I mean, in the case of us, you know, being queer, that being away from our social constructs and society, and that which includes family, relatives, irrespective of they say, oh, ye theek hai, you know, I accept you, they basically want to say, I tolerate you, but they don't really accept us necessarily, that going into another place or space where there is a certain amount of anonymity gives us that kind of freedom
In
also.
fact, you know, the word hijra comes from the word hijrat, which means migrating to something. And I think it's a very beautiful description of how trans people migrate, not just geographically, but in terms of their expression and identity also. And if you listen to a lot of stories of queer folks, you know, migration, whether from your natal families to chosen families, migration from the norms and patriarchy to the liberty of queerness, the migration of geography, these are very inherent parts of our stories. So I came to an institute called Hamdard, and I thought I'll get a lot of Hamdardi here. It's a Muslim minority university, and I was suddenly realizing that, oh my God, sex is a very taboo topic to talk here. But at the same time, I thought that this is an opportunity to be visible, to have that conversation. And frankly, visibility for me was not a choice. It was an act of survival. If I'd continued to be in the closet, in the hiding, I think, you know, I would have been dead by now. And I wouldn't be on this stage. So I'm thankful for that decision, you know, of some people pushing me to be visible, giving me courage to be visible, telling me that, you know, they have my back and I can do it. And it was very difficult, you know, especially when you have to fight your own families. I think fighting the government, fighting the school authorities, colleges, everything is much easy. Fighting your parents, you know, fighting your siblings and saying that this is who I am, accept me as I am, has been the most important challenge. I was saying this yesterday in another meeting that I didn't decide to be an activist. I'm a very accidental activist, you know, I just wanted to mind my own life. But then I was pushed into it, this activism, not just for queer folks, but also for my many other identities, being a woman, being a Muslim, being a migrant, and so on. And you know, when I was listening to the conversations which were happening in the previous panel of liberalism, of illiberal ideas, and when I go back to, you know, how the times have been changing, we had Section 377 repealed, we had Nalsa judgment come in, we had the Transgender Act passed in the parliament. Things are much better. But can we say that, oh, we have achieved what we had to achieve and there is nothing more to be done? I think we have a long time, you know, a long journey to take. And just giving some examples. India is one of the most liberal countries when it comes to queer folks, but not the most liberal. We are one of those countries, and there are students here who wouldn't allow in NCERT a manual to be published for teachers, not for students, mind you, for teachers on how to teach gender diverse students so that it creates an environment. And the issue was all about toilets. That how can you have unisex toilets in the schools? And I'm like, oh, come on. Don't we have unisex toilets in our homes? Or does your father go to a different toilet and your mother goes to a different toilet? You know? And simple things like, for example, you reference to the, you know, the marriage equality petition, which is currently in Supreme Court. And, you know, our liberal dharma only interprets a certain way of marriage, right? Only marriage between a biological man and a biological woman. And these are the words of the government, not mine, right? So in that case, can we just rest on our laurels and say we have undone the Victorian morality, we have undone the Mughal morality, and now we finally have the most liberal country for queer folks? Yes, it's a good time to be queer in India, but it can become better, and we all have to make it better. I'll end here.
Thank you, Aksa. First, I'll begin with an apology to you. So I'm mispronouncing your name, Sharif.
Yeah, it's Sharif, because Sharif is too much to live up to.
Sharif. Okay. Just what Aksa just said, some things that might be of interest to the audience. So she talked about going to a boys' school, right? Like, but I really liked an interview by it. Liked as in I found it insightful, not as in I was happy with it. But 12 years, at the end of 12 years of schooling, Aksa did not have a single friend. Because there was nobody in that school, teacher, student, with whom she could share her truth. Even as you say, the truth that you were still discovering. But that process of discovery, you could not be honest about it. So let's just think about what it means, you know, like 12 years of one's life and not a friend out of it. And then Aksa in other places talks about, she mentioned her going to medical college and finding that trans unfriendly in the sense of, like, there's no consciousness, right, in the text and so forth. So, so one thing that emerges from what she's saying in terms of future policy making is, it's not just, we know that there are discriminations at the level of jobs. We know that. Never mind what the parliament has passed, the law that parliament has passed. Discrimination in employment remains a reality. So that's, you know, something. But then in our other institutions like schools and colleges, you know, again, how trans unfriendly are they? So that's one thing. But again, something that the audience might be interested in, Aksa lives with a mother. And Sharif, if you read his book, I mean, his mom is such an important role. We're talking about family supportive structures. Now, in the entire structure is never supportive. But the people who are, they are incredibly valuable. And so in terms of your mom, though, there's a section in your book where she, in response to the first book that you had written, it is only in reading his first book that she realizes that he has experienced sexual assault, not once, not once. And I was blown by what she says. You tell us that she said, even as she's grappling with the fact that her child has experienced this violence that she hasn't even known about, and she says, it appears anyone who doesn't appear masculine is a soft target. And that's just, that's where his book draws continuity. If he's experiencing violence and he stayed silent about that, right? He stayed silent about that. And then he connects the dots to how we stay silent about domestic violence, right? These are just, So, Sharif, can you talk about this, that you know, law changed, society changed. We are happier to be here today with the changes in law, with the changes in policy, but the threat of violence hasn't gone away.
See, I believe the law can facilitate so many things, and the law can also be a deterrent. But I think let's face it that in our kind of country, and I'm generalizing, I'm not saying all states, every town, every village, every family, we have enough laws on corruption, but we're very corrupt.
Yeah.
We have enough laws, and quite a few, to protect women, with the exception of domestic violence, marital rape, yes. But we still assault women quite easily. We find all kinds of strange reasons about what the woman wore, but then please explain to me why do 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds are raped? You know, the clothes are anyway being, you know, what would they be wearing? We have enough laws on how to drive, but we drive the way we do. So it's culture. It's not just the law. It's how we think, how we behave. And conversations like this obviously help, there is no doubt. Literature helps, there is just absolutely no doubt. But I think what also Aksa talked about is about schools, about university, about colleges, about homes, about every space that heterosexuals take for granted should be spaces that are ours too, if we strongly believe in our constitution. If we don't have that safety in all of these spaces and places, the journey is absolutely incomplete. I have been asked, this whole question also, two things I want to talk about here, is we keep talking about same-sex marriage. But really, there are parents sitting here, and there'll be people who will be parents most likely and have children. Do you want your child to be unsafe in a school? The journey in that bus also to a school and back, or whatever mode of transport they use. We've had so many reported and unreported cases of suicide since 377 was read down. We've had so much violence against the trans community since Nalsa and the legislation that followed. Do you think children can grow and make choices of love and have relationships and then get married if they live in so much fear all the time? Can they really give their full self to any relationship if they are constantly grappling with the fact that someone will beat them up, someone will throw them out, someone will disinherit them, someone will, even today, even after conversion therapy has been banned, still get someone or the other, get some doctor to put them through hormonal therapy, put them through shock therapy and the rest of it? Can they really be safe? So really, same-sex marriage is important, but the foundation for a good journey in life, for something sort of confident for an individual, lies a lot in these aspects of anti-discrimination, which culturally we seem to avoid addressing. We seem to have taken it for granted that the woman will be beaten up, that some women live with the idea that that's part of a marriage also. We grew up with the idea that children cannot choose and that they don't know. It's quite painful because I keep saying that if I were to make a choice and if I were to play any kind of role in advocating rights within the LGBTQI plus space, I would always talk about the fortification of the lives of children, because I don't want them to go through what I've gone through, and even with all the privilege I've had, which is, a lot. I've lived with all kinds of things that have impacted me, impacted my mind, my heart. I've been questioned as to why relationships never happened, as though they can just be limited to a bedroom being the only safe space, And while you have family support, you need so much else out there for a relationship to flourish, So I don't know. So it's good to have your mom on your side, but it's not always enough.
As you might already have extrapolated, both Aksa and Sharif are very interested in, the bonds of queerness and feminism. In his book, is it your words or somebody's? Sometimes I get confused between those two things. Is a tight and strong alliance between women and queer folks a possibility? So that yeah, no. Yeah, yeah, you do, you do. No, I want to, exactly, I want to ask Aksa about this because just to backtrack on this, the same-sex marriage issue that we are talking about, that is in the Supreme Court right now, is around allowing, the petition is request the Supreme Court to read down the Special Marriage Act so that instead of saying marriage between man and woman, it now says, you know, it allows for marriage between same-sex persons. That's where the conversation is right now. So I know, Aksa, you wanted to talk about this, that what are the limits of this?
You know, when we talk about queerness, it is often steeped in privilege, you know, and we do not recognize that queer folks are not just privileged English-speaking gay men from South Delhi. It's also a trans woman from a tribal community who is disabled. It also includes someone who is intersex from Northeast. It includes all forms of intersectionality. But unfortunately, our narrative and conversation about queer rights in India is limited to reading down of Section 377 and now to the Marriage Equality Act, right? I think, you know, when we were looking at legal ramifications, we were like, we have two paths. One is to go towards the Special Marriage Act, which was basically for interfaith marriages or non-religious marriages. And then the path of making it similar to the live-in relationships. Live-in relationships challenge the institution of marriage, they challenge the institution of civil laws of marriage, and say that even if there is no contract between a man and woman, they can stay as a couple. But unfortunately, when we talk about the gay couples, they want to use again the old religious and I'm sorry to say Savarna framework of marriage, to say this is the only way for the world to recognize as a couple. And I think we are then falling into the pitfalls of what a traditional marriage has, including domestic violence and many other you know, evils that come with it. And I think it's not a very inclusive thing. I mean, what then happens to people who don't want a legal contract but want to stay together? Is it then only the legitimate way of union between two people, and gay couples who don't enter marriage are then outcasts and pariahs, right? So this is the question that we need to ask, that is it the most inclusive way of looking at queer union, or can we imagine some other forms, something similar to the live-in relationships which are also legally recognized?
Right. So this is like a long road ahead. To the organizers, just request, we started really late, so just give us a little bit of allowance. So, I think to revert to the original question of is it a good time to be queer in India, I think Sharif wants to talk about the issue of pleasure. No? Wait, I'm misprojecting. No, I think it's important to talk about pleasure. You know, sometimes like in a forum like this, we make it all about, like we get to the court after we've had our joys and desires, right? Like we don't get to the court and then think about our joys and desires. So it's important to, so I think Sharif, because he does for those of you who haven't read the book, you know, the honesty with which he talks about that search for a relationship, it could be a one-night relationship, it could be a lifelong partnership, but the honesty with which he talks about that journey, like its disappointments, its highs, its lows, it's really, I recommend it. So I think I would request Sharif to talk about that a little bit, and after that, if the audience has any questions, and then yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, we started really late. So, but yeah, we can end. Oh. Oh, okay. So you had a question? Please go ahead. Yeah. Is that? Oh.
I I mean, you can. I mean, I was just going to talk about pleasure. She also was just recommending my relationships. I don't know whether she was recommending the book or whether the kind of relationships I had. But anyway, no. So I was, you have a question. Then if it relates to what I was saying, then I'll answer that.
It relates to the point where we are gathered here. Number one, and number two, I first want to applaud the parents of you two and the parents and the teachers who are here with the children on this platform as real heroes. I mean, I can really appreciate that, the teachers coming with the children over here and the principals and the schools, whatever. Number two, I was just wondering the word queer and what you are actually suggesting is contradicting the whole thing, because that word I don't think after hearing to you is the right word.
Sure.
Because we are not talking about that. We're talking about a thing which has happened by default or by nature or whoever is possible. So we are calling ourselves wrong by admitting that we are not the other side of it. So it's no more between us and you. It will take about 2 generations more to come to the fact that when you talk the subject about school bus safety and all that. Look, our parents were what they were, we are what we are, but it will take 2 more generations to accept this as a norm. Because we don't want to sit separately if somebody from your community is sitting next to us. That's a passé. We can accept that. Because it is not going to harm anybody in this, neither is coming in my way or my happiness. So why should I keep the distance? Number 3, coming to the 377, it's a long way to go, I agree. It's a long, long way still to go.
Sir, I'm not understanding
Is
your
there a question
I
that we
said
can
it's
answer?
not a question. I made it very clear it's not a question. I said it's a point.
All right, sir. Then we got
Okay,
your
then-
3 points. Then we got your
I
3
just-
points.
So I said a point. I would never said it's a question.
All right. We got your 3 points, sir. Thank you.
Yes, so we have to make sure that you don't distinguish yourself with the word queer. I'm somehow finding that word
Sure, sir.
very
sure.
harming.
We got your point.
Thank you.
So now the question I think we were talking about on pleasure, but I think we can leave that for now unless.
It's connected in the sense that a queer person has a 100% constitutional right to talk about their pleasure, no matter how uncomfortable that might make the non-queer person sitting
Yeah.
next to them. But that's my 2-bit, and
Yeah.
Sharif will continue.
No, so I think I'll relate something that happened very recently when I was talking at a school in November. And there was a teacher sitting right at the last row who I thought was quite brave to ask this question, that is homosexuality, I mean, he just didn't even ask first. He first made a statement and then posed the question. He said that homosexuality is all about sex. Queer log bas sex hi chahte hain aur sex ke, nothing else in their life. It was almost assuming there are no other bonds. Now, my answer to him was very simply this. I mean, he was saying there's an obsession with sex. So, was that firstly we shouldn't look down upon sex. I mean, we didn't arrive in this world. We weren't dropped like aliens or something like that. We did arrive through a sexual act, right? Second is, I also told him that if there is anyone who's obsessed with sex, it's the heterosexual folks. Because when they get married, there is already a written expectation of having a child, no matter what. And so often I have seen and I've read that so many marriages are having children not necessarily out of love, but out of dharma or duty. And if we could reproduce by any chance, then we would perhaps and most likely have children out of love, and not out of some duty, because to love is pleasure, to have sex is pleasure. And we forget that we all have 5 senses and there are 5 elements and you need to satiate them, and that's how we all become far better beings, more satisfied beings. And that comes out of also choice. It should not have been a question of choice. It should have been just a natural instinct, but it is also a matter of choice. But also this question of queer and us and them, because, in a world where there is an assumption of what is normal, then you need to identify certain things that don't necessarily fit in with the typical norms. And also, norms cannot be decided by anyone if we really accept that nature exists. One tree doesn't tell another tree how to behave. One flower doesn't try to pretend to be another flower. It has a distinction, it has an identity, and it has a name. So, to just assume that we shouldn't be seen as different, it is everyone else who's seen us as different. And so we need to let them know who we are, how similar we are, and how different we are also. And that's diversity. If we can't accept that, then there is a problem. And I insist in my book that nature is the best example. Water doesn't come in one form. It is water. But it could be rain, it could be an icicle, it could be what you drink, it could be the floods, it could be the river, it could be a stream, it could be the sea. But they all have their names and identities around them, and they flow in the way they have to flow. The moment you start putting all those dams and all those badhai, then your problems arise, no? And children would know that better. And remember one thing, the opposite of order is not disorder, it's diversity.
So, in conclusion, and with respect to the organizers, can we provisionally, with its challenges and incompleteness, answer the question, is this a good time to be queer in India?
Last comments?
Yes.
I wanted to recite a poem, 2 minutes on promise. Today's Promise Day, as you all know, especially the youngsters would know. And we're talking about pleasure, we are talking about love, we are talking about marriage, which is actually a contract of promise. Yeah. So this is a poem that I wrote last night. So this is a surprise also for my co-panelists because they didn't know that I'll be reading this. So the poem goes like this, that many before you have promised me things. Some promised me oceans, some promised me stars, some promised me forever to be by my side. But when I turned, I found cold and empty bedside. The second stanza goes like this, that I don't promise you my love forever. For in forever, I don't trust. Yeah. But I can say this today and every coming day, that I will love you today and every coming day like I love you today and loved you yesterday. The third stanza is fading, for my memory is receding. Alzheimer's or dementia, I don't remember. So I won't promise that I will remember you always. I may forget you some days, but every day that I see you, you will see me blush, you will see me smile like the day I first met you and fell in love with you. The fourth stanza is about senses. I wonder if I lose my vision, cataract or otherwise, I will miss your sight, but I will touch your face, your forehead, your lashes, your nose, your lips, your ears, and know it's you. I will recognize your touch, I will inhale your smell, I will taste your skin, and know it's you, it's you, it's you. The fifth stanza I rescued from debris of broken heart. I can't promise that I'll be there forever with you in life and death. But if the earth were to quake and the building fall on us, and if you were to leave me for heavenly abode, I will not shout, I will not cry, I will not flash lights, I will not bang walls. I'll embrace death in the live coffin as I embrace you with a dream to meet you in the hereafter, for that's our forever and that's my promise. Thank you.
The last word. Yeah, I think we need to understand that it is a really good time to be in, and it's also a good time to have lunch. But there's something that, there are a lot of people who would tend to criticize people who seek freedom or seek rights. And I think people who seek freedom and seek rights is only seeking dignity and a place under the sun. But all of us know, I mean, Aksa also, and so many of us in the community, freedom isn't absolute, and queerness is a constant journey to queer norms, because there is no, it's against nature for something to be static, any norm, any construct. But also, since you mentioned Bob Dylan, who I quote in my book more than once, one of the quotes was, "I was so much older then, I'm younger than that now." And so you can also write your memoir when you're 30. And then the other line is that we have to remember that in all the freedom that we seek, which is not absolute, it's like what Dylan said, that even birds are caged to the sky, but at least they can fly.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for this session. It truly has been quite moving to hear the journey of both of your side of stories. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you here.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं
All right, ladies and gentlemen, after that much engrossing session, we now have moved towards our third session, which also promises to be equally engrossing. Our third session is an Achievers Talk, which has been brought to you by Rajni Gandha. The Mountains Sing by Dr. Myunfan Kuemai is a New York Times Editor Choice Selection, a winner of the 2020 London Literary Awards Fellowship, a Best Book of 2020 NPR's Book Concierge. The Mountains Sing is the enveloping multi-generational tale of the Tan family. We would now like to hear about the book from the author herself, who will be in conversation with Tanuj Solanki. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Dr. Nyunfan Kuemai, who is the internationally best-selling author of The Mountains Sing, runner-up for the 2021 Dayton Literary Peace Prize, winner of the 2020 Book Browse Best Debut Award. And Tanuj Solanki's last novel, The Machine is Learning, was longlisted for the JCB Prize for Literature 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our guests up on the stage. And once again, I would like to inform that this is an Achievers Talk brought to you by Rajni Gandha. I now present our authors and Tanuj Solanki to you. Well, I believe we'll just hand over the mics to you. In the meantime, this has been lovely to have both of you here, and we've been eagerly waiting to hear your side of the story as well. And yes, we have Dr. Nguyen Phan Kwe Mai in conversation with Tanut Solanki. And at the sound console, can we please switch on the mics, the hand mics, the cordless mics? Cordless mic is on. Can we please pass on the mics now? The cordless mics, please. Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. First of all, a big thank you to Times Litfest for making this session happen. And also a big thank you to all of you for being here. As you've heard, the session today is about Nguyen Phan Kwe Mai and her work. The Mountains Sing, her debut novel, is an interesting thing. It's an international bestseller as well as very critically acclaimed. Most of our conversation today will be about the novel, and at the end I'll also ask Kwe Mai to talk about her upcoming novel, Dust Child, which releases worldwide in March of this year. I'm going to follow through on the conversation today, you know, in the order of things that made me curious when I was reading The Mountains Sing. And the first thing was, Kwe Mai, you started as a translator and a poet. And it is some way into your writing journey that you came to the form of the novel. So the first thing that I'm curious about is your writing journey. You know, what did you start with? When did you start? I think it will also help our audience to get familiar with you and your work. So yeah, what were the first impulses that made you decide you wanted to be a writer?
Xin chào quý vị. Thank you so much for being here today. I know it's lunchtime and for giving up your lunch to be with us, so thank you. It's my honor, my great honor to be here, to be in conversation with Tanush, who is an amazing novelist. And we talked today before this session, and I learned that his writing mission is similar to mine. We want to uplift the voices of those who are disadvantaged. We want to write about immigrant workers. We want to write about issues which are important in our society and to highlight the humanity of everyone. So my journey as a writer began with stories that I heard in my life, and some of the stories that I loved from my childhood was actually coming from India. I grew up in a small village in southern Vietnam, and my family did not have any television. We did not have a movie theater, and the only way I could watch the movie was in a big screen projected from a projector, which was on a kind of a field next to my house. And at that time, my family was very poor, so I was selling cigarettes to people who were watching the movies. And the best movies they were watching were coming from India. So I loved these movies because I was so interested in the stories, not just the stories about the history of India, but about the music, about the culture. So these stories really inspired me, you know, to one day become a writer and bring the music, the poetry, the language, the culture of Vietnam into my books. And you will see that in The Mountains Sing as well. So thank you, India, for you know, for your contribution to, you know, storytelling from all over the world. You have so many talented writers from India, and I'm really lucky that I'm championed by many readers in India as well. My book came out, you know, many reviewers who are on on Instagram, they are called bookstagrammers, and they are my favorite people. They have been writing about my book, and they uplift my voice. So I thank you so much to know all the support from India. Thank you.
Big cheers to that. Bollywood travels far and wide, but 2020 is when the debut novel, The Mountain Sing, comes out. This is, of course, after a lot of work that has happened in terms of poetry and translations. The Mountain Sing is in English. And this was my second curiosity. I thought, what would have prompted that decision? Is it something in the form of the novel where you thought that I need to approach it in a new language? Or was it something in the story itself that you were going to tell which necessitated, approaching it, entering it through English?
So I didn't really answer your first question probably, so let me answer two at the same time. So, Vietnam is a nation of poets. So the poet Phùng Quán says, có những phút ngã lòng tôi viện câu thơ và đứng dậy. In moments of difficulty, I hold on to the verse of poetry to pull myself up. So poetry is very important in the Vietnamese life. So I started my writing career as a poet. I wrote many poems. And then, because I love Vietnamese poetry and so few readers, internationally know about Vietnamese poetry, so I started to translate Vietnamese poetry into English to introduce Vietnam beyond the war, Vietnam as a culture, as a country rich in literary heritage. And then actually for years I was looking for a novel to translate because not many people read poetry nowadays. So I thought, okay, if I translate a novel, I could have more readers. And then I was looking for years, and then one day I thought, why don't I write that novel myself? So then I began I began an impossible task because I only had the chance to learn English when I was in the 8th grade because I grew up in the rural area of Vietnam and I did not have English teachers in my class. So, to write this novel, I had to use a dictionary, I had to learn a lot, I had to read a lot of English literature to be able to improve my vocabulary. So it took me 7 years to write this novel. And it was liberating in a way that I wrote in a language which is distant from my own native mother tongue. Because, I write about trauma, about healing, and I think some historical events are just too painful. For example, my grandmother died in the Great Hunger together with her son and her brother. And I mean, to write about the Great Hunger where 2 million Vietnamese perished, including members of my own family, was just so painful. And I think writing in English gave me the opportunity to be a little bit distant away from the pain, so that I could convey it somehow.
Yeah, and there's also the writing program in University of Lancaster that you did sometime during these 7 years, or was it earlier?
So I wrote this novel as part of my master's in creative writing at Lancaster University because before that, I never had a chance to do a creative writing course. So I knew as a writer I had to learn, so I registered myself into the Master in Creative Writing course. So for any of you out there who want to be a writer, check out Lancaster University. I got a scholarship, and they do give scholarships to writers from developing countries, like countries from India and Vietnam. And I also got my PhD from that university, and as part of the PhD, I wrote my second novel called Dust Child. So I learned a lot during these courses because I had to read texts in literary criticism. As a critic, if you read criticism text, you are familiar with the concept how to decolonize. We talk about decolonizing literature in English about Vietnam, and it gave me a lot of courage. So for example, when I first published my poetry in English, I did not dare to keep my name the Vietnamese way. So the Vietnamese way have different tonal marks. And in English, normally we are expected to remove the marks, to make it easier for the non-Vietnamese readers. But when after my courses, I got the courage, I said I have to decolonize the way we are expected to present ourselves to the Western readers. We should not be changing our language to please the eyes and ears of the Western readers. So then I told my publisher, I rather not sell many books, but show respect to my culture by keeping the Vietnamese language the way it is in my book. So that's why when you read the book, you will see the names of all the characters in authentic Vietnamese way. And I also incorporate a lot of Vietnamese language, Vietnamese proverbs into the text.
In India, most of us might not be very familiar with Vietnamese history, especially 20th century history. We know about the Vietnam War, but most of what we know about the war is from Hollywood movies, which may be a view into the war from one perspective. Kwe Mai also talked about, in her response just now, about the great hunger and also the land reforms. Very similar to the Bengal famine, in Vietnam also, there was this period, there was this big famine, which, as Kwe Mai said, led to the death of 2 million people. The Mountain Sing is a historical novel that spans the 20th century history and the big upheavals in Vietnam. My question is, what does this history of your country mean to you? And what do you think are the lessons from it that not just Vietnamese people, but people all over the world should be able to take?
I think throughout our histories, Indian people have gone through a lot of upheavals, a lot of pain, and the trauma is still there, and you need to heal and to reconcile. For the people of Vietnam, the same, we did not just experience the Vietnam War. We were invaded, colonized by many empires. First, the Chinese Empire, the Mongolian Empire, the Japanese, the French were in Vietnam, and the Japanese as well. So, there's still a lot of issues we have to resolve. And for me, as a writer, I want to document untold stories from our history. So, our history is very sensitive in a way that people are not free to talk about certain periods of our history. For example, the land reform. It is a very taboo period of our history. And, as a writer, I feel a duty to make sure that these stories are not forgotten. In the book is told in the voices of two women, Grandma Diệu Lan and her granddaughter Hương. And Grandma Diệu Lan told her granddaughter this: those who are in power want to rewrite history, but we need to make sure that our stories live on, because when these stories live on, we can do better.
Leading on from the response, one of the themes that I found here was also forgiving. Because once a country goes through so many upheavals, people in the same family, if we talk about 3 generations of a family, might find themselves on opposite ideological ends, even across war lines, and there is no way out but forgiving. What is your comment on that? Is the novel directly asking us to do that as well?
So previously, you mentioned about Hollywood movies about Vietnam, and I want to refer to that because, like, most people know about Vietnam through Hollywood movies. And I need to say, Hollywood movies are a part of this propaganda machine. And when they make movies about Vietnam or the Vietnam War, normally, American soldiers are shown as heroes who rescue Vietnamese, and Vietnamese ourselves are victims, especially Vietnamese women. We need to be rescued by men. and the purpose of my work is to write against that, you know. I want to put Vietnamese people in the center of the story, and Vietnamese women as those with agency, you know, those who are pillars of our family. And actually, if you talk to many families in Vietnam until today, they still have a lot to work out because, you know, millions of people fought in the Vietnam War. And the Vietnam War is not about Vietnamese people against the US Army. Actually, it is mainly the war of North Vietnam against South Vietnam. So many families have family members who fought against each other. So after the war, the issue of forgiving, of coming, uniting with each other is very, very difficult. So in my book, I have this Chan family, you know, who has brothers fighting about brothers. And after the war, they had difficulties talking with each other, forgiving each other. And I want to highlight that even in today's world, you know, in our family, we may have different political opinions, but I want to highlight that the love and respect for family members is so important, and regardless of our political viewpoint, we should come together and show love to each other and respect each other's viewpoint.
Yep. The Mountain Sing is a novel about, as I said, 3 generations of a family, and it spans almost the entire 20th century, or at least a good 60 to 70-year period. And so how do you write a novel that is spread across such timelines, across generations? And as a writer myself, you know, I was very impressed, awed by the structure that you have used, how you have, you know, designed the novel, right? There are jumps between timelines. We end in 2017. At some point, we have gone to the World War II period. We are somewhere in the 40s, then we are in the 50s. How did it go for you? Were you just writing the story and these things came naturally? Or did you have to work like, you know, like setting a jigsaw puzzle and, you know, drafting your pieces like that?
So, you know, as I'm a writer because I love to read. So, you know, I love to read stories that surprise me. So as a writer, each day, I want the stories to surprise me. So that's why I don't plan. I don't plan ahead because, you know, I think unless I can surprise myself, then the reader will be surprised. So this novel was, at some points, it was like an impossible task because, you know, for all my life, I was collecting stories. So I grew up in different parts of Vietnam. So I've been listening to people keeping diaries, and I wanted to write an epic story about Vietnamese history. But I did not find the door to that world until one day I talked to a friend, and he told me how he survived the bombings, the American bombings in Hanoi. And he was in Hanoi together with his grandmother, and as his grandmother was taking him to school, the American airplane started to come and drop bombs onto the city. So the grandmother was pulling him along, you know, running to the school, and when they reached the school and they jumped into a bomb shelter, and then all around them there were explosions. So he was really afraid. So my friend asked the grandmother, "Grandma, we will die if the bomb drops here." And the grandmother said, "We will only die if Buddha let us die." And you know, I got goosebumps when I heard that. You know, in the moments of life and death, I think it's important that we have faith. Regardless of whatever religion, we should have faith. We should have faith in human beings or our family or in God or in Buddha. Or, you know, like we should have faith. And the faith really helped my friend and the grandma survive. So so when I heard that story that night, I came home. I sat down. after cooking for my kids, putting them to bed, it was like 9 o'clock in the evening. I was really tired. But I Googled the bombing of Hanoi and I could hear the sirens. I could see the images of how many people who had died. So with tears running down my face, I wrote 2,000 words that would become the first chapter of the novel. And then I interviewed, 30 different people who experienced the bombing to be able to kind of add realistic details into the chapter. And I did not know what would happen to the grandmother and her granddaughter. But I wanted to create a big family. Each family member is a witness of a historical event. And so I wanted to switch the timeline to create suspense. So as a writer, one of the best tools for creating suspense is timeline and character. So if you leave the readers in suspense by, taking them to one place and leaving them there and moving on to another place, it could be a technique of creating suspense. And I love to work with different timelines and different characters because I think readers are very clever. Readers do not want to read a story from A to Z. They want to be guessing. They want to be part of the journey. I think reading is like a journey of discovering. You want to discover yourself. You want to guess. You want to be actively involved. So I think that's why timeline and characters are fun to work with.
I'm taking these as notes for myself. I'm going to play more or experiment more with the timelines of my novels. And the second thing which I resonate with is the fact that sometimes you don't have the whole thing planned. You get one chapter, which becomes your first chapter, and then suddenly a whole world opens up, right? You want to make it deeper with more characters. Kwemai, you spoke about Vietnamese annotations and writing names in the way they would be written in Vietnamese. There is also a lot of words and sometimes entire sentences in the language that are as is in The Mountains Sing. Now, for Indian writers in English also, many of us are bilingual, some of us are multilingual, and you do see that in Indian work in English as well. That's, sometimes a writer will just leave Hindi words there or Tamil words there and so on. So for you, how does it work? How do you decide, this is the phrase that I'm going to keep, as is?
So actually, I have learned a lot from Indian writers in my writing process, how to employ the power of our native language as part of the English text. So I analyzed that as part of my PhD project. And I think language is power. We should use the language, our native language, to invite the international readers into our culture, But also, we also show them some light through the translation. So I think in the first book, I translate more than in the second book. I think in the second book, after writing for some years, and then you gain that confidence, not just in yourself, but in your readers. You know that what they can do to embrace your language. Because, even in my first novel, The Mountains Sing, there are some words I don't translate at all. This part that I would love to read, it has the names of different flowers and trees, but I don't translate because I want the reader to arrive in Vietnam not just with their mind, but with their heart. I want them to feel the atmosphere. I want them to feel how it's like being in Vietnam.
Wonderful. Would you like to read the passage now that you've selected? Why don't you?
Thank you. So I'm going to read just for a few minutes this passage from the book. So the book is told in the voices of Hương, a 12 years old girl who is waiting for the return of their parents. And I was born into the Vietnam War, and for many years, I have family members who had to leave to fight in the war, and I long for them to return. So this passage carries my longing for peace, for a normal life. I miss my parents dearly. During the years that she was gone, I imagine seeing my mother again every day. I imagine disappearing into her embrace, into the river of her hair, into her soft breast. I imagine our voices rising like kites from under the shade of our new bang tree. I miss how my mother had filled our home with her singing voice, how gracefully she had danced, how she had led me along by my fingers, twirling me around so my shirt would flare. Whenever I was sad, I told myself to be strong like my mother. She never cried or showed fear. Once we found a snake under our bed, and while I stood there shaking, she bent and picked it up by the tip of its tail, flinging it out of the open window. By the beginning of 1975, rumors spread that the war was really ending, and I imagined my mother flying me down the streets of Hanoi on the back of Grandma's bicycle. We would scream at the top of our lungs as the bike rushed us into a brilliant summer, into red phượng flowers, into purple bang lang petals that blossomed above pavements punctured by bomb shelters. We would stop at the leg of the return sword, delighting in the delirious coldness of Chang Tien ice cream. In my dreams, my mother always returned with my father. He was tall and handsome. Sometimes he would rush toward me on his 2 feet. Sometimes he struggled on a single leg, leaning on a crutch. Sometimes he embraced me with his 2 strong arms, and at other times he had no arms at all, just 2 lumps of soft flesh protruding from his shoulders. But he always laughed and as he called my name, Hương con gái của cha.
So here, one of the narrators is expressing love for her parents, and the earlier part of the passage is about love for her mother, and she has longing for her mother. Would readers be right to see motherhood as one of the themes of the novel? Yeah. But it's not just motherhood, you know. We are talking about a larger family here. So Huang has a lot of love for her uncles, for her aunts, and she misses them all. And her happiness as, you know, some of them return from the war or they're visiting is I mean, she's really, really happy. This made me think of you know, probably in India, we have had nuclear, smaller and smaller family units. But I think people of my generation can vaguely remember there was a time when families used to be bigger in India. How is it like in Vietnam right now? And are there similar pressures? Are family units getting smaller? And do you personally feel a pining or a longing for an earlier time?
I think what I love about, you know, families in Vietnam and India is that we tend to have big families, you know. For example, my wedding, I had more than 200 people, and many people got offended that I didn't invite, you know, them. And in India, I think you often have hundreds of people, you know, attending weddings, right? But in the Western, a lot of my Western friends say, you have so many people, you are so close to so many people. And I feel like, you know, family, like I have my uncles, my aunts, and their children and grandchildren, and all their relatives. They are my relatives. And this concept is very different to my Western friends, because family to them is like just parents or children or grandparents, you know, that's a family unit. And I feel like nowadays with industrialization, the Vietnamese family unit is also getting smaller, like you said. We also don't have so many gatherings anymore, except for during, you know, the Tết, the Vietnamese New Year. And because people also move to the big cities to work, so family units are very much affected. So this book is like a longing for the tradition of tight family relationships. I feel like, family love is like the pillar of my life. I'm only here thanks to the sacrifice of my parents and what all my family's relatives have done for me. So I want to hang on to that tradition of being close to the family. And this book is really about motherhood and about the strength of women, because like we have a lot of sexism in Vietnamese culture, like there are some proverbs that put women down. Like there's this proverb, I hope it's not too sensitive that I say it here, but it's true. For example, recently a friend of mine was commenting on the World Cup, and another friend commented on her post, đàn bà đái không qua ngọn cỏ. So this proverb means women can't pee higher than blades of grass. So it means that we can't think big, we don't know about football, so we shouldn't comment on football. So we have, things, proverbs like that. For example, đàn ông nông nổi giếng khơi, đàn bà sâu sắc như cơi đựng trầu. I talk about this proverb in my second novel because it means when careless, the men are as deep as water well. When thoughtful, women are shallow as container of a betel nut container. So we are very shallow compared to the men. And I want to write about that. I want to show the strength and the power of the women I have witnessed throughout my life. So, in this novel, Grandma Ziolan really, acted as the pillar of her family, and she saved so many members of her family thanks to her smart thinking and her hard work.
Yeah, which reminds me that there are probably close to a dozen or more proverbs in the mountains sing available to us both in the Vietnamese and the translated. And I felt tempted a couple of times to note them down because the exact proverbs aren't there in Indian languages, so they were new for me. It was quite interesting to read them. Apart from that, there are scenes of rural life in your novel. One that I was struck by was a buffalo cart is being, I don't know what the right word is, driven. And you take your time and you tell us how to do that, right? A couple of times in the novel, there is cooking happening. And again, you take your time and you tell us what is being cooked, how is it being cooked, what is the process, and so on and so forth. And as a writer, of course, all of these, I know that all of these are decisions, right? Like the writer has decided to do this on this page. So how do you choose where you're, going to give yourself some descriptive liberty or going to tell us readers that, hey, I'm just going to tell you how to ride a buffalo cart or drive a buffalo cart?
That's an excellent question. I think as a someone who was born and grew up in the countryside of Vietnam, I wanted to immerse the readers into the lifestyle, the Vietnamese, authentic Vietnamese lifestyle. But also as a writer, I want the novel to have different moments, because you don't want the readers to be nervous and intense all the time. That would be too much. It's like, you have moments of climax in the novel, just like you watch a movie. There are certain parts that you laugh, certain parts that you cry, certain parts that you just relax and dream along, So sometimes I just want to put the reader into a dreamy stage where they experience, the poetics of the everyday life Vietnam. And I must tell you that when I sold this manuscript, when my agent sold this manuscript to my US publisher, I had like 120,000 words. And the contract said I had to cut it down to 100,000 because like people nowadays don't have much time to read, so you have to cut it down. And at the same time, my editor said, please add this and this and this. So it was very challenging to cut down certain things and add, more text on certain scenes. But I think as a writer, if you train yourself in the art of editing your work down to make it essential, to make it sharp, to make it clear, you learn a lot. So by cutting our words, I learned a lot about the power of language and how to use it to maximum effect.
So the buffalo cart riding tutorial actually happens not, it's 3 or 4 pages after that, someone is decapitated. So, I got your point about, giving the reader something light, because immediately after that, something really dark happens in the novel. I'm shifting to something which I think was one of your thematic concerns in the novel. As you said, it is a war between North and the South. It is also, as we know, the Vietnam War is a war of ideologies, right? And here we have a grandmother, Julan, who is a very, very practical person, right? She has sons fighting on both sides. But when the going gets tough, immediately in post-war Vietnam or even during the wartime period, she decides to do something dangerous. She decides to become a trader, which is probably very, very risky for her and her family. So I want to understand that making a complex story like this, and you have referred to this earlier as well, must be based on research. And is it a point that you actually truly deeply believe that ideological differences are for other people, common people are just worried about survival? Yeah.
This story is really based on the experiences of my family and those around me. So actually, I interviewed hundreds of people to be able to fictionalize their experiences into the book. But I feel like a part of the research is getting to know the circumstances and feel it in your heart. I used to be a film producer, and a filmmaker used to tell me, you cannot make a good film unless your hands tremble behind the camera. And I feel like I will not be able to move the reader if I do not feel the emotions when I write my book. So I cried a lot, I laughed a lot when writing this book, thanks to the research that I did. For example, when I wrote about, trader, Grandma Diệu being a trader, I interviewed a lot of people who were working as black market traders during that time, to rescue their family. And actually it comes from the experiences of my own family, because my mother was a teacher and a farmer, but it was during the socialist time. And during the socialist time, after the war in Vietnam, nobody was allowed to sell anything. Everything had to be provided by the government stores. So my mother, in order to earn money to feed the family, we were like selling rice, we was chopping wood and selling, firewood, and that was forbidden. But we had to do it for survival. And I documented some of those experiences in the book, and it's so shocking, because now Vietnam is, when it comes to the economy, it's one of the, it's like a capitalist country, because if you go to Vietnam, everyone has a shop, in their house. If they have a house on a main road, they rent it out, or they have a shop, So business is very much encouraged now, private business. But in the past, it was all forbidden. So we had to learn from our past that, certain models don't work.
So grandma in the post-war socialist Vietnam, she becomes a black market trader, and she also, keeps pigs and, other animals, which is like private property. And I was like, here is a courageous woman. You mentioned about research, reaching out to a lot of people. Once the book is published and it's an international bestseller, it's traveled to many countries, to many readerships, there must have been instances where people came back to you, and people must have reacted, people must have said things. I'm really curious about what's the most heartwarming thing that has happened because of your book, or what's the most heartwarming thing that any reader has told you?
Actually, I regularly hear from readers, and it's so wonderful. I have had, 5 or 6 readers from India who reach out to me with long messages about their grandmother's stories. They say, "Oh, Grandma Diệu in the book reminds me so much about my grandma." And so many veterans of the Vietnam War also wrote to me with pictures and their personal stories. And I think 2 of the stories that I remember most are 2 women who actually decided to forgive their parents after reading the book, because their parents did not raise them when they were children. So, they never forgive their parents. And in reading the book, they understand the trauma experienced by Vietnamese people during the war. So these 2 readers decided to forgive their parents, and that's like the biggest gift.
I think two families reunited, let's say that, because of reading the book. That's more than what any book achieves. So that's really kudos for that. One last, I want you to talk a bit about your upcoming novel as well, Dust Child. But before that, I have a small question, which is, there are Vietnamese American authors, and second generation or third generation migrants. Then there are writers writing from Vietnam. Then there's someone like you. Do you see all the different kind of Vietnamese novelists, authors, they're part of the same literary tradition? Or are you seeing, these branchings emerge, that, you start seeing the Vietnamese American authors as slightly different from what Vietnamese authors writing from Vietnam might be? And I ask this also because Viet Thanh Nguyen, he's been a champion for your work as well. So how is the conversation in Vietnamese literature about writers' locations and where they write from?
I think unlike writers of India, in Vietnam we have a barrier between Vietnamese writers and diasporic Vietnamese writers. Because people like Viet Thanh Nguyen, they write and they read in English, whereas writers in Vietnam normally don't know English, so we write and we read in Vietnamese. And a lot of books by diasporic Vietnamese writers are not translated into Vietnamese due to censorship, so we have this barrier. So now we really need to work with each other, to uplift each other, to become one community. So there's a lot of work to be done. Before time runs out, because you mentioned my second novel, so my second novel is called Dust Child. This novel is about another, untold, a period of Vietnamese history which is little known. So it's about, tens of thousands of children who were born into the Vietnam War, who are the children of American soldiers and Vietnamese women. They were born and abandoned during the Vietnam War. So this novel is about their experiences and the experiences of their parents. So, yes, so thank you very much for having me today. Sorry, we don't have, we don't have time for, for Q&A, but I hope to meet you later at a book signing. Before we say goodbye, can I sing some short Vietnamese song that I wrote for this?
Please do.
So this is Vietnam opera, vọng cổ. So it comes from the village from where I'm from, and it's a thank you song to the readers. Thank you for the question. So actually, Vietnam is developing very fast, economic-wise, but we have a large gap between the rich and the poor. So many people in the rural area have to migrate to the cities to work, and we need to do much more to bridge the gaps between the rich and the poor and reduce social injustices. Thank you so much. So this is the song, just 2 minutes. Bạn đọc ơi, hôm nay các bạn đã về đây đoàn tụ. Nhìn những gương mặt thân quen chưa tôi thấy mình mắc nợ ân tình. Từ thuở còn thơ tôi đã tự nhủ mình rằng một ngày tôi sẽ viết những câu chuyện về quê hương xứ sở với những nhân vật như bạn như tôi. Thank you.
If you could translate what it meant, what you sang, just what did it mean, what you sang?
Oh, oh my beloved readers, today you gather on your beautiful faces. I see the light of love and I bow to you my deepest thanks.
Lovely, lovely, lovely to hear you. Thank you so much.
No time?
I'm sorry now.
We'll be outside signing books, and any questions if you have, we can take them outside as well. Thank you. Thanks for being here, everyone.
Also have a full circle bookstore near gate number 2. In case you are wanting to buy the book, inspired and motivated after hearing the story, the journey from here, you may kindly proceed to the full circle bookstore near gate number 2 and buy your favorite book and also get it signed by your favorite author here.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं। कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं। गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं। कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं। यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is all set for our next session, which is the 4th session. For those of you who have just entered, I would like to inform all of you that we are in the Rajnigandha Hub. This is Auditorium 1. We have 4 auditoriums here where simultaneously the sessions are going on. And currently, this hall, which you are in, where you are in, is Rajnigandha Hub, Auditorium 1. And we now are going to commence with our 4th session, which is an Achiever's Talk presented to you by Rajnigandha. The Booker-winning novel, The 7 Moons of Mali Almeida, tells the story of a photographer who in the 1990s wakes up dead in what seems like a celestial visa office with no idea who killed him. Mali has 7 moons to contact the people he loves the most and lead them to a hidden cache of photos of civil war atrocities that will rock Sri Lanka. Curious to know more about this? Am I right? So let's welcome the one and only Shehan Karunatilaka, the winner of the 2022 Booker Prize for his 2nd novel, The 7 Moons of Mali Almeida. He will be in conversation with Vikas Singh, an executive editor news of the Times of India and author of The Big Fix and Nima Man in the Shadows. Please welcome Shehan Karunatilaka and Vikas Singh.
Absolutely. Your publisher will love you for this. Right. Good afternoon, everyone, and let's get straight into it. I don't think Shehan needs any introduction, but I guess everyone here, wants to hear about the booker, and we'll get to that by and by. But a little backstory first. So your website describes you as a failed cricketer, a failed rock star, and a failed vegan.
Yeah, all true, yeah.
Okay, would you care to elaborate on that?
I used to bowl left-arm Chinaman, or left-arm leg spin, as I used to call it. I could bowl a googly, I could pitch one on the right place, but I bowl a lot of full tossers and get hammered and end up on the reserves bench. But while sitting there, I fantasized about being this mythical great bowler, and I think I ended up writing about it 20 years later as Chinaman, the legend of Pradeep Matthew, who was this bowler who never bowled a single full toss. And failed rock star, as you can see, I still have the semblance of that. I still travel around with my guitar, but it's not for public consumption. The vegan thing I can still work on. I still have time. I think the other things may have eluded me. With all these failures, you end up writing books, I think, or writing books about your failures, and I suppose that's where it led me to here.
So how did all these experiences? How did they sort of work towards making you the writer that you are?
Well, I don't know. That's for I guess that's for other people to say. I think for me, one telling thing was, like, if you take those examples, I was obsessed with cricket as a teenager, and when I was in my 20s, Sri Lanka won the World Cup and so on. But I would never go and sit in the nets like Murali used to do for like 8 hours a day perfecting the dusra. I'd never do that. And same with playing music. Unless I had a gig when I used to play in bands, I'd practice. But I wouldn't pick it up on a daily basis. But I wrote on a daily basis. From teenage years, I kept diaries, and I'd write down ideas for screenplays, video games, songs, movies. So I think by the time I was in my 30s and this idea for Chinaman came to me, the idea that the greatest ever cricketer of all time could have been unfortunate enough to have been born in Sri Lanka and been playing in the 80s, and therefore was never discovered. That was, such a delicious idea. I thought someone should write it. And I waited for a year, and no one was writing about left-arm leg spinners in Sri Lanka in 1987. So then, I guess I was working in advertising, so I also had a writing-related job as a copywriter. I started waking up early, like 4 in the morning. I was never a morning person, but I'd wake up because after 8, 9 o'clock, chaos starts. And I'd write for 4 hours. And then after I discovered W.G. Karunasena, the drunk uncle who's narrating the story, I realized I got to spend more time with him. And so, I quit the job and I did this. I think looking back, if I had played guitar every day, I probably would have been a decent guitarist. But the fact is I wrote every day, and I think the thing that you do every day, whether you like it or not, defines what you become. And anyway, since Chinaman, there's another story. It took 10 years before The Seven Moons came out. So, we can talk about the interim there. But I think Chinaman was the first time I dedicated 2 years to a project and saw it through. I think with many beginner writers, everyone's got ideas. I'm sure everyone's got ideas for a great novel or a great screenplay. But then once you get the idea, writing the next 300 pages and bringing it to life, that's the tough part. And I think with Chinaman, it was easy because the research. It's always the research that when I was younger, I'd get lazy about. If I'm writing about the war, I've got to read about the war and understand it from all sides before I write it. This one, all I had to do was watch cricket matches from 82 to 99, which was well-documented Sri Lankan cricket matches, and hang out with drunken uncles in the afternoons, which I did as well a lot, just talking to them about cricket, observing their mannerisms. So it didn't seem like work. So I guess that's what led me to the first book. But when you write a first book, you don't think of a second book. You're happy to get that published. Anyway, that was the start.
But before Chinaman, you did write a book which won an award but never got published. Is that right?
Yes. It didn't win. It got shortlisted for the Gratian Prize.
Okay.
So the Gratian Prize was set up by Michael Ondaatje, who was Sri Lankan born after he won the Booker for English Patient. He set that up for Sri Lankan writing in English. I think modern contemporary writing owes everything to that, because every year there are about 70, 80 entries. And it's unearthed a lot of talents across the last 10 years, certainly. And The Painter was the book. I wrote it when I was 23. I submitted it, and it got shortlisted. But I could tell, I was 23. I didn't really know what I was doing, and the book went all over the place. I think I was wise enough then to know that this book didn't work, and I put it away. And I thought, okay, if I'm going to write another book, one thing, I should not talk about it. I think that's the mistake you do. You talk about the book to people rather than writing it yourself. But also that I need to research it properly and know what I'm doing. So, yeah, The Painter is somewhere. I think there's a copy somewhere in a box under someone's bed. But hopefully,
You've never been tempted to sort of re-explore it, see if you can salvage it, and you're done with it.
Not at all. I know it's done. And it's not just that. I've got like lots of stillborn novels and short stories sitting around. Some of them come to life, but I don't think this one's going to come to life anytime soon. But you learn from your mistakes and your failures. So I knew what I did wrong in that case, and I remedied it. But yeah, I don't think there's anything salvageable. But it's okay. There's plenty of stories. There's plenty of stories in Sri Lanka, especially.
So when you're obviously a cricket fan, but what kind of cricket fan? Are you the kind of guy who'll watch every franchise match in every franchise around the world, or just a few ODIs and T20s maybe, or tests? Are you a test man?
No, I'm a lapsed cricket fan. I'm absolute. Of course, Test cricket, yes. That's the pinnacle for me. I mean, I tried following the IPL and the T20 stuff, and look, it is exciting, and I do follow the World Cups, but it doesn't feel like when Sri Lanka beat Australia 3-0 in a Test series. That is something I remember. I don't remember the T20 victories. But no, I would say I was nothing more than a casual fan. Of course, I was in my 20s when Sri Lanka won the World Cup, so then every Sri Lankan became cricket obsessed and we had a couple of golden ages after that. But then I think I was researching Chinaman in 2007-8, and there was still, Sri Lankan cricket was still on the ascendancy. We still had Sangha and Mahela and Malinga and all these characters. But I stopped watching cricket just because I wanted to focus on the wilderness years from 82 to 99 and leading up to the World Cup. But then after I finished the book, I was kind of done. And it was really weird because after that, the book comes out and everyone assumes you're a cricket expert. And I got invited on panels. I sat with Saurav Ganguly in Calcutta in the belly of the beast. And he's asking me, you think Sangha and Mahela aren't getting on too well? Is that why Sri Lanka is? And I'm like, how the hell should I know? I'm not in that dressing room. And so I would say a lapse. Like now what I do is I still follow cricket on Cricinfo. And my friend Andrew Fidel Fernando, I think he's the Sri Lankan correspondent. He writes the most beautiful...
He's amazing. If you from my side, please tell him I look forward to his blogs. He's just hilarious.
And so I will follow the game like, I'll have it while I'm working. I won't sit there for 5 days watching a test match unless there's something interesting happening. But I'll follow it, and then inevitably, 80% of the time, Sri Lanka loses. But I will read Andrew's, because out of defeat, he can milk comedy and pathos and insight. And so I read the match report rather than watch the match. That's the kind of cricket fan I am. But who knows? I mean, if there's... also, as you age, you realize time is precious. And the time spent watching a test match, you could maybe write a chapter in that time. So I would say I'm a lapsed cricket fan, but I'm waiting for the new Sri Lankan golden age to emerge. I mean, when I wrote Chinaman, I thought we'd win a couple more World Cups by the time it was published. Sadly, came close, but now it looks very far away.
2011 almost sort of pooped the party.
Who spoiled that party? Yeah.
True. So you've also written 2 screenplays based on cricket. I think one is the Murli, the movie, 800, and the other is something called The Boys Played Well. And what's that about?
You've been to my website, I see. So the Murali thing, so I was adamant that, okay, I don't let Andrew Fidel write the cricket, I want to write something else. So that's why I embarked on a ghost story. But during the pandemic, and I said I'm not going to write any more cricket things, this Murali's biopic, 800, it's a Tamil movie, the director was M.R. Sripati. So he got in touch with me and just said he'd read Chinaman and he just wanted me to just look over the script and see if it's, the Sri Lankan insights are correct and so on. I ended up co-writing it. And the thing is, even though I swore off cricket, Murali was a fascinating character for me because on one hand, he is inarguably the greatest bowler of all time. 800 test wickets, no one looks, I mean, someone may beat that record, but for now it looks intact. But then there's a faction who believe that his action was illegal and his wickets should be illegal, and you can't talk of him in the same breath as, say, Shane Warne or Kumble. So that was interesting to me, that the division among cricket fans. Is this man a genius or is he a fraud? But also, and I think we addressed this in the movie, and this was part of why the movie was difficult to make, his status as a Tamil, because he was the lone Tamil in that 1996 dressing room, which was predominantly Arjuna Rantunga's Sinhalese sports club, that atmosphere. So how did he fit in there? And the whole nation and the team rallied behind him when he was no-balled and so on. So there is this talk that among Tamils that he never spoke up. He never spoke up for the atrocities. He never spoke in Tamil in public. And then after he retired, even though he's done a hell of a lot of charity work, building houses for tsunami victims and reconstructing the North, there's still this inkling, because he ends up sitting on stages with politicians who have dodgy reputations. So this idea that he's a race traitor. Whereas on one hand, I think he was the person that unified the entire nation, and we forgot about races during that World Cup and after that. But there was this division saying, well, he's not a true. He didn't speak up for the Tamil people. He let us down. So that was fascinating to me. Was this guy a hero, or was he a villain? And so navigating that, of course, a sports biopic follows the typical lines, and it culminates in the victories and the ups and downs. But there was a lot to write about. So, and it was the pandemic, and you're not sure as a freelance writer where the next paycheck's coming from. We shouldn't have worried, because the pandemic was great for freelance writers, but. Yeah, so I took this job, and I did quite enjoy it. I don't know how it was my first attempt at writing a screenplay. So let's see how it turns out. Boys Played Pretty Well is the title of, well, it's a title I gave it. Andrew's not. So me and Andrew Fidel, we collaborated on a screenplay, not a screenplay, a mini-series about the 1996 World Cup.
Okay.
And Andrew brings a lot of, and because the time it was set during the height of the war. And I don't know if people remember this, 2 bombs went off in Colombo, and then the Australians and the West Indies refused to play in Sri Lanka. And
it's also when India and Pakistan sent a joint 11 to play in Sri Lanka.
Yes, that Solidarity 11.
Which made you wonder what might have been if partition hadn't happened.
And that was it wasn't a great match, but yeah, watching, Wasim Akram and Sachin on the same team was, that was phenomenal. But Andrew so we were talking, the World Cup 96 is anyway a fairy tale story, right from Murali being no-balled in 95 to the bomb blast, to the way, and they were a bunch of amateurs. They were guys who worked in banks by day, took off their ties and played cricket, playing against the might of Australia. And so it was a fairy tale, but also Andrew collected, he's a journalist. I make up stories, so we had to kind of rein each other in, but he collected, the anecdotes of how the matches were watched up north, especially. There was no power, how the LTT had a ceasefire, and the cadres sat around watching, and the nation was united around the television screen. So I think it's a tremendous story. It's still in development stage, as they say. So we did the script, and let's see what happens. I think after Michael Jordan's last dance during the pandemic, everyone was like, hey, let's do a documentary on something. But cricket documentaries aren't usually, Fire in Babylon was huge, but it's a tough sell still. But hopefully that will also see the light of day.
But, going by, well, at least the 2 books I've read, your style tends to be very dark humor, sort of bordering on savage, if I may. And how does that, when you're doing a biopic of a sports person, were you able to stay with that style? Did you have to change your style? Was it an effort, conscious effort, or how did it work?
No. Well, it remains to be seen how the film turns out. But also, I've worked most of my life as a copywriter, and a good copywriter doesn't have their own style. If you're selling fridges, you have a different tone of voice than if you're selling milk powder or cars. And so I'm used to altering the voice for different target audiences. So in this case, I didn't think my voice was, and I don't know if it's my voice either. I would say it's W.G. Karunasena's voice, Marley Almeida's voices that come through. But no, when you're writing screenwriting, it's in service of the story, and so I was trying to capture Murali's voice more than anything else. So I don't know if there's savage, dark humor in this story. Let's see.
Okay. So coming to the Seven Moons, now, of course, there was a long gap between Chinaman and the Seven Moons, but the book was apparently published twice in India, once as Chats with the Dead and once as the Seven Moons. How did that happen?
Yeah, so this is also something that's, I seem to be doomed to write every book twice, because Chinaman also, it was self-published, big 600-page tome, and then it got edited when Random House published it in India. With this one, it was quite strange, because it took a long time as well to write. I think it was a complicated story. Also, I wasn't expecting to have to write a second novel, and I'd taken a job, I got married, I'd had children, I had, life was happening at the time, so it took a while, and then finally when I think it was done 2019, or I thought it was done, and Chats with the Dead, so that was the original idea was Marley Almeida, this war photographer, ends up in the afterlife, and he meets all these restless spirits who, all victims of Sri Lanka's war, so he's chatting to the ghosts of Sri Lanka's past, and so that, it came out, and Indian publishers were quite enthusiastic and quite keen to get the book out. I think 2020 it was. And, but strangely, outside of the subcontinent, and I think it's probably because, one thing, subcontinental audiences, they're familiar with Sri Lanka's many conflicts, also with the vision of the afterlife, rebirth and yakas and pretas and demons and all that, Kali and so on. It didn't require much explanation, but what we found, and might have a lot to do with the pandemic, also the fact that I'd taken so long to follow up the first book, but yeah, there were a lot of closed doors in the UK and the US saying, well, this is very confusing, we're not sure how to sell this book, whether a Western reader will be absolutely, would be on board with this, or whether they'd be lost. So then we ended up editing it over the pandemic. It was initially just a light edit to make sure that, and that's why you get, at the beginning, there's a cheat sheet there. Who is the LTT, who's the JVP, who's the IPKF, and just explaining the takeout of that is
if I may, there's a lovely line for those who haven't read it, where he says, don't bother looking for good guys, there ain't any. That was a great line.
Yeah, because...
I think you have the copywriter's knack, like in the midst of a flowing, suddenly there'll be one great line, and oh, it's a catchphrase. But
yeah, perhaps. We are taught to think in slogans. But also because I've been asked previous to write screenplays on the Sri Lanka's war. And every time I'd ask the producer or the director, I'd say, okay, who's the good guys in this war? Who's the hero? And no one could have given me an answer. And I think that's the problem. Perhaps that's why you don't get many stories, though, people should attempt them. This is a war worth telling stories over. But yeah, there were no good guys. There were just different degrees of bad guys. And so I think that was one example where we explained that. And also right at the beginning, we explained the ghost rules, the fact that how, you can travel by the wind, you can travel wherever your name is spoken. So those rules had to be clarified. So that was the initial edit. But it was the pandemic, so it's like, I don't think we're going to publish in 2020. Let's aim for 2021 September. So suddenly you're left with like 12 more months. So we ended up tinkering. Is this ending? Does it land? Is the middle boring? Is the beginning confusing? And we ended up doing a lot of surgery on it. And then 2021 turns into 2022. And I think when you have a skilled editor, Natanya Jans, who I always give shout-outs to, who sat painstakingly, put up with my tantrums. Because also when I'm used to clients changing copy, that's part of being a copywriter. But when you've written a 400-page book and you think it's done, and you get these polite notes saying, well, it's terrific, but we need to fix that beginning and that ending and the middle. But other than that, it's fine. And yeah, so, but it was work. It was good work, and it was time well spent, because I could tell with each edit, the book got tighter, it got pacier, some of the digressions were taken out, and also the characters got, at least got more nuanced, I won't say more likable. And so yeah, that 2 years, that's what a pandemic does. 2 years left to tinker with this very complex novel. And so that's what, but I think by 2022, we thought, yeah, it's done now. Time to let it out.
How many rounds of editing did you go through?
I lost count. I don't count. I don't even do my word counts, but I would say I started this from scratch about 4 times. Like, finished 300 pages and then realized this is all crap and put it away and start again from page. I mean, that's quite a heartbreaking thing, but it's actually quite a liberating thing as well, because the next draft is always much smoother. But so I stopped and started it maybe 4 times.
And your latest is a book of short stories, which will...
Yes, The Birth Lottery.
Okay. So tell us a little about that.
So short stories, we got a session tomorrow on short stories, and I'm a bit nervous about that, because I'm not sure I've quite mastered the form. These were things that I was doing while I was procrastinating on novels. Really, that could have been a title for this, because the oldest one is about 20 years old, like 2002, I think I wrote, one of the first things that I finished. And during Chinaman as well, when I was bored or something wasn't working, I thought, okay, this month I'll do a short story. And then I think after Chinaman came out and I was doing 7 Moons, and I realized this was a marathon run, I started looking at all these short story prizes. There's some, quite lucrative ones, there's quite prestigious ones, and I thought, okay, my goal is to write 2 stories a year and submit it to these things. I never got long-listed or anything, or even honorable mention, but I had 2 stories, and then, so I'd think, okay, maybe I should write like those. So I'd read all those stories and try and write like that. Still wouldn't get anything, so then I think,
you should leave that for ChatGPT. You should let ChatGPT do that.
And they could do it, I think, in about 5-10 years, but yeah, and then I thought the next year I decided, okay, forget all of that, I'm just gonna write whatever I feel like, so I did a story composed of text stories, and we thought we'd put them together, and perhaps ideally it should have come out next year, but with the Booker hype, everything wants to come out at the same time, so that's why we have this collection here. But I'm quite proud of it. I think it's like, it just has a lot of different moods and a different, whereas I guess with a novel, you're in a singular point of view for however many years. Whereas this, I got to try on different voices and different styles and things like that.
So your 2 novels, one, of course, both are really 80s, 90s, which was, of course, a very turbulent period and gives you a lot of material to work with. But the protests that happened, for a magical realist would be pretty fertile ground. Are you at all tempted to take it on?
You're talking about the protests
last year?
I mean, you don't need magic. I think realism is crazy enough. I mean, we saw, you would have followed what 2022 was, and I'm sure there's plenty of novels and plays and movies that will come out of that, because, you can have a petrol queue novel, jumping in the president's pool novel. You could, because, again, it's a very typical Sri Lankan tragedy that they had so much absurdity attached to it as well. But, okay, from my point of view, I always write about, like you rightly said, I wrote about the 96 World Cup, the 89 Bishane. The next novel will be around the turn of like 2000, 2001. So I think by the time I get to 2022, it'll be 2042. Okay. And also I think that's a bit of a self-preservation thing, because I think that if you're talking about contemporary stuff, it's, you know what it's like in South Asia. It's quite dangerous. It can, if you start commenting and ruffling feathers. And I'm not a journalist. I don't do hot takes. I don't tweet. I wait a good 20 years and look back and I make sure that anyone who could take offense is dead, and then I write the books. And that's what 89 was. So 2022, certainly, there's plenty, and already the narratives have changed. And look, 2019, the Easter attacks, you can go to different periods in the last 10 years and write things about it. But yeah, 2022, we don't know how it's going to unfold. That's the thing. There was, the protest movement was something wonderful, and I watched from a safe distance. I'm not an activist, I'm a pacifist, if anything. I'd watch on my TV from a safe distance. But when, on July 9th, we were all on the streets. That was a tremendous moment, and being part of it, it was, again, like the 96 World Cup, proof that this divided country can unite behind a single idea, even if the idea is go home to the president, that the whole nation could. And it was something spiritual, like, in the sense, you got across generations, across races, and across genders, and there was a pride parade there were bands playing. I'd never seen a pride parade in my life in Sri Lanka. I don't know if I will, but that moment, we hope that it would capitalize, it will eventually result in new ideas, in young leaders coming forth. And there's still that hope that we're clinging on to. But yeah, now the narrative has changed, and now the protests are being demonized, and so I think that's the thing with Sri Lankan events and history. Many narratives are written, and there's no definitive narrative, and then we forget about it because the next catastrophe takes our attention. And so, answer to your question, I'm not going to attempt it for another 20 years, but I know people who are, and I know that, a lot of people are writing about it, and let's see where this next phase will lead us.
But, now that you won a book and all, and there is a certain elevation of stature, is there an effort, maybe not on your part, but on other people's part, to sort of project you as the voice of Sri Lanka, or, that you sort of, you have a voice now that you could use to highlight issues. Is there a temptation to go there at all?
Not for me, not for me. There's been attempts. I mean, people do reach out and ask if you can speak on this, and I stick to my story, which is that I am a genre novelist. The first one was a drunken detective story. This one was a ghostly murder mystery. The stories they're science fiction and comedy and action, and that's really what I'm attracted to and what I write about. I'm not a political commentator or a voice of anything. And so I politely, and everyone's been quiet, I just said, look, I'll just sit in my room, I'll support whatever, I'll support this cause if I agree with it. But I think I've seen this happen to my friends who my generation and senior, writers who became activists, and thing is they don't end up writing. And I think that's the thing we're good at, that's the thing we should be doing. And I mean, same could be said for Litfest, right? You come up with a book, it wins a book, and then you end up talking about it, you're not doing any writing. And so I have no desire to become a voice of anything, but I have political opinions, I'm closely watching what's happening. But also I know how this turns up, cricketers becoming politicians, actors becoming politicians, and I don't know, maybe we should just get some decent politicians who become politicians rather than leaning on people who write ghost stories to do it,
Right. So at what stage of the book cycle did you start to feel that you had a shot?
Oh, never. Not why. You don't think that way, because you know what a lottery awards are. You know that, when you get long-listed, you're like, because the book was done in, beginning of 2022. And meanwhile, we were distracted with all the things going on in Sri Lanka. I knew I had a book coming out in August. But, and I was asking, are there going to be interviews, reviews? And there wasn't a lot of take-up for interviews and reviews for the book coming out in August. But, you accept that as a writer. Most books are published to anonymity. And so then, while my wife was in a petrol queue for 4 days and I was taking the kids to school, I got this call saying, we've been longlisted for the Booker. And, I couldn't really celebrate. I was at my kids' class. But I remember thinking, okay, so at least the book is going to get reviewed at least. And then, you take that, you're happy with that, so books didn't come to Sri Lanka because we had an economic crisis and books aren't essential services when you don't have petrol or gas. So I couldn't read any of the long list. But, I followed it. Now you've got BookTube and Book Talk, and so I followed the reviews, and I realized this is a wild and eclectic long list. And there's some tremendous books here. And, I was happy to be included among them. But you don't think the next roll of the dice is going to come your way. So I didn't even bother thinking. I was like, I'm happy with this. And then the dice rolls another 6, and then you're in the final 6. And that just meant, okay, I get to take a trip to London and hang out there and do some events, some very scary events, actually, sitting live on the BBC with the shortlist and so on. But even up till the day, I knew those were 6 terrific novels, and that it's a dice roll. It's literally a 1 in 6 chance. And so, I didn't, but you don't want to wing it. So I made sure in the unlikely event that, I had notes of what I was going to say, because you don't want to have drunk too much and suddenly the camera's on you and you don't know what you're doing. So I did make that concession, but it was quite a relaxed evening because I thought I just have to wear a suit and shake a few hands, and then someone else's name gets read out, and then I get to go home and go back to my life. But that's not what happened. But nowhere. I don't think you sit there anticipating. If you sit there anticipating awards when you're writing or after you've written, the law of averages means you're going to be miserable most of the time. So it's best to just focus on the thing you're writing. Was that any good? Okay, well, then
So
let the universe do
you
whatever.
never sort of sat down to write and then found yourself saying, I'd like to thank the jury.
No, I haven't practiced speeches in front of
Okay.
me. No. Maybe when I was a kid and I did my Grammy speech at age 13, but since then, no.
All right.
No.
And I gather your wife strictly told you not to wear black nail polish that night.
Well, you can ask her about the black nail polish. Yeah, I need to get this touched up. Huh? So this was, look, I keep my, if you go to my writing room, it's exactly like it would have looked like when I was 13. I still have posters and guitars, and I do have the black nail polish. And before the booker, she took me to get a manicure saying, hey, this is the booker, you can't be going like this. And then professional manicurist, and I was like, hey, could you do me black nail polish? And she did it with this kind of lacquer stuff, because this I've done myself, and I've done a terrible job. And so I think that was, it was a tense moment at home, but I clutched the booker with my black nail polish. So small victories here.
And so you mentioned that you have kids, and you sort of freelance. Are you still at all doing any advertising, or now you've given that up completely?
I took a break. I still had clients calling me in October after the booker saying, hey, well done, but hey, can we meet next week? We need to see how the deck's looking. And I finished what I had on hand, but no, it's been quite crazy. So I've taken a break.
Right.
But the thing is, I kept my day job right throughout, after Chinaman. I've taken breaks from the industry, but I think also with freelance writing, there's quite an ecosystem of freelance. So I was able to sit in Colombo and freelance for various clients. And I kind of like also doing the day job because people think either, you have to quit everything and go to a log cabin and write your masterpiece. But thing is, after 2 years, if you don't have a masterpiece, you've wasted 2 years that you could have earned something. And so I kind of like having, working for half the week and at least making sure the bills are paid, so then I can go and dream for the next 4 days. So I kept the day job up till the booker. I may go back to it. I still enjoy doing it, and it's also fun having lots of things on your to-do list. I think that's the secret. If you have one thing, write third novel, you're just going to end up staring at that and watching YouTube and fixing a drink at 10 in the morning. But if you have 5 things to do, you end up doing at least 3 of them. And so that's why I do the kids' stories, the short stories, the copywriting work, and the writing. Though as of late, I've just been answering emails. That's been my main job.
So when do you think it'll be age appropriate for your kids to read your books?
I did not. I've had 11-year-olds at book signings, and I look at their parents going, "Are you sure about this?" I don't know if I'm going to police what they read. If they're reading at all, that's fine. But they're still below 10, so I think I'd give another 10 years. There's plenty of other great books for them to read until they work up to this one.
Any recommendations you'd give them?
Of kids' books. So they recommend me. So that's what I'm learning. That's why it got me into the kids' writing game. Because I'd read to them, from 0 to 5, you read to them, and there's a variety of books. And I thought some of them are great, some of them not so great, but some sell far more than literary novels. So
Is Neil Gaiman on your list? Just curious.
I haven't. My son likes Wolf in the Walls, and he's at age 3, which is quite a unnerving book. The classics are there. Dr. Seuss and Julia Donaldson. You kind of read and reread those and try and.
I think Julia Donaldson has, been instrumental in so many meals getting fed to kids. You read it and you sort of shove another spoon down their throat.
Yes, exactly. Those were inspirations for my kids' books certainly, and just the artwork, and so on. But the real inspiration was, I've said this many times, The Very Hungry Caterpillar, which sells 1 million copies every year since 1967. And it's a very simple book, yeah, not a big plot, not great, it doesn't even rhyme and all that. But I thought that's what me and my brother decided. We want to write A Very Hungry Caterpillar and, yeah, sell 1 million copies one day. So that's the quest.
Okay, and how far off are you from the
Well,
million?
I've written Where Shall I Poop, which I
Right.
think is a masterpiece, potty training masterpiece, but still not quite 1 million copies there. But yeah, we'll keep trying. I'm writing a book about insects at the moment. I'm quite fascinated about that. And yeah, me and my son, he brings me cockroaches and praying mantis. And yeah, I'm convinced that insects rule the earth and not us. So I'm going to get into that for the next couple of years. But yeah, they're getting older, so I guess I'm going to have to now start reading young adult and all that. But yeah, it's good. So I'm discovering from my kids, the books that I hand down to them, yeah, they don't quite fly. I showed them the old Narnia that I watched in 1978, and they were like, we have a better Narnia. And yeah, so I think you learn from your kids.
Yeah, yeah. But hopefully Tolkien will still sort of resonate, especially now that he's getting made into serials.
Getting made into what?
Into shows. Just had this sort of The Rings. They did a...
Okay. Tolkien and Star Wars and Marvel I switched off from after, 10 years ago, I think. I was like, yeah, I watched the film. Neil Gaiman for sure. So Neil Gaiman's Coraline I read to her, and yeah, Tolkien, yeah, Star Wars, I saw this thing on the internet saying, that Disney have 200 million for the story of Luke's hand, and what happened to that. And it seems a bit like they're milking every single aspect of that universe. But yeah, I'm sure they'll get into Tolkien, and I'm looking forward to that, geeking out with the kids when they reach teenage years.
Great. So I think, we'd love to give the audience also a chance to ask questions. Just maybe one last question, in case there are any aspiring, Booker winners in the audience, would you have any advice to give them?
How to win a Booker, really? I have no advice on that. Firstly, if you're an aspiring writer, don't write thinking you're going to win an award from it. Write because you find a story that won't leave you alone, and that you know that you're the only one who can tell it the way it should be told. I think you find that story that you... Because also it takes so long, right? So whatever won the Booker, you can... Because I remember when I was writing this, Lincoln in the Bardo won, and I was like, oh, Talking Ghost book won. There's no chance another Talking Ghost book will win another award. And then, yeah, Anu Karupakasam was shortlisted the year before, and then you think, oh, well, will they nominate another Sri Lankan? So I think if you start trend watching, you're just going to... And writing a book's tough enough, so I think you find a story you're passionate about, that you can live with for 3 years, that's not going to bore you. And, yeah, and you try and make it play. And so, and yeah, I wouldn't pin your hopes to, prizes or sales and all that. Let the universe decide that. Your job is just to make that book an experience for anyone who picks it up. I think that's tough enough.
But by the time you've sort of finally finished a book, are you sort of just done with it, that I've run this marathon, I'm done, or are you still in love?
No, I'm done by that stage. It gets, because I rewrite them so many times that you get to a point where you're not even sure if it's any good or anything. You're just working on a molecular level on it. So yeah, and I think maybe if I write the next one in 2 years, who knows? But that hasn't been my experience. They've all taken longer than they should. So yeah, like with this one, by the time it was done, I was like, and you have this moment where you think, okay, I've done my best. Maybe no one will read it, maybe no one will like it, but I think it's okay, and it's done, and you put it out. And it's easier said than done. Of course, you want people to read it, you want it to do well, but you have to realize that's not in your power. So yeah, so when I'm done with a book and a subject, I'm done. So that's why the cricket thing, I'm like, yeah, that's so 2010. And I think I'm done with ghosts as well for now. I'm done with corpses. And so I think the next book will be absent of all those themes.
Great. So any questions? Oh, okay, lots of questions. Wow.
Hello,
Okay,
Shehan.
can I just have one request, please? Just keep it
brief.
concise, you know,
Yes.
so that we can accommodate more questions.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Hello, Shehan. Love you and love Seven Moons. I wanted to ask, within your copywriting process, like while you're doing copywriting, while you're doing your own kind of writing for the novel, how does it work? Do you spend, is it exhausting writing a lot, doing a lot of copywriting work and then kind of working on the book? And what does your day look like in terms of like dividing time, or is it like super exhausting and you do copywriting a lot and then end up getting very little time for novel writing? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it is exhausting. I mean, anyone's work day is exhausting, I think, and you have good days and bad days. For me, an ideal day, and I haven't had many ideal days in a long time, but an ideal day starts at 4 a.m. And I've had a good 8 hours sleep before then, so I've gone to bed at 8 p.m., these are tough things to do, but once you get in that routine, and 4 a.m. to, I guess, around 7, those 3 hours is when I do the novel writing. So I save the best for the creative stuff, and then 7 o'clock, kids wake up and the school stuff happens, and then after about 8 to 12 is when I do the day job stuff. And that's an ideal day, and then 12 you're off, and then, yeah, afternoon you can play guitar and read books and watch movies. That's the ideal day. What usually happens is I'm still at my computer at 4 p.m. Cursing myself and wishing I'd got better sleep, and that's what usually happens. But that's ideal, so and I like the idea of switching. So also I know, okay, I have 3 hours to write whatever I'm writing for the novel, then it's done. And so all the activity happens between 6 a.m. and 7. That last hour is when it all happens. And then you kind of switch off and then you do the day job stuff. So I think that's an ideal day. It doesn't usually happen like that. Because usually what happens is you write nothing in the morning, you're cursing yourself, you're trying to write something, and suddenly there's a deadline, and it's 2 p.m., and then you've got to present, yeah. So days are chaotic, but I've described an ideal day. And if you can have 2, 3 ideal days a week, that's not a bad week.
Hi. Shihan, here.
There's a lady here.
I'll give it.
Okay, we'll get to the gentleman as well. Maybe the lady first.
I'll keep my question very short. Just mainly what really struck me while reading your novel was the second-person narration, because that's very unique when it comes to a lot of fiction novels. And I want to understand why you picked that form of narration.
I initially started in the third, all my novels start in the third person, and then it doesn't work, and then I switch to the first person. But it was really trying to solve the problem of what does a disembodied voice look like or sound like. Because normally your hero, you can describe them. I mean, I can describe what Mali used to look like, but now he's a corpse floating in a river, and what does his voice sound like? And I grappled with that for quite a while, and I came up with the thought that if anything survives the death of your body, it's the voice in your head, the voice that speaks your thoughts to you. And the voice in my head is always the second person. That's what I don't know if I'm crazy or if anyone else has that experiences. How many voices you have in your heads? But the voice, it's always speaking to me in the second person, like someone else telling me, you idiot, you should have done that, why did you do this? And that made sense, and I just started writing in that style, and suddenly pages started flowing. It's only later that when I kind of took it apart and looked at what does this mean, I thought, okay, so the voice telling the story, it's not exactly Mali Almeida, it could be the voice of his soul or his voice across different births, the voice of his conscience. And he also has a moment in the book where he thinks, who is the voice? Where do your thoughts come from? Are your thoughts generated by you, or is there someone else whispering thoughts in your ears? And that's why this idea of spirits influencing your thoughts. And because sometimes you do something crazy and you think, what was I thinking? And maybe someone else. So the idea that the voice in your head is external to you. And with the audiobook, which is done quite well, the audiobook, Shivant Vijay Singh, and I didn't have any contact with him until afterwards, so I didn't brief him on this. But when he narrated it, the narrative voice, the you, was in a slightly different register to the Mali Almeida voice when he flashed back, which I thought was a really clever thing, and I think quite apt. So like the voice telling the story, the you telling the story is not quite the Mali Almeida who lived from 1950 to 1980. '89. So that's where, but I think really the test is if it works on the page and you can generate more pages, you go with it. But that's my explanation. It's the voice in your head, and I guess the voice in Mali's head, like the voice in my head, was the second person.
So you have written novels and you have written short stories. How easy or difficult is it to switch gears between the two?
I think short stories are harder, really, because I think for any piece you write, whether it's an article or email even, you choose a voice that may not be quite your voice, a slightly different voice, tone of voice. And with a book, with a novel, it takes a good 6 months to a year to find that voice. And I think with a short story, the same thing has to happen. So there's a short story here, My Name Is Not Malini. It's about the 4 housemaids in the Middle East having a conversation while there's a party happening. And for that took me took me 6 months to do, because getting into those different voices. So I think with each short story, you have to do that, but it's for much lesser period of time. So once you have the voice, the writing of the thing may be a couple of months as opposed to a couple of years. But I still think the preparation is equally hard to doing novels or short stories.
Hi, Shayan. So what were some of the challenges in writing in English to an international audience of a tale that is set in a culture in a very different language? How do you transfer, for example, elements of fun and wit, which are extremely hard to write in a different language? The robustness is lost in the translation, let's say.
So, I mean, the thing is, English is the language that I write in. I mean, I can read and write Sinhala, but I'm not proficient enough to write a novel in Sinhala, hopefully one day. And I've only just started learning Tamil, to my shame. I've only just, in the last couple of years, started learning. So writing in English was, there was no real choice. That's where the story was told. But I suppose I am writing in, I guess if you want to call it Sri Lankan English, the characters are speaking in the way Sri Lankans do speak. I don't think of that when I'm doing the first couple of drafts. So you don't think about what's the editor in London going to say, what's the publisher in New York going to say about this sentence, because then you end up writing a travel guide. You have to, like the characters having a kottu roti, you have to explain what a kottu roti is, like in a paragraph, and that'll take a month of my life. I'm not a food writer, so I just write it for initially for a reader like myself or someone from the subcontinent who would understand this environment, and you write it from the perspective of the characters, how they'd behave and how they'd speak. But then when you're told that international publishers aren't warming to this, then you interrogate it, but I still I don't like glossaries, I don't like footnotes, I don't italicize words, because we grew up reading Yiddish novel, Philip Roth, and with Yiddish words, which we were expected to understand, and you end up doing it because the writer is skilled enough to do that. So I kind of try and do that, where you write it like the original draft, you're writing for a subcontinental reader, but maybe through the context you can understand what, ayya, malli, ade, ado mean. How do you explain ade? Ade, does it mean hey? Does it mean yo? And I don't think it matters. I think you just put it in there and let... So Chinaman, if you're into cricket, Chinaman would be a much richer experience. You'll get all the in-jokes. But if you're not into cricket, I think you can still read Chinaman. So I think that's the approach I take. If you grew up in Colombo, you're going to relate to the book more, but that doesn't mean it's going to exclude others. But yeah, I think you shouldn't be thinking of that when you're writing initially, though.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Hi, Shehan. Love your books. Love how lightly you carry yourself despite the booker. So my question is, writing is a very lonely exercise. You have to spend so much of time with yourself, with your characters. I'm in the process of writing a book, and my personal relationships are amiss right now. So you come across to me as a person who has balanced both the worlds very well. You seem to be in a happy marriage. You have 2 kids. So how does that work for a writer? How do you juggle both the worlds?
Happy marriage with 2 kids. We're still married. Marriages, everyone who's married knows marriages are, they're happy. a lot of the time. Yeah, they're happy a lot of the time, but there's rough moments. And yeah, so I do spend 8 hours locked up in the room. And it's easier now. My kids are 8 and 6. It wasn't so easy when they were 1 and 3. It was downright impossible to do it. But my argument, it's still like if I was working in a bank, Dada's going to work, I'll put on a tie, I'll disappear for 8 hours, and then I'll come back in the evening. So it's the same thing. It's just I'm wearing my pajamas and I'm in the next room. But yeah, you do need to fight for that time. It helps having an understanding partner who will fight with you and keep the kids at bay. But yeah, you need to fight for that time. So I think that's the first thing. You need those. And it doesn't have to be 8 hours. It can be 6, can be 4, however, or, can be 1 even if you're really starved for time. But I think you need that period of not talking to anyone and not just talking to yourself. I don't know if I'm balancing. This is all a very well-honed act. You should have seen me being violently sick in the toilet like 45 minutes ago. Yeah, I don't know. You try and... I'm not comfortable, and my life has been a Litfest. This is my 7th Litfest in as many weeks, and there's more to come. So I am
I forgot to say this has been your best Litfest.
Yeah, well, so far it's been my... Yeah. So it is a constant balancing act, and I feel guilty, I didn't play enough guitar today, or I didn't read enough today, or I didn't write enough today, I didn't hang out with the kids enough today. You still have that guilt. So yeah, the ideal days where you have it all in balance they do happen, but they're few. But what I'm saying, it is a struggle, but it's a worthwhile struggle. And I think if I was by myself, like I think with the first book, I was single living at my parents' house. And yeah, I think it does help to open that door and be back to reality. And yeah, but my kids don't really know much about Booker or think too much about it. So that's also nice to kind of interact with humans who, just know you as Dada. And yeah, it's a balancing act. Thank you. It's very kind of you to say that you think I balance it well. I don't, but I think we're all trying our best.
Yeah. Hi, Shane. In the cricketing world, do you mourn? Are you sad about the death of the Chinaman?
Death of the term Chinaman.
The Chinaman as an art.
Really?
Well, Kuldeep Yadav is still.
Kuldeep Yadav, there's, wait.
But you don't see much of it.
Sandakan. So anyway, Chinaman, we were talking about this before. I'm surprised that term still exists because it's really a left-arm leg spinner. I used to bowl left-arm leg spin and left-arm off-spin, but for some reason we call it Chinaman and orthodox. But I think, and we've researched why Eli Sachong and that story. But I also heard the story that the reason it's called Chinaman, it's as rare to see a left-arm bowler who spins the ball into a right hand. It's as rare as a Chinaman playing cricket. That's what I think that's an apocryphal story. So I think it is anyway a rare form of bowling, but we've had a few, right? This is the thing. When I was writing, at the time of writing Chinaman, I couldn't think of any. Brad Hogg maybe, but he came later. But then after that, there was a bunch. Lakshan Sandakan, Paul Adams was a Chinaman bowler.
He was, yeah.
But he was a bit before. So, and also after the book came out, there was a guy called Matthews. Angelo Matthews played for Sri Lanka, and Nuwan Pradeep played for Sri Lanka. And they opened the bowling one game, and it was Pradeep Matthews opening the bowling for Sri Lanka. And I thought, wow, I'm Nostradamus. But I think the death of the term Chinaman might happen pretty soon. Cricket adjusted to batter.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
For years we'd say that the only batter is the one you put fish in, and now we all say batter.
Yeah, we all say batter, bowler, fielder. So I think the term... So one thing that came out of the Booker was Chinaman will be published in China now. And but under a different title. For obvious reasons. And America also, when they published it, they didn't publish it because it's a racial slur over there. So that's the one thing America and China agree upon, is that my first novel needed a different title. But no, I think you'll see Chinaman. Sri Lanka has mystery spinners. We don't have petrol or gas or anything, but we have a steady supply of mystery spinners. So I'm sure you'll see a few more. But I think Lakshan Sandakan is still in the mix, isn't he?
Yeah. Okay, I think they're going to be kicked out now. So Thank you. Wonderful, and I really hope personally, and I'm sure I speak for the entire audience when I say we really hope we don't have to wait another 10 years for your next one. Really looking forward to that one. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was truly a pleasure to have you here and a very lovely session we had. Thank you so much.
Come home to wonder, to fall in love, to surprise.
And yes, I can see many of you are eager to meet our author. We have a book signing area designated specially outside this auditorium. You may kindly proceed there. He'll be coming there shortly. And in case you haven't read the book and you want to buy the book, we also have a bookstore, Full Circle Bookstore near gate number 2. You may kindly see the store there and buy your favorite books and get it signed from the author themselves.
Come home to togetherness. Come home to celebration. The Nera. This festive season, come home to tradition. Come home to the Nera.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, after that beautiful session, we have come to one more interesting session of the day. This is the session 5, which has been brought to you by Thanera. Thanera is the youngest retail brand of Titan Company Limited that aims to bring the women of today best of India under one roof through its fine curation of handcrafted weaves from across the country. The session is brought to you by Thanera. Myth and history represent alternate ways of looking at things of the past. Defining history is hardly easier than defining myth. But a historical approach necessarily involves both, establishing a chronological framework for events and comparing and contrasting rival traditions in order to produce a coherent account. But how much of mythology is part of history? Let us understand this from our renowned authors. Please welcome on stage Ashwin Sanghi, who's counted among India's highest-selling English fiction authors, Anand Neelakantan. He's an Indian author, columnist, screenwriter, and public speaker, and Vaibhav Purandare, the author of books like Shivaji, India's Great Warrior King, Sarvarkar, the true story of father of Hindutva, Sachin Tendulkar, a definitive biography, and also is a senior editor at Times of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our speakers upon the stage. They would be joining us shortly, I believe. They're also keen on meeting our other renowned authors. They would be joining us shortly. And in the meantime, for those of you who have just joined in the sessions, I would like to inform all of you that we are currently in Rajnigandha Hub. This is Auditorium 1. We have 4 auditoriums where different sessions are running simultaneously at the same time. In this hall, in this Rajnigandha Hub, we have 8 sessions, and currently we are in the 5th session where we will be having a talk on how much of mythology is part of history. And our Times Literature Festival Delhi, which is the most awaited literature festivals of the town, has been brought to you by our sponsors. We would like to thank them. It's been presented by Rajnigandha, our associate partners, Catch, Flag Foundation of India, Delhi Airport, and Times U, our writing instrument partner, Parker Pens, and our official bookstore, Full Circle. The bookstore is also present here. It is near gate number 2. In case you are interested in buying the books of your favorite author, you may kindly proceed towards the Full Circle bookstore and buy your favorite books. And I can see people are still stepping inside, so I would like to inform once again that after the end of each session, our authors are proceeding towards the book signing area, which is right outside the auditorium. You may get your favorite author book signed from them personally. Okay. We are waiting for our authors, so please bear with us.
Wonder, to fall in love, to to surprises, to surprising yourself. Come home to your roots and to making them your own. Come home to togetherness. Come home to celebration. The Nera. This festive season, come home to tradition. Come home to the Nera.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's the Nera, the youngest retail brand of Titan Company Limited that aims to bring the women of today the best of India under one roof through its fine curation of handcrafted weaves from across the country. And this is the session 5, is brought to you by Tanira. As I mentioned earlier, myth and history, they represent alternate ways of looking at the past, but defining history is hardly easier than defining myth. A historical approach, though, requires both and establishing a chronological framework for events and comparing and contrasting rival traditions in order to produce a coherent account. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a session on how much of mythology is part of history. Please welcome on stage our renowned authors for the session, Mr. Ashwin Singh, counted among India's highest selling, my apologies, Mr. Ashwin Sanghi, counted among India's highest selling English fiction authors, Mr. Anand Neelkantan, an Indian author, columnist, screenwriter, and public speaker, and Mr. Vaibhav Purandre, author of books like Shivaji, India's Great Warrior King, Savarkar, The True Story of Father of Hindutva, Sachin Tendulkar, a definitive biography, and he is also the senior editor at Times of India. Ladies and gentlemen, I now hand over the floor to them.
A very good afternoon to all of you. The subject of this discussion is extremely interesting. How much of mythology is part of history? But before we discuss how much of mythology is part of history, we need to figure out what is history and what's mythology. And that is what we've had endless debates on, and I'm 100% sure the debate on this subject is going to be unending. But since we have a time limit, we'll stick to it. I'd like to start by asking Anand, what according to you is history and what qualifies as mythology? How do you make that differentiation?
I think mythology itself is a wrong word because many of the words what we have in Indian languages, it is almost untranslatable in English. Like if you say Purana, it's very difficult to translate that to English. And English as a language has a lot of limitation to translate, say, dharma, to translate karma, even translate Sanatan. It's very difficult. Because this is because of the way in which the world is looked upon, life is looked upon by different civilizations. So for us, the conventional history was never important. Even the kings were not important, if you really see. We have a cyclic nature of time, and stories were told. It didn't matter whether they actually happened or not. That was not relevant for us because whatever has happened will happen again and would have happened 100 times before. So it was never a big deal for us. That was our way of dealing with life. How we deal with life, the same way we will be approaching other streams of knowledge also. So history also, except perhaps Kalhana's Rajatarangani, even that itself is not pure history. There isn't much of historical books in India, ancient India or later India. Hardly any historic books are there, which is very strange if you see, considering that in every other stream of knowledge we have tremendous contribution, whether it is architecture, metallurgy, mathematics, astrology, astronomy, dance, art, music, even the knowledge based on plants, Ayurveda, Siddha. On every aspect of human life, we have great contribution, but not much in history, because we believed that what is past and there is nothing called past or future. So that is why the Western or the scientific, because we all look at through the Western lens, way of telling history, where we give importance to date and we give importance to the opinion of who won, that never had a big relevance for us. So that was our way of remembering things. And I would only say, before passing over the mic, most of Indians will know who killed, who won in Ram Ravan war, who won in Mahabharata war. Everyone knows. We learn so much history. You randomly ask these questions on our Indian history itself. How many will be remembering which day the Battle of Haldighati, Battle of Kolachil, or what Battle of Panipat had happened, and what happened in that? Unless you are an enthusiastic, you might not remember, even though it would have directly affected you, your history. Whereas whatever we are told through the Indian way of transferring knowledge, people remember it. So effectiveness is what makes the kind of storytelling we employed to convey the knowledge, which makes it superior to the way of telling history. Strictly, if you go by the standards kept by the Western science on this is history and this proof is required or not, you might not find most of these things in our Puranas, because that was not the intention of writing them. That's what I will say.
That's interesting, and I can actually answer his question that, do we remember the dates of the various battles that were fought? We actually remember till the date of writing our examinations. After that, it's over. Because that's all we are taught in our textbooks. History is effectively killed there, and interest in history is totally destroyed there. But what we do forget in the process is that the word history itself has the word story within it. And I certainly, as a historian and writer myself, look at history as a story. It's the act of recording, narrating a story. But Anand here made a very interesting point, Ashwin, that our ideas about the cyclical nature of time have affected and influenced how we look at history and mythology. Do you agree with this assessment, and do we therefore not need to look at it through a Western lens of recording the evidence that is available, but giving some sort of creative leap to our imagination?
Vaibhav, you've given me a question that probably, I don't know, even if I spend the next couple of hours, probably I can't answer it. For me, the definition of mythology is what C.S. Lewis said, that a myth is a lie that reveals a truth. And this is what Anand is also talking about, that the actual detail of what happened was a little less important than the underlying truth that was being conveyed. So a myth was a lie that reveals a truth. On the other hand, I would say probably that my favorite definition of history would probably be George Santayana, who said that history is a pack of lies about events that never happened, written by people who were never there. So in that sense, it's very difficult to distinguish. Who was it who said that mythology is a set of primitive beliefs and stories and values and traditions of the ancient people, unlike the historical narratives which human beings invent later. So
it was, I think, Napoleon who said, "What is history but a fable agreed upon?" So in that sense, I genuinely feel that when I'm looking at particularly our epics, and Anand is far more knowledgeable than me in that space, but we never called the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, we never called them mythology, we called them itihas, as it happened. And as we will get into this discussion, probably there will be many things that will emerge where for us the lines were always blurred. So probably if you read, for example, he mentioned the Raja Tarangini, there are flights of fancy. You know that it's a narrative of history, but where the author feels like he is willing to bring in fantastical elements into it, into the narration. But then the question you have to ask yourself is that how much is history telling or history narration free from the bias of the narrator? We have an event, a great event that happened in 1857, which we teach our history students in India. We say that this was the Great Rebellion of 1857. We also say that this was the first war of Indian independence, 1857. But on the other hand, for example, in England, the average student is not even taught anything about the colonial past. They are not taught that there was this great event in 1857, and if at master's level they do decide to eventually learn about it, it is called the Sepoy Mutiny of 1857. So now the question I ask you is that it is the same event, but narrated very differently by different people. So in that sense, I believe that there is an overlap between mythology and history. I believe that there are many parts of mythology which can lead us into what could have been historical, and there are many parts of history that are nothing else but pure fantasy, which are mythological.
Okay. So basically, these are the history writers, I am the mythological one. Very interesting the point you made. The great historian E.H. Carr has written that all facts are interpretation. Because just to give an example, now the three of us are speaking here, and all of you go back and write your own account of the discussion that happened. Each one of you will focus on a different point and start with a different angle. So the facts are the same, but you are writing your own interpretation of those facts. Itihasa, this word, which has seen to it that we actually merge history and mythology in a way. Okay. Is it a good approach or is it not such a good approach? And does it ensure that mythology intrudes often in our history writing? For example, when you are reading a history work, how do you look at things?
First of all, no offenses meant. Indian history, now what we learn in school is just Delhi Panchayat history. It is as if the rest of the country doesn't matter. Delhi, 2 empires in Delhi, 1 in Patna, Indian history is done to death. That's it. So, this is a clique which actually more history was written during British period, more neutral history was written in British period than after the cabal, if I may use the word, which grew in and around Lutyens, Delhi, no political implication here, which was easy to, I don't think it is any conspiracy or anything, it is easy to research, you have to just take a rick and go around and say, this is the places and this is the history. If you want to tell other history, if you want to talk about Chalukyas, if you want to talk about Cholas, Cheras, you want to talk about Assam, you will have to travel around a lot, right? Yeah. So naturally what happened, in the last 40, 50 years, whatever is in the textbook it is in and around Delhi. Now, how will you, if you ask me whether you believe in history, I am coming to one point, important point. We have been taught many a times, and it is used by either side of the political spectrum. This is one myth. This myth is like this. India went under foreign rule for 900 years. And everybody is happy to ring this bell. All sides of the spectrum. Did actually India go under the foreign spell at that time? Delhi went under the foreign spell, yeah? Delhi and some panchayats in and around. Except for the brief Malik Kafur's attack which lasted Madurai Sultanate for 13 years, the rest of the south was totally, after that only Vijayanagara comes, Cholas were there, Pandyan Empire was there. India never went under some parts of India went under the invasion, right? There was nothing like, so what is a narrative, what is a myth being spread? India was under foreign rule for 800 years. We were a defeated civilization. That is one side. The kind of, instead of teaching what it is, the myth build, the political narrative myth build is, we have been a defeated civilization. Whoever had a lame horse in Central Asia will come here and attack and conquer India. 1750s, Dutch were defeated by Indians. How many of you have read it? I am writing one series in Doordarshan called Swaraj. I don't know how many of you are seeing it. So I am writing the story and script of it. I write a lot of stories and scripts, both on mythology and history, including Bahubali. So this one is about, if you have watched Swaraj, you might have seen about the Battle of Kolachil, Battle of Basarur. You would have seen about various kings from Assam, Odisha. I am trying to tell the history which was never told of the heroes and because what has happened, no, both sides it is working. One side is for the extreme right wing. I don't think I'm talking politics here. This is a way to, this narrative is helpful to say that we have been wronged. For the extreme left wing, this is a method to say that we are useless and everything came from outside. Either side's political purpose it is being served. This will end only if we move out of, I'm not saying don't tell Delhi history. Delhi history is very important. Mughal Empire and other things are important. But that is not just the history of India. There has been other kingdoms, small and big, various reasons, good and bad things would have happened in all these places. And there have been empires like Cholas who went up to the borders of Japan, up to the Indonesia, the Far East, and build a civilization there. When they were doing it, in the North India, the invasion was happening. So that period, when you say, was it the period of India's expansion or India's defeat? It depends on which myth or which narrative you are talking about. When I am talking about Indian civilization going across Asia, spreading across Asia, Chola had defeated the imperial China also at that time. The naval war, in the Srivijaya war, he had taught a lesson. And they had gone across Asia in Ponniyin Selvan, you might have seen. This is happening in the same period when Somanath is getting, almost in the same period when the invasions of Somanath is happening. You are telling the history of only the wrongs done in Somanath. You are not talking about when Somanath was getting destroyed. You are not talking about the biggest Shiva temple being built in Tanjavur or Brihadeshwar. You are not talking about, when you are talking about history, you are not talking about after the Battle of Kolachil, the Padmanabha Swami temple which was built. And these are the things which students, this is what I am trying to do through Swaraj also. The kids should know. When Brihadeshwara temple was built, water from all the rivers across India was brought in that period, 1000 years ago. Every river from India, people went and brought. I don't know how many of you have visited Padmanabha temple in Trivandrum. You have seen the murti there. There are two murtis, right? Two idols. One is a huge Anantashayana Padmanabha and there is a small one in the central. The small one is the original murti which was there, believed to be there. It could be myth during Mahabharata time where when Mahabharata war was happening, Balrama had gone as far as he could go. That was Trivandrum, no? Without crossing the sea, as far as he could go. And he was sitting there because he didn't want to have any participation in the war. That's a myth. This Padmanabha temple. That Padmanabha temple, after the Battle of Kolachil, when Martandavarma was rebuilding it, this Murti, you don't know from where he brought it. He brought it, he brought it from Gandaki River in Nepal. From Nepal to almost 2,700 kilometers to almost 270 years ago, this was brought after visiting every tirthas in India. And it is with that this Murti is made. Now, are we teaching this kind of, and this is not to say that we had atom bomb during Mahabharata, I am the last person to say that. And we were hurling atom bombs at each other. People going in chariots won't be having atom bombs, no, unless they are so cruel that they have not invented even a bicycle, but they went and invented the atom bomb. I don't think my ancestors are that cruel. That is another side of telling the what's of history. But the Indian history, when you are talking about, it has to move out of Delhi Sultanate and Mughals. There is far bigger, I'm not saying glorious, because there is nothing called totally glorious for anything. There have been lot of things, good, bad, ugly, as history is ought to be, had happened in all places. But kids should know what it is. We know about Michelangelo. We don't know who built all these temples. We don't know who built Kailasa. We don't know who built the sculptures, who built the Brihadeshwara. We don't know who built Chidambaram. We don't know who built Rameshwaram. We don't know who is the architect. We talk about Michelangelo. We go to Louvre Museum and go. In Indian Museum, you go, you take a photo, the police will come and catch you. I don't know why. You go to Louvre in Palace, Mona Lisa, you can sit and take photo. Here you can't take photo. Last week I was in Trivandrum. I was in the Trivandrum Museum. One foreigner was taking a photo of one sword, 7th century sword, because this Damocles sword, what we call, it went from India actually because of our metallurgy. So he was taking the photo of it. The police came and caught him and made him delete it. So I was standing behind. I told the very good thing, he will copy it and conquer India now. Don't allow him to take it. So this is the kind of way we are treating our history on either side, whether it is extreme left or extreme right. Sorry, I'm not talking politics. This is something which I'm passionate about, and I write in columns also. I do it in wherever possible, through television or OTTs or whatever, wherever possible. This actual history, whether it is of the rise and fall of Vijayanagara, the rise and fall of Cholas, the rise and fall of the Odeon empires, the house of Chalukyas, of Gujarat, of Assam, of Bengal, the Palas, the Buddhist empire, the Sri Lankan, none. I seen last week's column was that, what I wrote in Indian Express. My son is in 11th standard and he has not heard 90% of the heroes which I am talking about in my television series. He or none of his friends. But they know that through WhatsApp forwards, they know that Indians had atom bombs and whatnot. This is a funny fact. I'm sorry, I think, did I go?
No, okay. Basically, everybody now knows that they can't click pictures of this session. So, on the one hand, there are these claims that, we had atom bombs, or, we had rockets, and like he said, and I agree completely, that why would you use a chariot if you really had an airplane or were using atom bombs? So on the one hand, there is that approach of excessive glorification without any foundation in truth. On the other, there is this colossal neglect. So he is pointing out at both these things.
Are wrong.
Yeah.
Both approaches are wrong.
Yeah.
So, Weber, the point is that the left would have us believe that nothing of any value ever emerged from India. And the right would have us believe that nothing of value in the world came from any place other than India. And both are very, very wrong approaches. See, for me, the interest lies in, and my worry is that in the process, we should not end up having a situation where we throw out the baby along with the bathwater. Take, for example, I was writing a book called The Krishna Key. This was way back in 2010. And I was wondering to myself, I said, okay, if I consider this as itihas, and the way I think about itihas is that it is a story which must have had a kernel of truth somewhere, and over the years we kept on layering it. Like a dirty wall which we kept painting over. So many, many layers of paint have come on that. So about 10 or 15 years ago, I was invited to give a talk to some students in Calcutta. And after I was done with my talk, there was some time available. So I told the driver, I said, take me to some interesting place in Calcutta. So the driver said, Saab, aap mandir chalenge? So now if you're in Calcutta, it's taken for granted you're going to a Durga Mandir or a Kali Mandir. We went, it's a road called Sridhar Roy Road. Next time you're in Calcutta, go. Sridhar Roy Road. It was a 10 by 10 structure, whitewashed walls, nothing of which would indicate that it's a temple. You walk in, there is a green colored throne. And there are people performing aarti, etc. Then when I looked closely, I realized that on that throne, there was a portrait of Amitabh Bachchan. So I was stunned for a minute. I said, where has he brought me? Then on that throne, there was also a pair of shoes, which he had worn during the filming of Coolie or something, I think. And people were actually in all earnestness, chadhawing prasad and coconut and doing aarti and all of that. So after I was done with the visit, I was wondering, have I gone into some alternate universe? You know, my dear friend Anand is capable of writing from any perspective. In the mornings, Ravan is a hero, and by the evening, Ravan becomes a villain. So I was wondering that, is this my alternate universe? So I came out of the temple. I was waiting for the car. This little boy came up to me with a basket. You know, he had prasad, and he had flowers, and he had coconut, and he had incense, agarbatti. But the one thing I bought from him was a little booklet. It was called the Amitabh Chalisa. And that was the moment when I realized that this is real. This is now real. So I was waiting. Then I thought to myself, the car is coming. Then I could see in the distance the Kadi is coming. And I thought to myself, Vaibhav, that supposing this car now comes at a very high speed and knocks me down, and I die on the spot, and I take birth 1,000 years later. And now the cult of worshipping Amitabh has really caught on. Now there isn't one temple, but there are 1 lakh temples dedicated to someone called Amitabh. And now that time's historian, let's say your avatar of Vaibhav, 1,000 years later, taps me on the shoulder and asks, do you think someone like Amitabh could have existed in history? But isn't that the very question we are asking about Ram and Krishna? So the point I'm trying to make is that all of these, you, correct me if I'm wrong, Anand, you have 300 versions of Ramayana. How many versions of Mahabharata do you have? More than 1,000. Now, I find it difficult to believe, Vaibhav, that so many versions could have been written about a tale if there wasn't some kernel of truth. There must have been some great man called Ram. There could have been one great war. But it's very possible that over the generations, we kept on layering it. The Mahabharata started as something called the Jaya of 25,000 verses, which became a Bharat of 50,000 verses, which became a Mahabharata of 1 lakh verses, which means that every generation added to their own, to that story. And that is the reason why you have the Ramayana landing up in places like Cambodia and Indonesia and Malaysia, and where you have, even till today, the Ram Leelas being performed through puppet dances. So imagine the impact and power of that story. So when I was writing Krishna Ki 2010 or so, I was wondering that, okay, first of all, do I consider that this event really happened? And if this event really happened, then in that case, I must also be able to say when it happened. The job of a historian is to also say that, no? So I started digging into it. And I was very surprised to find that within the epic, there is a part of the epic where Rishi Vyas goes on the eve of the battle to meet Dhritarashtra. And he says, ki ye jang mat karo, don't do this. because तुम्हारा जितना भी वंशज है उसका नाश हो जाएगा. Your entire lineage will be wiped out. So Dhritarashtra asks him, but why are you saying that? And he says, and this I'm now reading this line from the Krishna key, he says that I have seen some terrible planetary omens. One of the omens was a conjunction of Saturn with Aldebaran. Another was retrograde Mars before reaching Antares. And yet a third was a lunar eclipse near Pleiades. So these are the three conjunctions that he saw in the sky. Now what is very interesting is that there is a professor of astrophysics called Professor Narhari Achar, who is based out of the University of Memphis. So what Achar ji has done is he has created a software to replicate the night skies over Kurukshetra, going back another 25,000 years, in order to find out that when could these three planetary conjunctions have been seen on the same day. And you only come up with one day, which is 3067 BC, which means about 5,000 years ago. Now for me, these are the things that excite me and which tell me that possibly some parts of our mythology may actually be history, that they may be grounded in something which we are not picking up on. Because I find it difficult to believe that all of this could have been happening without some basis of reality. So I have always believed that as a creative writer, I always say, people ask me, what do you do? What is your profession? I say, think that I'm sitting in Geneva in the CERN laboratory, particle reactor. And I have two particles coming towards one another. One particle is called myth. The other particle is called history. Both are charging at very high speed towards one another. And they eventually collide and they fuse together. Now you don't have either myth left, nor you have history left. Myth plus history is equal to mystery. And let's leave it at that. It's a mystery.
I will say one small thing adding to what Ashwin is saying. Aren't we looking for Western validation for going around to exactly fix the date of Ramayana and Mahabharata? We are trying, it's a deep insecurity, inferiority complex which is on work here. That's my analysis. We want the Western scholars to say, we want to prove that we are the oldest civilization. We want to prove that we came with it first. I think it comes from a deep sense of shame because last 200, 250 years, when the scientific revolution actually happened, we were a colonized country. And our contribution is relatively, even though the entire 5,000 years we take, we have significant contribution like other bigger cultures. The last 200 to 50 years has been that of the Europe and the extension of it, the West. So it comes from our insecurity complex. In Ramayana itself, it speaks about cyclic nature. One thing is when Kagabusundi is a saint in the form of a crow. So Kagabusundi says that he has seen many Ramayanas. When he is asked what will happen, he has seen many Ramayanas with different results.
With different
results. In which somewhere Ravan is right, somewhere Ram is right. And he also says another thing. It is, this Ramayana is happening in different universes at the same time. So why are you asking about the antiquity of Ramayana? This is his word. Another example which comes is Hanuman. This is a method of storytelling and looking at world also. So we are trying for Western validation. That's a point I'm trying to prove. Hanuman, Ram's avatar is ending, right? So, but Yama or Kala or time, That is death, right? That is God in our, we call Yama Dharma because time is what keeps the Dharma. Yeah. The Yama Dharma is visiting, the end of Ram is happening, but since Hanuman is there, he is not able to enter. It's a story. Okay, you have to take it in the story logic. So he pleads to Rama, please move Hanuman away from here because as long as he is there, I won't be able to touch you. So Ram takes his ring and throws it on the floor. There is a crack on the floor. I don't know which contractor built Ayodhya. Through the crack, this thing goes to, the ring goes to the Padal Lok, netherworld. And Ram asks Hanuman to go and get it. So Hanuman becomes small and enters the crack and goes to the netherworld. And there is Mahabali is there. He is the king or the Indra of the Patala. So he asks Hanuman, why have you come as a guest? And also Hanuman says, no, I don't have time for your hospitality. Ram has asked me to bring his modiram, his ring, signet ring. So please, where is it? It has fallen somewhere here. Please take it. So Mahabali says, look here, it is there. And when Hanuman looks back, there is a huge hill of rings. So Hanuman asks, what is this? I came for one ring. So Mahabali says, these are, like Mahabali is eternal, no? He goes through yugas and yugas. So he says that in every yuga, every Treta Yuga, one Ram comes and similarly he throws a signet ring like this and the Hanuman comes to take it. So there are so many of them and it doesn't matter, whichever you want you can take. Then Hanuman immediately understands that Ram has played a trick on him. Without taking the ring, he goes back. By the time Ram has gone back. So one more ring has been added there. This is how so many rings are there. Right. So it is a cyclic nature of life. We were never bothered about the time, so how does it matter? Actually, whether Ram was alive or not, Gandhiji was asked this question and Gandhiji said, who said Ram was alive? Ram is alive, he is within us. You can call it Ravan also, it doesn't matter. Everything, whichever, that is why we have the concept of Ishtadevada, right? There is no concept of the God. It is you who make the God. Unlike, we are getting confused with the Abrahamic view of life with what the Indians were doing. I'm not saying one is superior or inferior. This is just to make the things slightly clearer as per my understanding. If you are more interested, I have an audiobook in Audible called Many Ramayanas, Many Lessons. It's a 16-hour lecture compilation of different Ramayanas and bringing the world view. It is available both in English and Hindi. Many Ramayanas, Many Lessons. It's a slight this thing I'm telling. So here what happens, no, we don't need the correct, perfect date or I was talking about Ishtadevada concept. Give me 2 minutes. Right. It is not that God made the man in his own image, in Indian thing. For us, it is we make the God in whichever image we like. So that is why during Ganesha or Durga or various other festivals, Onam or whichever different festivals, they have the same kind of philosophy behind it. You make the Ganesha. I'm taking Ganesha because now I live in Mumbai, so I'm taking the example of it. You make the Ganesha, not the, now the commercial ones what they are making. Actually what they do, you have to make it with the mud, right? You make it the way you want. You pray to it for 3 days, 9 days, 11 days, depending on your family, 12 days, 18 days, different 1 month, people keep it differently. As much as you want, you take it as God, you pray to God, you have created that God, right? You pray to God, it is your Ishtadevada. Ishtadevada, that is why there are temples for Amitabh Bachchan, it's an Ishtadevada. There is a temple for Duryodhan, there are temples for Ravan, plenty of temples are there. There's a temple for Shakuni. Believe it or not, there is a temple for Shakuni, there is a big temple, 5 lakh, 10 lakh people come. Not a small temple, you can Google it and see. Google Malanada temple, it's a temple for Duryodhana, almost 10, there is a Ratha Yatra, almost 1 million people come. And who are all taken in that? Like Puri Jagannath, in this Ratha Yatra, Duryodhan, Karna, Dushala, Dushasan and Shakuni are taken through the street. Why? Because those people have decided that this is our Ishtadevada. It doesn't matter. You can choose Amitabh Bachchan, you can choose Rajinikanth. Rajinikanth is already chosen. Lot of temples are there. You choose that, and after that, what are you doing? You have understood, you have brought, it's like a meditation, right? You have brought this thing in your life, you have imbibed that God in you. That's why it's called Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi. You two are that. Everyone is that. And then after that, this idol has no meaning. Then what you do? You do Visarjan. Visarjan is what? Visarjan actual translation is it's like garbage, right? No offense, man, this is actual meaning. So it is like the word itself is that. You throw it back into the river so that it goes and dissolves there. So you created the god, you oriented yourself for the entire year, you took the vrita and other things and you threw it out. Why should it matter whether Ganesha is a plastic surgery or not? What sort of insecurity complex we are having, inferiority complex we are having? Because the moment you bring science into it, you will lose your religion also. How can Ganesha be a plastic surgery? Simple question, what is the size of an elephant's head, even a small elephant's head, and a boy's head? What is the circumference? Even if the biggest plastic surgeon in the world in the future also will not be able to do it, it's like 1 feet, 1.5 feet elephant's diameter and a kid's this thing. The moment you bring science to it, you will have a lot of uncomfortable questions. Which father will chop off the head of a 5-year-old, even if it is a neighbor's son or some stranger's son, when he says that don't go inside? Shiva is chopping off the head. These are the questions which I had. The moment you bring science, logic into it, it's a problem. Which father will chop off the son's head? Or which man will chop off? You are going home and one small boy is standing there near door, Ashwin, and he says that you cannot enter. Exactly. Immediately will you chop off his head? Indian Penal Code is there, so you won't be able to, but still, will you be able to chop off the head? Will anyone do? So the problem is, don't mix history or science into this. History, proper history we are not teaching. We are teaching only some small history. Then both sides go bonkers. One says atom bomb, the other says you are nothing. You are all cavemen before we came and civilized you. Both bullshit. And then into your religion, you bring all plastic surgery, whatnot, atom bomb, nuclear reactor.
He's pointing that at me, by the way. Huh? That nuclear reactor thing, he's pointing at me.
Why you are nuclear reactor?
No, the nuclear reactor, which nowadays, of course, now in recent times, the shivling became a political hot potato. So people were sharing stories on social media about now, okay, this is not only a shivling, that is also a shivling, and that is also a shivling. But I must say that the Krishna Key was a book in which I had presented the picture of a shivling along with the picture of the Bhabha atomic reactor and had said that aren't both of them elements of energy?
Yeah.
Now, of course, I am writing in the world of fantasy fiction. So I am not attempting to try and say that this was real.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, very often it can be taken in a way that, oh, this is real. And then it becomes WhatsApp history.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, to my mind, like for example, let's say we take the Ramayana. For me, the interesting part where possibly there can be some scope for research is like a couple of scholars a few years ago decided to do a botanical study. I've covered this in Keepers of the Kal Chakra. They decided to do a botanical study that from the epic, which are the plants that have been talked about as this 14-year exile journey happens of Ram. And they have been able to identify close to 2,000 plants, which are in very, very close proximity in the sense that this is their natural habitat. Now, for me, that becomes interesting because then I'm wondering that, hey, listen, Valmiki sitting in his ashram 2,000 kilometers away from Lanka, how was he able to describe this in such great detail? So probably it's possible that what he was actually telling you was the stuff that was already known at that time. That yahan par ye ugta hai aur wahan par wo ugta hai. So to my mind, the answer is that we cannot afford to have a situation where we either fall into the camp where we glorify everything. That no, we already knew this and this was discovered by us and this was also discovered. But we also don't want a situation where valid discoveries that emerged from the subcontinent. Like today, for example, there is enough research which indicates that probably the concept of a place denoter for a shunya was probably from here. Either from here or from Babylon, or maybe they shared. But that much cannot be really argued with. Or similarly, for example, there is a pretty good possibility that there was a pretty decent understanding of the speed of light. Whether it happened during the Rigvedic time or it happened as a commentary to the Rigved in the medieval period, but you can pretty much be certain. But the problem is that now when you start taking passages from the Ramayana and say Pushpak Viman means that we knew ancient aircraft. Well, the point is that how much of that story was fact, how much of it was fiction and fantasy. You as a historian know that one of our great statesmen is Chanakya. I wrote a book called Chanakya's Chant in 2010-11. When I was researching the life of Chanakya, I realized that lots has been written by Chanakya. So you have the Arthashastra, the Niti Shastra, all written by Kautilya. But very little has been written about Chanakya. Now, if you have to go back into the history of Chanakya, you'll be surprised. Our primary source is the Mudra Rakshas. What is the Mudra Rakshas? It is a Sanskrit play written by Vishaka Datta 700 years after Chanakya had already died. Right? So what if Vishaka Datta was an ancient day Ashwin Sanghi? That he was liberally taking fact and fiction and presenting it for the purpose of entertainment. But now, that has become our de facto history. Because that is what we are using as the basis for our historical narrative on Chanakya. So I think everything needs to be looked at with a discerning lens. And I have always believed that history is one of those subjects where you cannot separate the narrator from the narrative. Everyone will bring their own bias into the narrative. So what is the solution? To my mind, the funny thing is that the solution comes from something that we have all done. We've all gone and watched a 3D movie. We put on a pair of specs and we watch a 3D film and it looks totally lifelike. The objects look three-dimensional, as if they are almost coming at you. But what is the technology there? That you have multiple beams of light. And those multiple beams of light are hitting you simultaneously. And your 3D glasses are able to combine those beams of light in order to give you a hologramic type of picture. That is the way we need to be reading history. That there is a narrative of Anand, there is a narrative of the left, there is a narrative of the west, there is a narrative of the right, there is a narrative of the conqueror, of the conquered. Who was it who said that till the time that history does not have, the lion does not have his own historian, history will always glorify the hunter. So we have only allowed, in the last 70 years, one version of history, a sanitized version of history, to emerge. What we need is many more versions of history. Whether it is the stuff that we may let certain groups completely discard it. It's fine. There's no problem. Because ultimately, what is history? History is yesterday's politics. It is the politics of yesterday. So, therefore, in that sense, we need to have multiple beams of light, and then each person puts on their pair of glasses and is able to look at that narrative as a 3D image.
Yeah, that's fascinating, and I think the focus here both on Anand's part and Ashwin's part, is multiple narratives, right? Multiple histories. And that actually is the crux of the matter. It answers questions on both history and mythology, because the two meet somewhere. Right? Okay, we'll throw the floor open to questions. Yes, please. Could she be given a mic, please? Yeah. 10 minutes. Yeah, we have 10 minutes. I think we have 10 minutes, right? Yeah. 5, yeah, but it's no, it's 3:50, so we have 10 minutes, I think. Okay.
Thank you for a really very, very interesting talk. So my question is this, that I also have a huge passion to actually decode these ancient stories and mythologies. So most recently I had the opportunity to decode one story, and I'm not going to tell you that story. My question is that Parashar was the father of Vyas, and he created his own code of astrology based on very precise astronomical constellation and other such materials. It's called the Brihat Parashar Hor Shastra. Now, Hor Shastra, one of the branches is predictive astrology. And he predicted his own son, Vyas. He knew exactly who he had to go to and at which precise moment the boy has to be conceived and born, and thereafter he will be the genius that he promised to become. So I happened to read the biography of Akbar written by Vincent Arthur Smith, in which the story of Akbar's birth has been given. And recently I came to know the name of the astrologer Jyotik Rai, who made a predictive birth chart for Akbar and predicted to Humayun that if at precisely 1:29 a.m. on this day he will be born, then he will be the most world-famous emperor ever.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interject, but can you please put forth the question?
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that Jyotik Rai's prediction came true, but when we think of Vyas, we never really wanted to believe it completely. So what you've just said, that these collided.
Now you can do cesarean and get lot of Akbars, right?
No, I want to know that history and mythology, then do you agree that,
Okay, I don't think we have a question here. Please keep it a question, sir. Sir, please.
Is it mythology and history? I'm asking you.
No, of course. I think the whole point of today's discussion has been that you can find myths within the world of history, and you can find history within the world of myth.
Yeah.
That's the point. So
Yes.
I think, at least for me, the world is like a Venn diagram. There is the world of myth, there is the world of history, but there is also a world of overlap between the two.
We have only 3 minutes left, so I request you please keep the questions precise.
Please make the question specific, please. Thank you.
Yeah, you may put forward your question. Please go ahead.
Sir, I'm so thankful that I'm here. I get chance to just know all those things. But sir, what we study in our schools and college, that is completely different what I'm just getting here, because there we just study about historical, political, and all those things, which is not at all things which I learned here. So sir, my question is that in our colleges, in schools, we don't study about Ramayana and all those things. If we try to study, then our father says, these kind of things are nothing, just try to focus in study, separate.
I don't get the question. What's the question?
What is the question?
Sir, my question is that if our government allowed to study such kind of religious thing in our colleges and schools, don't you think other parties will gonna oppose all those things, because religious studies is not allowed in our public universities? So what do you think about that?
Should religion be taught in our
something like that?
Public university?
Yeah, well, religion, you cannot teach religion. Religion is something which you have to experience. Whichever religion is being taught, what happens when you teach religion, that is when the fanaticism and other things come. Because you are telling this is the truth. and nothing else is the truth. And anybody who differs with this truth which we are teaching, that he is your enemy or a rival. So religion should not be taught at all. That is why none of the gurus used to teach religion. They used to teach you to experience it. That's what I was stressing on Ishtadevada, and this has to be, our religion is always experimental. Whatever is good for you may not be good for me. Whatever works for you may not work for me. There is no universal religion at all.
But I want to interrupt, Anand. Religion can be kept out, but that does not include philosophy. Philosophy is, I have always long believed that philosophy is questions that can never be answered, and religion is answers that can never be questioned. The two are very different. We can keep philosophy very much in the curriculum.
We have the gentleman standing.
Yeah, Mr.
please go.
Ashwin, you tell me when history become mythology or mythology become history, there is a time gap or is a fiction or something else?
Okay, shall I take the first dig at it? Whether there is a time gap, obviously there is a time gap because successive generations will add on their layers, and ultimately what could have been a factual event moves from the realm of history into the realm of mythology. But that is not to say that there aren't events which have happened in the reverse direction. So, for example, I believe that there could have been many events within the world of history which now we feel that no, this is something which is not, which should be sort of relegated to the world of myth. But we don't need to now worry about this because this is very clearly in the realm of myth. I believe that over a succession of years, many events which have actually happened in history over a period of time have been consciously taken into the world of myth. When I wrote a book called The Rosabal Line, I was just looking at the origin for all the Abrahamic faiths. And the origin of Abrahamic faiths is the patriarch Abraham. But when I put it down on paper, Abraham, and then I take the A from the beginning of the Abraham and I put it at the end, I get Brahma. Now, there is no history which tells me that there could be a connection between Abraham and Brahma. On the other hand, then when I look at the Brahma, I see that his consort is Saraswati. Saraswati is always depicted along with Brahma. And then on the other hand, in the case of Abraham, his wife is someone called Sarah. So then I'm wondering, is there a connection between Sarah and Saraswati? So just because history has still not figured it out, doesn't mean that at some point of time, scholarship will not get there.
So the mic is off,
Ashwin, is it a pattern-seeking behavior?
George Orwell written Animal Farm 1984. Can we write history and mythology for future also?
Pardon?
Can you repeat the question?
I want to just address what Anand said. He said this is pattern-seeking behavior. Yes, of course it is. Sometimes I go mad with the patterns that I see. So, for example, in the world of Hinduism, we have trinities, right? Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, Lakshmi, Saraswati, Kali. It's very common for Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh to be depicted as an upward pointing triangle, and Lakshmi, Saraswati, Kali to be depicted as a downward pointing triangle. But when I overlap the two triangles, I get a six-pointed star. And the six-pointed star is an image, a very important symbol in the world of Judaism. So I'm saying, hey, listen, no, Ashwin, you've probably had 2 extra whiskeys, so you're seeing something which has no meaning. I'm not attempting to attribute to that, listen, this is there. I'm writing in the world of fiction. I'm giving you an interesting story. What I'm saying is that if you as a scholar read that story, then don't you see enough masala for you to be able to go and dig and do serious scholarship?
Yeah, Ashwin.
Wonderfully explained.
This are our mythology and history written for the future. So can we write present for future mythology and history, like George Orwell written 1984, Animal Farm.
Anand, that's yours.
I think 1984.
We are
Animal
already
Farm.
living in 1984. Now, what should we write? We will be writing the futuristic also, like Bhavishya Purana they had written. No, see, to write, all religions had an easy job to write about the future. You can also write. You have to just say this. You take any kind of this Purana or the religious prediction. A time will come when the children will never obey the parents. The time was there always. A time will come, the brother will fight the brother. Yeah, we invented it, no? Mahabharata was yesterday. This is what all the religious priests and other people do, no? That this is going to be, that is the end of the world. Then the world would have ended some 2 lakh years ago. Because this is a common human trait. You have to just predict this. The kings will be tyrants. When was a king not tyrant? Any ruler will be a tyrant, that's a universal truth. Otherwise, he will not be sitting there. Any place. Posturing is different. Any place is a universal truth. You have to just give this, that is a prediction. It's a dystopian world. You are already living in dystopia. Not now, all of us were always living in dystopia. That's all.
So wonderfully explained and totally engrossing and enriching. Don't you think so, audience? It has been a truly lovely experience. The way you explained the difference between mythology, history, the way they coexist, the wonderful examples you put in there. Wonderful session. Thank you so much for being present here. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
Ma'am, can I ask a question, please? Just one question.
Sorry, I can't see you. Can you just...
I'm here.
Oh, yeah. Okay, please,
Yeah.
quick. Yeah.
Sir,
Last, she wants to ask you.
Sir, just one question. If it is okay to create a god for myself, why can't I attribute these so-called magical or advanced scientific or extravagant or maybe even supernatural powers to these beings? What is so wrong with WhatsApp University? Can't we see it as a modern tool for creation of a god that can hold its ground and in which I can place my faith? You can't hear?
Can you be crisp in what you're asking? We have lost the whole essence of it. What are you asking?
Okay.
No, I think I picked up
picked
that
up?
what
Okay,
is
okay.
wrong with WhatsApp University.
What is
Yes,
wrong?
sir.
Okay.
So why
Okay,
can't...
and as long as, my only view is that as long as that is something which is part of your belief system, I don't think there should be any problem. If you decide that you want to combine the figure of Superman and Spider-Man, and you want to give that combined figure 10 arms and 10 legs, and you want to make that your Ishta Devta, I think, be my guest. Please go ahead. That's a great idea. But the moment you try and equate that with a historical narrative, then we are treading on very, very difficult territory.
So you got the answer.
Yeah, I just like to say one thing
Yeah, please,
before we end, that both Anand and Ashwin would be happy to sign copies of their books outside for them. Yeah. Okay. So thanks.
Yes, we do have a book signing designated area outside the auditorium. Ashwin is a bit busy after this. Ashwin, sir, you're busy? Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm so sorry. But nonetheless, wonderful to have you here. And well, I request all our audience members to kindly remain seated as we have 2 more sessions in this hall. We'll be starting shortly. Please stay around.
कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं। गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं। कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं। यूं ही नहीं, मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं।
मालती बेटा तुम कभी मत आना, ठीक है? क्योंकि खाना सिर्फ खाना नहीं होता, कभी नोक झोंक तो कभी प्यार भी होता है। कैच मसाले हर खाने।
Happy birthday! Thank you. There you go. Nice pen. Yeah. Nice pen.
पाकर दिखता है।
Come home to wonder, to fall in love, to surprises, to surprising yourself. Come home to your roots and to making them your own. Come home to togetherness. Come home to celebration. The Nera. This festive season, come home to tradition. Come home to the Nera.
यूं ही नहीं मैं बन जाता हूं। कुदरत के कोने कोने से खूबियां खोज लाता हूं। गुणवत्ता की गहराइयों का गोताखोर हूं मैं। कुशलता की कार्यशाला में तराशा जाने वाला हीरा हूं मैं। यूं ही नहीं मैं रजनीगंधा बन जाता हूं।
तेरे लौंग का लश्का मेरे दिल को लुट ले।
मालती काम कर, कल भी मत आना।
मालती बेटा तुम कभी मत आना, ठीक है? क्योंकि खाना सिर्फ खाना नहीं होता, कभी नोक झोंक तो कभी प्यार भी होता है। कैच मसाले हर खाने।
Happy birthday! Thank you. There you go. Nice pen. Yeah. Nice pen.
पाकर दिखता है।
Come home to wonder, to fall.
Yeah, it's not that. For me, it's good to have that freshness, and also it put a lot of things into perspective for me personally. And after that, it just, I mean, you've read the book, right? I don't want to reveal much about that chapter. I want people to read it, and I want to take, I want them to take life lessons, whatever they can. Like some fans have given us feedback, 100 copies have already gone, people have started reading the book. So they've said this is not just a love story, this is a, like a learning in life. You have like life lessons to learn from. So that's a victory for us.
Ever, and Anmol, this is for you also, it's open to both of you. Do you ever feel that, something took a backseat because of the fact that both of you invested so much in your relationship, like all your, sincerity, and which is a beautiful thing actually? Do you ever feel any, well, I won't say regret, because obviously you don't regret it, but kabhi aisa second thoughts hua ki ye aisa kiya hota to kya hota? Ever on anything?
मुझे तो बिल्कुल नहीं. Especially after that chapter, बिल्कुल नहीं. Because, you want to answer? Because I think even a relationship lived with regret is not a successful relationship. So I'm so glad that we realized, and I have to thank him, because he is the one who used to interview all these retro actresses. He used to share their wisdom, एक पूरी ज़िंदगी, एक पूरा करियर जीने के बाद जो विजडम वो अनमोल से शेयर करते थे इंटरव्यूज़ में, ही यूज्ड टू कम एंड टेल मी, एंड आई थिंक समवेयर दैट हेल्प्ड मी अ लॉट इन माय करियर, बिकॉज एट द प्लेस वेयर आई वाज, आई रियली नीडेड दैट, सो
अनमोल।
सी मेरी तो लाइफ का मंत्र यही है कि मैं ज़िंदगी का साथ निभाता चला गया, हर फिक्र को धुएं में उड़ाता गया। सो नो रिग्रेट्स इज़ माई मंत्रा। सो कोई भी चीज़ मुझे लगता है कि मुझे रिग्रेट देगी तो मैं उसको नहीं करता हूँ। व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड सीइंग ईच अदर, लाइक अमृता सेड कि आई थिंक वो सही टाइम था, स्पेशली फॉर हर टू बी गेट इनटू अ रिलेशनशिप because of the certain things which were going on at that time on the professional front. So kind of the relationship was a balancing factor. For me, it was a beautiful phase in my life that my career was growing, my popularity was growing, I was becoming bigger as a radio jockey, and my family, my mom, dad, my sister could see it with, in close quarters, and the love of my life, who's right next to me, is actually seeing me grow. There are many, many, many incidents in the book which you will read and you will be like, oh yaar, ye bhi ho sakta hai, aisa kaise ho sakta hai yaar. I'll tell you one, like, look at her and her simplicity. She's a big star, and wherever she will go, there will be people coming for photographs, and it was 1 year of my show Purani Jeans, and I was going out in public for the first time, and a lot of my fans were there to meet me and all of that, and she said, मैं ये moment देखना चाहती हूँ. So I'm getting
This is reminding me of Notting Hill. It's so sweet.
It is a real, true life Notting Hill.
So that people don't come to her and she doesn't disturb.
She waited outside.
She came in a burqa
how
to
sweet.
see that, yeah.
That's amazing. अच्छा ठीक है, अब बहुत सीरियस बातें होंगे. I'd like you guys to tell us the Kishore Kumar song that both of you like. Maybe sing it also. I think both of you are good singers, right? Sing a couple of lines, na? Like people are listening, waiting so patiently. Like let them hear you guys sing because it was music that got you together. Come on.
Okay. हो गुम है किसी के प्यार में दिल सुबह शाम, पर तुम्हें लिख नहीं पाऊँ मैं उसका नाम. हाय राम, हाय राम. You should also sing now.
Anmol, why don't you sing as well?
अच्छा.
Okay, maybe I'll open it up to the audience, questions that you might want to ask the two love
that. We love that.
About their love story. I mean, I've read the book, so I have that little bit of an advantage, but why don't you guys ask them some questions about their beautiful love story?
Also, by the time you guys are choosing who should be the next person, the book is actually the first 40% of the book is about our individual stories. How we were as kids and how that journey got me into radio and her into films, which in itself is a very interesting story for me as a reader to read Amrita's story as a Bollywood star. And I don't know which was the last contemporary actress who opened up like this, the way she has spoken about things so openly about what it takes to be in Bollywood. It's not just one thing called talent or beauty. And all the ups and the downs and the controversies and the politics, I think it's a great read in itself, that part, yeah. हाँ मेरा भाई.
Questions, anyone? Yeah, there.
Smile अच्छी है इसकी.
I think I'm a big fan of both of you, but मैं अनमोल आपको सुना था जब मैं बॉम्बे जाता था, बहुत जाता रहता था और पुरानी जीन्स में आपको सुनता था मैं. And I still love your voice. पहली दफ़ा मैं आपको देख रहा हूँ और आप कोई भी हीरो से कम नहीं.
Looks disappoint तो नहीं कर रहे आपको मेरी आवाज़ में, मतलब. अच्छा, माइक चला गया इनका, इनकी आवाज़ से माइक घबरा गया, लेकिन आवाज़ आ रही है आपकी.
The book is so different and unique, and I'm certain a movie will be made of this very soon. और मैं देखना चाहूँगा कि आप दोनों ही इसका किरदार बनो और बहुत ही अच्छा लगेगा. अनमोल आपको भी एक्ट करके देखते हुए मजा आ जाएगा. I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you यार, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
तो आप करेंगे एक्टिंग?
मैं जब से इनको मिला हूँ एक्टिंग ही कर रहा हूँ इनके सामने.
Great couple. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
think that lady in pink, she wants
lady
to
in pink.
ask a question.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Ma'am, I'm your biggest fan. I have watched Viva like hundreds of times. And it's my pleasure to, see you from here. And I just want, I have a small request. I just want you to say a dialogue from Viva. It's my favorite movie. Please.
आपका नाम क्या है?
Ritika.
Ritika?
And I am dressed like Poonam today just for you.
I know. That's so sweet of you.
You should give her
मैं
gel.
क्या बोलूँ अभी? Ritika, gel?
Thank you, ma'am. I love you.
Love you too, dear. God bless you.
More questions. Yes. Lady in blue.
Hi. It's really nice to, first of all, see you both here. And I must say, we all talk about, how pretty and just how royal Amrita Rao looks. But I must say, in reality, the royalty is much more magnificent. Because this book is about your relationship and how it's, a couple of things, and it's a lot of things that happens in a relationship. And with, two big personalities, two big individuals who are coming together in a relationship, how do you two deal with, your individualities, different career? I mean, even though you both are known in the public domain, it's still two different career paths. So how do you two deal with two different individualities that you bring in the relationship?
When we started dating each other, which was 2009, we took this conscious decision that we will not work together. Our works will never cross paths. That was a conscious decision we took. Since last 1 year is when we have started working together with our channel, couple of things on YouTube and now on the book. And I must say it is very difficult when you start working together because two individuals, two strong personalities with their creative mindsets and thoughts now coming together to work on a single project. It is very, very difficult. So I think the only way to end a discussion is that I say yes to everything.
Amrita, is that true? All husbands say that.
झूठ, सरासर झूठ बोला है अनमोल ने. ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है.
But yeah, that's a difficult one. I mean, my husband and I have recently started working together as well. And oh my God, my husband and I, we are both, we're both authors. He's also a filmmaker. And now we're working on multiple things. Oh my God, we're ready to kill each other sometimes, I must say. But, so it's a tough one. So now we have we've drawn out a little few
Blueprint.
rule books.
You don't enter this zone. And
So
this is what actually happened with us also. There were a lot of clashes in the sense we were entering into. We didn't know ना कि किसका क्या zone है यार. हम लोग साथ में कर रहे हैं कुछ चलो चैनल शुरू कर दिया अपना बात करके. Then we said एक मिनट यार hang on. कुछ टाइम के बाद ये बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा था. वो editor को समझ नहीं आ रहा था कौन सा edit 2 फिल्में बन रही थी.
इसलिए खुद umpire भी बनना पड़ता है ना because
सब कुछ
you
आप खुद
can't
हो.
have a third person referee for you. So खुद ही करना पड़ता है.
Then we said कि यार एक मिनट ऐसा करते हैं कि इसको हम एक यहाँ पे लाइन खींचते हैं. ये इंसान डायरेक्ट कर रहा है, ये इंसान ये एक्ट कर रहा है, ये कर रहा है. ये हमारा जोन है इसमें मत आइए. ये हमारा जोन है इसमें मत आइए. वैसा वाला.
Luckily, this book also happened because he didn't really interfere. I wanted to write my part, and I was very particular about.
It's not coming like a compliment for some reason.
No, it is. No, it is a compliment because too many cooks spoil the broth. So he really trusted me that when it comes to writing and putting things, I would do a better job. I hope I'm not taking away the compliment. So,
No, but that's like obviously good teammanship, and it's also like a good leadership quality to understand who does what better and let the person take the lead. So, I mean, oh my God, that's a lesson that we can all learn. And I'm going to take one last question, and you guys can catch this lovely couple right outside, and
hands up.
they'll sign the books
Oh,
and
there's a
answer your
fourth one
questions.
coming.
Okay, so 2 more questions. Gentlemen in the front.
Thank you.
Including me, all my guy friends were like, had a big crush on you. It's really a pleasure to see you. And Anmol, I have been listening to your show for quite some time. It's very, very
न्यू क्रश वाली
entertaining.
बात क्या थी दोबारा से करना
Sorry?
ठीक है
I am just awestruck looking at the two of you, so maybe. I have one question and one comment. The comment is that I wish you all the best, both of you, power couple, for your book and for your YouTube and all the other ventures which you will be doing in life together or individually. My question is that from this book, which is your favorite chapter, Amrita and Anmol? It could be a common chapter as well, or it could be a different chapter as well.
That's a great
That's
question.
a good question, actually.
Yeah, you guys have to answer that. Favorite chapter?
Oh my God.
Just one, just one.
One, yeah. I don't know why एकदम से मेरे जहन में आ रहा है कि I don't know if it is really the favorite, but आप जैसे पूछ रहे हो तो मेरे जहन में बार-बार chapter number 3 आ रहा है, which is I Want to Die, because I feel that's a chapter which
That's the title of the chapter. I want to die.
that's the title of the chapter, not that I want to die right now. Thanks for the clarification. So I don't know वो जहन में आ रहा है कि वो आपको पढ़ना चाहिए chapter. उसमें बहुत कुछ सीखने को है.
You know, my favorite, like among many chapters. But
Yeah.
She has read the book, by the way.
Yeah, I know, guys.
So
I have
you
this
tell
unfair
me now,
advantage. So
what's
please
your
excuse
favorite
me, but
chapter?
It's an adorable, book. All of you must read it. Well, it's not so much a chapter, but like the time when you disclose that you decide to disclose and come out and tell the world.
Yeah.
And that when you buy your home
Oh,
and you're like, there's this person who's like you're hiding from because you've not yet declared. Look, guys, you have to read the book. Otherwise, I'll give it all
Yeah.
away. Spoiler,
Yeah.
spoiler. But it's
Lot of
really
masala.
cute. It's funny and it's so endearing. I could just like visualize it. I was like, okay, this is too cute.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Suraj, ma'am. I'm an
Suraj.
Okay, guys, I think that would be the last question. But okay, can you guys quickly move? Then we can take these
फटाफट, then
questions
we'll
as
take
well,
पट,
and
पट,
then you
पट,
can
पट करके,
talk to
yeah.
them
क्या मैं बोलूं?
after.
यहाँ पे
I'll come
Yeah,
to you. We'll come.
Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me. Good evening, please. उनकी आवाज़ आ रही है.
Oh.
Thank you. How sweet.
with my family because that is family movie, na? Like
Yeah. सूरज आप देखो वो फिल्म भी सूरज ने बनाई थी, सूरज बड़जात्या ने. हाँ बोलो ना. क्या बताया था मतलब?
Parents को क्या
जब
बताया?
विवाह
Introduce
film
her
release
to
हुई
your
थी.
parents. What did you tell them about
यार ये
her?
दिल्ली आप देखो दिल्ली में ही मैंने विवाह फिल्म अपने माँ बाप के साथ देखी थी. थिएटर से निकलते वक्त मेरी माँ ने कहा था बेटा बहू लाना तो ऐसी लाना. ठीक है.
अनमोल वो कहते ना Chinese proverb, be careful what you wish for, it may come true.
And then what did you tell Mama?
मैंने मम्मी को कहा माँ तू चिंता मत कर ऐसी क्यों यही लेके आऊँगा. Confidence था.
Good evening.
Yes,
I think we'll ask them
No,
the
I'm
last two
so
questions.
sorry. I promised him. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
We'll ask both of you the questions.
Yes, both of you. Wow.
Can I just interrupt you, sir? Your question is very good. Since this is about the book, I'm just going to request you to speak to her after the session, and she'll tell you more details. I'm assuming you want to ask her something about the book. Okay, please.
कभी घर पे आइए.
तुलसी इतनी हल्की हूँ मैं. Thank you.
गुड इवनिंग, मेरा
Thank you
नाम
for that.
मोनालिसा है. क्या मैं कुछ बोल सकती हूँ? हेलो.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay,
The
there's
last
one
one,
more,
guys, you have to catch them outside. I think they'll throw us
Okay,
out very
we
soon.
really
so-
have time for only one last question, please.
Yeah, the last one.
पहली बात कि आप दोनों की लव स्टोरी के बारे में जब पहली बार मैंने जाना तो मुझे भी बहुत ही सरप्राइज लगा था ये देख के, क्योंकि ये बहुत ही अनयूजुअल कपल है. थैंक्स टू ब्रिंग दिस बुक, क्योंकि इसके बाद अब मैं समझ पाऊंगी कि ये लव स्टोरी कैसे आई. तो थैंक यू सो मच. मैं डेफिनेटली इस बुक को लेने वाली हूँ. एंड अमृता जी, आपको सामने देख के बहुत खुशी हो रही है आज. इसकी खास वजह है क्योंकि जब आपकी मैं हूं ना और इश्क विश्क आई थी तो मेरे फ्रेंड्स मुझे अमृता बोलते थे. एंड एविडेंटली मैं बिल्कुल आपकी तरह नहीं दिखती हूँ. मे बी दिस इज बिकॉज ऑफ योर सिंप्लिसिटी एंड यू कैन सी मी. मैं भी ऐसे यहाँ पे घूम रही हूँ जबकि इतने अच्छे से लोग तैयार होके यहाँ पर आए. तो इट्स मी. आपकी मैं हूं ना वाली लगता है कि आपको लग रहा होगा. तो आपको फेस टू फेस यहाँ देख के बहुत खुशी हो रही है मुझे.
Thank you, यार.
एंड जैसा कि आपने बोला कि आपके कई फैंस हैं जो आपको बोलते हैं कि आप कब आ रहे हो, मैं भी उनमें से एक हूँ कि एनफ नहीं हुआ है, अभी आपको बहुत देखना है हमें. तो प्लीज आप जल्दी आइए क्योंकि आपने अपने करियर चॉइसेस.
All right, we don't have time for more. Can you please be crisp? Yeah, please. Thank you.
करियर चॉइसेस थोड़े से अलग रखे हैं और इसकी वजह से मे बी इस बुक के थ्रू हम जान पाएंगे कि क्या हुआ, क्या अब, चूंकि ट्रेंड बदल रहा है और वेब सीरीज
बहुत
भी आ रही
मसाला है इस किताब में.
तो क्या आपको प्रोफेशनली हम और एक्टिव देखेंगे बहुत जल्दी?
Yes, I think बहुत सारे जवाब आपको इसमें मिल
किताब
जाएंगे.
में मिल जाएंगे.
किताब में
और
मिल जाएंगे.
ये
Thank
किताब
you.
पिक्चर में बनने वाली है तो फिर इसके बाद हम पिक्चर भी देखेंगे और इन दोनों को माशाल्लाह हम देखेंगे उस मूवी में. Thank you so much for being a lovely audience, Delhi.
Thank you.
As
Thank
always.
you so much.
And
Thank you.
please talk to them after the session. They'll be happy to answer all your questions.
And thank you,
Amrita
Anmol.
and Anmol.
Thank you, Anmol. Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Priyanka. And I'm sure, Anmol, आपकी कहानी सुनकर दिल्ली के जितने भी यहाँ लड़के हैं सब मैनिफेस्टेशन की बुक भी लेकर आएंगे, how to manifest the ideas, and they'll want all the heroines in their lives
सब के
now.
सब जा रहे हैं मुंबई अपनी अपनी हीरोइंस को चेज करने के लिए.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. यहाँ पे 3-4 एग्जाम्पल्स ऑलरेडी हम देख चुके हैं. Thank you so much, truly a pleasure, and God bless both of you with all the love and happiness in life. Thank you so much, and have a lovely day. Truly a pleasure to have such a lovely looking couple who took everybody by surprise. And yes, God bless both of you, and you both do radiate the charm. God bless you as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to the end of our day one of the Times Literature Festival, Delhi, where we had heard stimulating exchange of ideas and views from renowned authors, scriptwriters, lyricists. And tomorrow promises to be no less. Tomorrow also we'll be having exciting sessions in the same very hall, which will be starting at 11 a.m. This is the Rajnigandha Hub, the Audi 1. And few of the interesting sessions are Doglapan, like is war a prerequisite for peace? Many other interesting topics to be discussed for tomorrow's session. We hope to see you tomorrow as well. And yes, once again, we would like to thank our sponsors, Times Litfest Delhi, presented by Rajnigandha, associate partners, Catch, Flag Foundation of India, Delhi Airport, and Times Outdoor, writing instrument partner, Parker Pens, official bookstore, Full Circle, and cultural partner, Thanira. Thank you so much, everybody, and have a lovely day.